And we are picking up right the fuck where we left off today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, Chapter 1. All right, let's talk about it. So, we're eating biscuits with Brennan for breakfast. Say that shit 10 times real fast, right? And he's all kind of looking at her eating. She's like, yo, this is kind of fucking awkward, you watching me eating shit. I ain't seen you in 6 years, bruv. What the fuck? And he's like, well, you know, what the hell? So they're just kind of like having this awkward moment, you know, brother and sister when bra's supposed to be dead for the last 6 years. And as they're having this little moment, fucking Bodie walks up and hands bro fucking Brennan a letter and goes, here you go, Lieutenant Colonel, what is it, fucking Ashery? Ashery? And she's like, what the fuck? Ashery? Whoa, what is happening right now? What the fuck did you say? And he's like, well, yeah, I had to change my name, fucking obvious reasons. Like, what are you talking about? And he's like, but listen, I got a motherfucking meeting I got to go to really quick. All right, after the meeting, we'll talk really quick. Cool. And he's like, yeah, okay, cool. And he's like, yo, look around the house and shit. So he fucking leaves. Like I don't know what I like better. Do I like Lieutenant Colonel Brennan Sorengale? I mean, that fucking rolls pretty tight. Or Lieutenant Colonel Brendan. What is it? I can't even fucking Ashery. I don't know. We'll figure it out. It's got to develop. We'll let it develop. We'll see what happens. Maybe he's not even worth it. I don't know. We seem to like him. But okay, digressing. So he goes to this meeting, right? Now, as he goes to the meeting, Vi kind of looks around and she sees this like building that they're in. I guess it's a Rorinson house. I guess Xaden's family house right now. It's built to stone because stone doesn't melt. Unless you're Harrenhal, I guess. Different worlds, different stones. The molecular structure of the stone to dragon and wyvern heat is different, okay? It's science, people. Don't worry about it. Anyway, digressing. So that happens, and she's walking around and sees the building, and then she goes to the big meeting room. Excuse me. And she sees Bodie and Imogen standing outside, and she's like, what the fuck is going on? And she's like, well, they're having a meeting. And she's like, is this like a private meeting? She's like, no, it's a public meeting, but we just standing outside and shit. And they're like, well, what is happening? And she's like, we find out that there's 7 people in this assembly, okay? So there's like 7 leaders. They got to have like 5 for a vote and 4 for a meeting or some political, however they run their shit. Now, in this meeting, we don't know everybody yet, so Violet's kind of like me. She just throwing names at people and hoping some shit sticks that we'll remember in her name, right? So inside the meeting, we got Brennan and fucking Xaden, and then we got Hawknose and Battle Axe and Surrey, I think that was the name. That reminds me of motherfucking Guardians of the Galaxy. Taser Face. Like, what the fuck did you say? But anyway, digressing. So they're sitting there going over these plans, talking about they need like an illuminary for the forge to make more weapons, but they can't work with one guy because he's a little fucking hoardy bitch and doesn't want to trade for shit. They can't take the one from Basgaias because if they take that, then the people, and then they don't. There's a whole lot of bullshit going on, right? And then they go from there, and then they start talking about what we gonna do with the fucking fourth wing peoples, right? And Xaden's like, listen, bitch, I don't give a fuck what the fuck you. This is our choice, our motherfucking decision. Like, you ain't gonna say shit. And they're starting doing, and they're like kind of going back and like, we can't trust fucking Violet. And he's like, motherfucker. And Violet finally is like, what are you talking about? She jumps in, and then everybody's like, oh, we can't trust her. And they're just talking about, like, what the hell did you say? And she's like, what do you mean you can't? First off, hang on, before I get to that, they're all fucking, and they're talking like about her, like, right in front of her, like, we can't trust the girl. You can. She's proven it. No, she hasn't. And she's like, bitches, please. You motherfucker. I'm right motherfucking here. What are you talking about? And she's like, this shit's gotta stop. And she's like, motherfuckers, listen to this shit. I've proven myself, okay? I went across the parapet. I won fucking thrashing. I got 2 motherfucking dragons. I chose to fucking fight. And I'm still motherfucking here, and I kept the secrets. And they're like, yeah, cool. But dang, you know, Chode. And Xaden's like, whoa. So pump your brakes, bitch chits. That's not her fault. You can't hold that against her. We'll teach her about the shield a little bit and she'll be fine. You need to pump your fucking brakes. Vi can be trusted. I'm responsible for motherfucking Vi. She kind of, what the fuck did you say? And so we get through that, right? And they're like, all right, fine, cool. You're going to have to prove yourself. I've already fucking proven it. I'll keep proving it. Anyway, we go through that bullshit. We talk about the motherfucking Dane issue, right? And they're like, all right, meeting fucking adjourned. We're over with this bullshit. Excuse me. And then Xaden's like, all right, cool. Hey, listen, Vi, you need to stay here. I want you to talk to your brother. I'm going to go out and check on fucking Arnie and shit because they're all over here. And she's like, fucking Arnie? We're like, yeah. But she's like, I want to go. And he's like, no, girl. You need to stop and go talk to your brother. And we're going to end off right there. Join us for chapter 2. So what do you think's more awkward, wearing a colander with googly eyes on your head, or having a conversation with your brother that you thought was for 6 years? I don't know. Let's talk about it today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, Chapter 2. Okay, so the assembly meeting was done. Xaden's gonna go check on the old dragons and stuff, and then we got fucking Lieutenant Colonel Brendan Asher. I can't get that name. I'm gonna get it. Anyway, it's him and Vi, right? So they're having a conversation, and it's like, awkward, I don't know what to do. So it's like, so what do you want to talk about? And she's like, I don't understand what the fuck's happening. He's like, look, I'm sorry, okay? I don't know what to do. It's kind of surprising. She's like, okay, you know what? Bro's like, I thought you'd definitely be a scribe by now, but when I found out you survived threshing, I was so fucking happy. And she's like, whoa, pump the brakes, bitch tits. What did you knew? Yeah, I knew. Okay, so we get through that. And then she's like, fucking, oh, where do we go from there? Oh yeah, she's like, wait, just tell me how it fucking happened. Like, how are you alive? So Brendan gives the story. He's like, okay, so my boy Nolan, he made me alive. They thought I didn't, but he got me alive, but he still burnt out and paid the sacrifice. And then I woke up in the field and over here with all my dragons and shit. And then she's like, wait, what the fuck? Where is your dragon? He's like, oh, it's in this other valley with the other dragons. And they're like, oh, okay. And then they start having this conversation about the valley and the other dragons. And then we started talking about the fucking Vinny and the fairy tales. And then she's like, well, why are you doing this? Why are you fighting? And he's like, sis, the same reason you chose to fight over in fucking wrestling, right? Like, this is the real, like, we got to figure this shit out and stuff. Like, this is what's happening. And then they have this talk right now. There's a lot of information. I could probably have like a 6-hour video of the things that they talked about and possible theories that could going on. I mean, we're talking about the tools that they need, the daggers, the runes, the ward stones, like how do they portray, like all that stuff, right? Excuse me. So they're talking about all that stuff, talking about the path, talking about this, and they go through and they're like, all right, the best plan of action for now, believe it or not, it sucks, but it is for you to freaking go back. And she's like, all right, cool. I guess I understand and stuff. So now then we end up kind of flashing over to the flight field, right? Now that when they get to the flight field, we find out that apparently Sigale and all them, they're not really fond of fucking Brennan right now. So we kind of figured that out. Never has been, but they've known. And so we get there and then we see fucking Adarna. Okay, Adarna is turned into like a 15, 16-year-old girl. She's sass. Wow, she's sassy AF, y'all. Like, girl, what are you talking about? Anyway, so she's no longer, she got the black scales now. And so we've learned about that. She's got the black scales. We learned about her accelerated growth because she stopped time for so much. And now she's so tired, she needs the dreamless sleep. So they got to go back. There's some talk about, can she make it back? She got to get a new harness. This is the plan. They're doing all that fucking shit, right? So then we're kind of figuring out about that. And then we got Xaden and Vi. They're doing a little bit more brain talky about this whole stuff. And he's like, listen, I understand I got to earn your trust. We're going to earn your trust back. And they're like, all right, everybody got our motherfucking plan? Right. And then as they're talking, realizing they got X amount of time to go back, they got to adjust the harness, and they're going to go back and they got a plan. She introduces herself basically to the rest of the squad of the people's names we didn't know. And they start talking about, do we trust this, that, and the other? And they're like, do we trust the Sorrowgales? And like, do we trust Mama? And she's like, my mama wouldn't do shit. And they kind of work their hands off of that. And they're like, nah, this was definitely a motherfucking Chode family deal, right? This is all the Chode family. Everybody's like, yeah. And they're like, all right, listen, no matter what happens when we get back, you got to make sure Chode Jr. doesn't fucking put his hands on you. That's the most important thing. Like, no matter what. And it's like, all right, cool. It's time to go. We got to get the fuck up and out of here because we only got X amount of time. And Adarna's like, hell yeah, let's fucking go. I'm gonna fly back. And they're like, are you sure about that? And then she tries to stand up, and she's like a newly born little horse or a calf. Her legs all wibbly wobbly, or like somebody that had a growth spurt and your feet are too big and you can't figure out learn how to walk again. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? And then she starts, and they're like kind of giggling and stuff. And then as she's doing that, somebody makes a comment like, hey, Taryn, if it happens, you gonna be able to carry her? And Taryn's fucking like, are you insulting me? And Arnie's like, bitch, I can fucking make it. And then they gotta fly back because they got graduation in 48 hours. Woo, it's gonna get good. Join us for chapter 3. The Return to Basgaeth, today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame in Chapter 3. Okay, so as they're flying back to Basgaeth, we get a little history lesson on how the humans and the dragons started interacting with like the original 6 dragons and 6 humans agreeing to team up just for the ends of a fucking better type thing, but their own personal fucking meaning and yada, 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 right? So I know it's going to come in important. There's a lot of foreshadowing and probably something I missed there. But we're going to get on with it. So as they're flying into the flight line, right, Vi's making a joke about learning to do a combat roll-off, and fucking Taryn's like, the fuck you say? That ain't never happened. Fucking, she's like, it's part of the curriculum. That ain't never happening. Arnie's like, I'll take her to fucking class, like a little sassy girl. Taryn's like, fuck y'all, that shit ain't happening. Foreshadowing like a bitch. There's going to be some combat PLF move where Vi does something crazy. I see it now. Oh, God, do I see it now. Anyway, so as that's happening, they come in and they start landing. She's like, hey, tell Sigale to tell Xaden I need to squawk at him on the way in. I bet. They get down. Everybody starts, go, go, go. So they start doing their stuff. Now, her and Xaden are walking in. Now, as her and Xaden are walking in, they're having a conversation. Listen, we got to learn to trust each other. We can only tell people so much. This is the plan. People are starting to kind of, like, the bells are ringing. People are looking around. He says, like, hey, whatever we do, got to make sure Cho doesn't fucking touch you. I got it. And so the bell rings. It's go time, right? Now, as everybody's starting to wake up for formation, they're walking by. Some people see him. Some people don't. They sneak into fucking Liam's room and they start searching. Now, they promise Liam they get the letters to give him to his sister. I'm still worried about the interaction with the sister coming up here. It scares me. I have a bad feeling. But we'll talk about that when it happens. So they find the letters as they're walking out the door. They see fucking Riddick and fucking Riri, right? Excuse me. And they're like, oh shit, wait a second. You're supposed to, like, shh, you didn't see it. But listen, I need you to do me a favor. And then look, Xaden is like, can't tell her everything. She's like, fuck, I don't like this lying bullshit. And she's like, Riri, I need you to do me a favor. Hide these letters. I can't tell you why. Da, 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 da. I got you, girl. I got you. So they leave and like, we'll see you in a bit. Okay, don't say nothing. All right, cool, bounce. So they leave. And they leave, and they end up going into the big room and hiding behind like the big, I believe it's an orange tail or a red dragon, right? And they're hiding behind there, and they're sitting there having a conversation now, Vi and Xaden. And she's like, okay, listen, we got to figure this out. Like, how do you do the line? And he's like, listen, I don't like doing it. He's like, no, I get it. 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 But how do you do it? He's like, listen, you got to save people. We selective truth. That's the best way I can say it. And she's like, okay, I got it. I got it. But we're going to have to come up with this thing. And she gives him like an ultimatum. Now, some people could say it's an ultimatum. I don't. I personally think it's an agreement on this one. I'm not an ultimatum fan, but I think this is a fair agreement. And she's like, listen, I understand why you was telling all the fibs in the line before, but now we can't have that no more. And he's like, all right, cool, fair. So they make an agreement that everything happened before this. We're gonna wipe it under the rug. But from now on, nothing but the truth. So help me. Xaden and shit. So like, all right, cool. So that happens. So like, cool. And then like, all right, it's motherfucking go time, right? Now, as the fucking everybody shows up and the rest of the people show up, and then all of a sudden the motherfucking bell rings, right? And as the bell rings, they got the formation going. He looks at her and he's like, all right, don't forget, keep your shields up the whole time and don't let that motherfucker touch you, right? And they're like, all right. And then formation starts and you got, I don't remember his name, but what's his name? Marco. One of the dudes, he starts calling rolls, right? And they're like, blah, 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 and blue, blah, blah. And they're like, Xaden Royerson. And he goes, well, this is fucking awkward. And everybody goes, oh, and they all fucking start walking up. Oh, God, that's going to be so awesome to see. Join us, Chapter 4, coming up. Surprise, 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 surprise. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, Chapter 4. Oh, that was a surprise. So listen, we're sitting there. They were sitting behind the dragon, right? And the dude's calling the fucking rolls of everybody that's supposed to be from the war games. Like, Xaden Royerson. And he's like, awkward, surprise, surprise. And then everybody's like, and freaks out. And fucking Colonel Chode and the dude on the stage that was reading the names are like, wait, you're not dead. Apparently not, motherfucker. Like, what are you talking about? And we see General fucking Sorengale, Mom, she'll up on the stage and she got this little quick turn. You see it for a split second, like, boom, just like that. She got this little upturner and she's like, oh shit. Vi sees that as like, oh shit, Mama got a little bit of pride. Now, I think that matters because remember, before they left on the flatline, they were saying, was Mama Sorengale in on this shit? Doesn't look like she was in on this shit right now. Everybody was also talking about how Chode was bragging about his dad was all up on this business, right? So that's kind of giving them some reassurance that Mama Sorengale wasn't in on the bullshit about setting them out to go and shit. So they sit there and then they're like, I demand to know the motherfucking truth. And Xaden's like, oh, you want the truth? You can't handle the fucking truth. Like, bitch. And he's like, what do you mean? What? How else was I supposed to? They'd been gone for 6 motherfucking days. I guess we shouldn't have reported them. We should have reported them as motherfucking deserters and shit. And Xaden's like, bitch, a deserter? You sent us into motherfucking combat. And Mom was like, oh, what did you say? And what are you talking about? And he just starts going off. He's like, yeah, there was no shit. Boom, but a boom, but a boom, but a boom. And he's like, that didn't happen. And Xaden's like, oh, you don't want to believe me? Cool. Ask her. You gonna call a Sorengale a motherfucking liar in front of a motherfucking... That's a smart play. So Vi fucking like, all right, cool. She fucking sucks it up, right? She's remembering her mind. Selective truth. She got her shields up and she walks up and she's like, it's true, General. What the fuck did you say? And she's like, yeah. So she starts fucking talking about it, giving him the truth. We flew over, we stopped at the motherfucking lake, and then we went here, and then we saw these and then, now, they didn't talk about the fucking Vinny, okay? They just talked about some Griffin riders. All right, they just talked about it. We lost Lynn, we lost Cyril. There's no proof. Where's the bodies? The bodies were burned. There's apparently burn marks over by the lake. Excuse me. So that happened. And then, but they also start making these remarks that fucking Colonel Chode knows is like, but I mean, if you know something different that happened, please tell us so we could properly train. Like, you know what I'm saying? They're trying to get it out to him. And finally, General Sorengale is like, fuck this shit. I believe him, but I still need a little bit of motherfucking proof. And then he's like, oh, you want some motherfucking proof? Here you go. And he pulls out the motherfucking letters saying, oh, see if you can survive. And then she loses her shit like, you abandoned an outpost for war. Oh, shit, son. And then it's like, yeah. It's like, all right, you know what, Colonel? I'll deal with your shit later. General Sorengale, pissed. Okay, I got hope for Mama. Mama, I'm still on the fence with her. I ain't figured her out yet. So finally, that fucking shit happens. And then, of course, fucking Colonel Chode can't fucking handle it. And he's like, get back in formation. So they all go back in formation like, whew, okay, cool. Let's go. And then motherfucking Chode Jr. comes running up like, oh, Violet, you're back. And he's like trying to put his hands on her like, bitch, please talk to the fucking, like, what are you doing? Ooh. I've never wanted to jump through a book so fast and smack somebody. It's entertainment purposes, TikTok. Don't take my video down. So anyway, as he's going to that, like go to touch her, he's like, bitch, don't you motherfucking touch me. And he's like, but what do you mean, Violet? She's like, oh, blah, 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 blah. And he starts running his fucking mouth. And then Xaden jumps over and he's like, hey, oh, I'm sorry. As he goes to touch her, she says, if you put your hands on me, I'm going to snip off your fucking phalanges and all your shit. And he's like, what do you mean? You don't mean that. And Xaden turns and he's like, oh, bro, she means it. If you only motherfucking knew. And he's like, what are you talking? What, are you going to hurt me? And he's like, no. She'll do it because everybody here knows that you're fucking, and just basically throws him as a fucking place. He tucked tail and fucking goes back into motherfucking formation, okay? And then they finish reading off the fucking proper roles. All right, our plan seems to be working so far. But now is where this shit's about to get motherfucking interesting, right? Because, oh boy. Okay, so they finish reading off the roles and they're like, all right, it's time to get your motherfucking assignments. So they start reading off everybody and their assignments, and then fucking Xaden gets his assignment. He brain talking. He's like, hey, I'll catch up with you and I'll find you before I motherfucking go. And she's like, fuck, we're second years. Damn. And that's how it fucking ends right there. Shit. I don't know what's about to happen, but I'm scared. So anyway, join us next time, chapter 5. Buddy and Biscuit's getting tipsy. Man, they getting toe up after graduation. Let's talk about it today on Wise Beyond the Story, Iron Flame, chapter 5. Okay, so they did the whole graduation. Everybody got their orders right now. They're getting to party. They got 5 days to set up for the new class, right? So there's no like squad leaders, wing leaders. All the wing leaders are gotten to get their shit and get out so the new people can get into their room, right? They're all sitting around a table and they're drinking lavender lemonade. Apparently that's their beverage of choice and it gets them feeling very, very happy. I don't know. I've never heard of lavender lemonade. But anyway, digressing. So they're having that. They're talking about the uniforms and they get the patches. And now we find out they're called the Iron Squad. Okay, that's because they lost the least amount of cadets between Parapet and the Gauntlet, right? So they're the Iron Squad. And then Flame, I wonder if that means because like their Flame section, the second section, right? Because you got Claw, Flame, and Tail. So like the Iron and the, I don't know, that's where my mind's going. But anyway, digressing. So that happens. They're all drinking. They're talking about what they're looking forward to. There's a town. What's a town called? A Chantara, something like that. It's off limits to the riders because they pick a fight and shit. But it might get opened up and then they get to talk to the other. So everybody's excited, especially Riddick. Riddick is all looking for his next date. Riddick, a little sly fella. I can't wait to learn more about him. But then they're talking about that. We also see how Nadine, remember in the first book, Nadine, she wasn't too fond of the relic, the marked ones, right? But now she got her hair dyed purple a little bit and she's having a good time being chill with Imogen and shit. So she started to realize that just because they're fucking marked, they're not fucking bad people, right? So that's a good thing. And then as they're sitting there talking, Riri's like, hey, what was it like fighting the Griffin? Like, you actually did some fucking war games and shit. And this is where Vi, she's having a hard time now. Because remember, her issue with motherfucking Xaden is, you gotta tell me the truth. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the motherfucking truth, right? Like, you can't handle the truth, and I just want the truth. But she gotta tell her friends lies. So she's on this fence, like, I want truth, but I'm not, like, you gotta pick and choose. And that's what Riddick's trying to get her to understand. And I think we all get, but again, she just turned 21. I get it. I gotta remember that. She's 21. I'm almost 50. A lot of different, we look at things perspectively different, but we'll get through that. Okay. So then that's happening. As she's trying to battle and figure out what to do, Imogen's like, okay, boom, I got this. She steps in and Imogen's like, listen, it was rough, it was tough, it was scary, it sucked. We only survived because of fucking Xaden and fucking Vi. And Vi's like, oh shit, that was a motherfucking compliment. Like, she never given me a compliment before. That was kind of cool. And then we go through that, right? And then they're all like, yeah, that's cool. And then they're there. And then they end up saying, but we also lost some friends and stuff. And then they make a toast to Liam, which is very, that's against the rules usually, because apparently once the name is read off the rolls, we're not supposed to talk about him again. But to Liam, oh, fucking Liam. Damn, I'm not getting that novella. Anyway, okay, digressing. So then that happens. And then as they're sitting there, she looks up and she sees Xaden. Now, Xaden is over yonder talking to fucking Garrick, right? And then she sees him, locks eyes and shit. She's like, damn, that motherfucking sexy. And I'm a little bit discombobulated and inebriated. I'm going to go talk to him. That's a great idea. So she gets over there and they're locking eyes and shit. And Garrick walks up and he's like, you know, y'all motherfuckers, y'all bitches need to get y'all shit straight and figure this shit out because it's fucking annoying and it's really making it hard on us. That's what she said. Anyway, digressing. So then he walks away. She's basically, that was funny. Xaden, right? But I'm still mad at him. So they're like, hey, can we talk? And they're like, yeah, notices he's got his shit. So you're leaving. Yeah, they want third years out so they can come in. And they're talking. And then she's like, listen, why, unless you're offering your bed, that ain't happening until you give me the truth. Well, maybe this will be good for us. And she's like, what are you talking about? I said I want the truth. And you're saying it'll be good for us. And he's like, listen, you're trying to set boundaries. I'm allowed to set boundaries too. If you want to know, I'll tell you, but you have to ask the right questions. I'm not just going to, vomit information to you. You have to ask the questions. And she's not getting that. So that as they're having that conversation, fucking Colonel Chode walks up. Now this fucking bitch walks up with a guy named Major Varish, right? Now he seems kind of chodish, but the jury's out on this guy still, okay? But his first initial or action is he's Chode level 1, but we're gonna sit there and wait. Now, fucking Major or Colonel Chode, he starts running his fucking mouth. We find out Xaden's going to the southern front, and Vi's like, what the fuck? That's like the front, not the middle. And then Xaden kind of retorts back to Chode like, hey, I heard your little fucking instigation of bullshit. You're not in good favor. And now you're going to like the eastern or western front or some bullshit. He's like, yeah, whatever. And then we find out Major Varish, he's there to tighten up the ship. Like, yeah, okay, bitch, you fucked up. Now they're bringing in somebody that ranks less than you. That just says something for you there, Chode. Anyway, digressing. Varish looks at fucking Vi. He's like, something. I'm shocked you made it. She's like, yeah, well, here I stand, bitch. And then we get to the part where we find out they're each going to basically let Vi and Xaden each have a week off every 2 weeks and they'll rotate it. So they're going to see each other once a week, basically. It's like how it's supposed, like every 2 weeks you'll do that, but they'll rotate it. And they give them the letters and they show that. And then they're like, so wait a second. You're telling us we're going to fly to a known location so the dragons can do some dragon smexy time. And that's going to happen once a week. And dragons don't like to be more gone than 3 days. And Xaden's like, yeah, okay. Y'all try to tell the dragons that bullshit. And fucking Chode is like, yeah, well, that's the way it is. And Xaden's like, yeah, okay, we'll see. And then Chode walks off with this fucking remark before he leaves out. He's like, see, you think you got something handy because you got leverage with these fucking secrets. But what you fail to realize is leverage based off of secrets goes away when the people that know the secrets are, you know what I'm saying? So that's where we leave off. Join us, chapter 6 coming up. Got good news and bad news today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 6. Let's talk about it. Okay, so we left off chapter 5 with fucking Colonel Chode, right? Dropping the whole fucking, dead people can't keep secrets and shit. That little bullshit threat. And then as he's fucking walking away, like he makes that secret or that comment, and Xaden's like, but bitch, we ain't got no motherfucking secrets. We ain't keeping secrets. You know what I'm saying? Trying to play this game. And he's like, oh, well, yeah, well, just y'all be careful about who y'all be telling y'all's war stories to, because I would hate for General Sorensen to lose one of her daughters. Basically saying y'all fucking run your mouths. One of y'all two, you or your sissy, and fucking Xaden's like, oh, is that a motherfucking threat? And Chode's like, I don't know. And then just kind of fucking walks off like, aye, bitch, the game has begun. This is like the Game of Thrones has begun. This is the game of Chode has begun. All right, we're going to see what happens. And then he bounces off. And then as he bounces off, fucking Vi's getting pissed like she's about to have a lightning motherfucking crash out, right? It's like charging up on her fingers and shit. So Xaden's like, come on. Grabs her hand and they get outside. And then as soon as she gets outside, she loses like a BAM! And they're like, oh shit, Xaden's got to put up the shadows to kind of protect everybody from the gravel flying. The people in the courtyard are like, oh shit. And they made the comment, well, at least we know if you're drunk, your power's not weakened. Like, oh, okay, well, that's good to know. Is that going to come into play at one time? Could you imagine she got fight a little inebriated? Anyway, digressing. So that happens. And then they go into a little more of their fucking talkie, right? And it's more the whole, tell me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Like, you got to ask the questions, and I'll see you in a week. And oh, it's so fucking annoying. It's so fucking annoying. Anyway, digressing. And then there's a quick conversation about how the dragons are pissed. Taryn and Sigel, they're pissed. We're going to figure that one out. And then they talk about how Adarna, she need to go into the deepest sleep, but she's like, I don't want to do that shit. I won't be here for all the fun and fucking drama. And they make the comment of how, like, Taryn won't answer the questions of how dragons be parenting and shit. And they're suggesting that the dreamless sleep is just so they can bypass the annoying teen years. And that was kind of funny, right? So then that happens. And then Xaden's like, all right, listen, I got to go unless you opening up the bed and stuff. And he's like, no, she almost fails the conversation. And then he ends up fucking leaving. And it's the sultry leave. And she's like, and then he fucking leaves, right? And then she waits there a little bit. And then she's all sad. She's like, I don't know what the fuck's going to happen. And then She waits a little bit longer, and then fucking Riri shows up, and Riri's like, hey, what's up? Listen, I got some good news, and I got some bad news. What you want first? And Vi's like, all right, bad news first is the new motherfucking motto for the year. And she's like, well, bad news is fucking Cho Jr. is the new wing leader. Like, ugh, we knew it was gonna fucking happen. I mean, it's, fucking Chode. Anyway, digressing. So Chode's the wing leader, but with that happening, then the squad leader ended up getting promoted to the executive officer, which means the section leader squad. So fucking Riri is the new motherfucking squad leader. Let's go, squad leader Mathis. So fucking Sawyer and Riddick, everybody comes up, like, let's fucking party. And they're like, all right, Riri, what's your first order? And she's like, my first order is we're gonna live. And if Vi's like, yeah, that's a great first order, but that's easier said than done, if you know what I mean. All right, anyway, let's join us. Where are we at now? 7's coming up next. Join us then. New classes and a new cause. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, Chapter 7. Let's talk about it. Okay, so the second years, they've had their 5 days. They've been prepping to get the new year started, right? Now, it's the day before conscription day when everybody shows up, and they go up to this room that they've never been to before, right? And they're kind of like, damn, I've never been here before. And they're like, well, bitch, it's because we've never been second years before. And they're like, oh yeah, that kind of makes motherfucking sense. Like, what kind of conversation are these motherfuckers having? It's very, very weird. But anyway, so they're in this U-shaped amphitheater, right? Now, we meet this new Professor Captain. He got a hard time calling. He starts out, call me Captain, Professor Grady, right? Professor Grady. Now, we don't learn much about this guy. He's like, I haven't been around 21-year-olds in a while. I guess he hasn't been here in a while, so he doesn't know how to act. He's coming from like the front lines back to class. It's a big change going from like the front lines to, you know, TRADOC and shit. You know, if y'all know what that was, that's a training department of the military. Anyway, digressing. So they're there, and then they're sitting in his class and like, what the fuck are we doing here? And he's like, welcome to the new class. It's called RSC, or Rider Survival Course. Now, what this course sounds like is basically if everybody's seen like G.I. Jane or military movies and you hear about a course called SEER, it's Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape. It basically teaches you how to survive behind enemy lines, right? Now, what's gonna happen is he's like, yeah, we're gonna teach you how to survive and get away and read a map and withstand torture and interrogation. Like, what did you say? Tortured. Vi's like, wait a second, shit's about to get real, because now she got real world information in her brain, right? She's like, oh shit. Now I see this leading to so many bad situations. Like, oh my God. And then he's like, and there will be an exam in a few weeks, and then sometime again around midtime. And then one chick is like, wait, what the fuck does that mean? And he's like, listen, it's just gonna happen. And they all realize like, they're just gonna get abducted. Yep, it's just gonna happen. That's so not good. Like somebody's getting betrayed, or somebody gonna be used against somebody, to betray. Like something bad is gonna happen with this. Like, I don't know if Violet's gonna have like reused against her. Like, if you don't say something, we're gonna, like, something bad is gonna happen. Like, oh, that's not good. I see it now. We'll figure it out. But something's happening because of this class. Like, somebody's getting betrayed or because of it. All right, so then we have it there, and they're like, well, what happens if we don't pass? And he's like, you fucking pass. Like, what did you say? So that's gonna fucking happen. And then there's another part of, I think there was a dragon conversation in there. I'm not really too for sure, right? But anyway, so digressing. So then after that happens, she's like, okay, I got to figure out. Oh yeah, no, there was a dragon conversation. Sorry. The professor was talking about how this second year is very important because this is the smallest second year class since the very first 6 class. And they were saying this is also the least amount of times that the dragons were willing to bond. And she was like, Taryn, why is that? And it's because the dragons don't know if they want to fight with the Vinny, right? They still keeping their secrets too. Okay, so that's what that was. All right, and then she's like, okay, you know what? I gotta find a new cause. I can't just stick around and not be in the fighting, the good fighting shit. So I've been looking at the schedule, and I found out when motherfucking Jesse is gonna be down in the archive. So she finds the schedule, goes down to Jesse, so she's sitting there waiting, like, patience is a virtue with being a scribe and stuff. And then we find out Jesse is taking the hardest path, which you have to take because she could possibly become the curator, which we find out she becomes a curator, I think, by the very beginning of the book. But anyway, digressing. So she's like, all right, what can I help you with now? They're doing the sign language and stuff. And then as she's doing that, she's like, I need a book on why Basgiath is here. And she's like, why? And she's like, oh, I'm preparing for a debate. And then she's like, damn it, I lied. I hate fucking lying to my friends and shit. And this is why I'm mad at Xaden, but I gotta fucking lie to keep people safe. And she sees Xaden's point of view, like, how many times do we gotta give you an example? But anyway, digressing. So that happens. And then she leaves for a few minutes, come back, gives her a book about it. It's like a 100-year-old book. And she's like, all right, somewhere in here, there's gotta be a way to protect fucking Arisha and everything before the motherfucking wards fucking fail or whatever happens. Now, I tell you what, I think Jessie already knows something's going on or has an idea, and I think she's helping. We just don't see it yet. But anyway, that was chapter 7. Join us, chapter 8 coming up. They call it Conscription Day, but it really feels more like an episode of fucking like real world Basgiath edition. Let's fucking talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 8. Okay, so it's Conscription Day right now. They're all second year, so they got chores and shit. They ain't got to walk across the parapet, but they gotta watch everybody walk across. So everybody's in their places right now. We got fucking Riri, our new squad leader. Let's go, Riri. Okay, so she's sitting there and she got to write the names down, right? And then she got Vi with her, and Vi sitting back up, and she gonna call out the names and then tell them to Riri, and Riri gonna write them down. And then fucking Chode's little bitch ass is standing, whatever fuck. He's trying to be Xaden, and he's fucking failing miserably, little bitch ass. So anyway, so they're fucking standing there, sorry, my ear itches. And they're yapping, and Chode's trying to fucking, like I said, be Xaden, and they're like, shut the fuck up, nobody likes you. And he's like, and just being a Chode, right? And then, all right, it's time for Conscription Day. All right, so the first person walks up. We got this little female. I believe her name was like Jory, right? So they come, they take her name, and Vi's kind of looking at her, got a solid pack. She's like, all right, whoo, let's go. So, and the girl, she starts all walking. And now remember, they're not allowed to say nothing or do nothing. So then the girl goes, and then we meet a few more people. And then we get, I swear to God, I thought they said it was fucking Jack Barlow. I thought that it's Jack Barlow Jr. I was like, wait, he had a son? No, it's just some dude acting like fucking Jack Barlow. Okay, I'm like, all right. Whoo, I got scared for a second. And I don't know why, but I got a feeling fucking Jack's not really gone yet. I want to see a body. I'm just saying. Anyway, digressing. So some Chode, like this dude, he starts running, like knock some chick off the fucking way. She was like 3/4 of the way through, just being a bitch. So anyway, so that happens, and then we meet she looks at him and says can't, and then stops, and then he reports his name as his name is Eric. It's like AARI, like a weird, I don't know, that's a really weird. Anyway, so it's like Eric Gray Shield or Gray Stone or something. So like what I put, Eric Greystone, I think it's like that. AKA, it's the king's third motherfucking son. What did you say? Fucking Chode is like, wait, you can't. He's like, motherfucker, you don't say shit, bitch. I'm 20 years old. Dad can't tell me shit. Dad's gonna be pissed because the second son didn't make it through threshing, I believe. So he's fucking all no about this. And then fucking Eric's like, what are you gonna do? Fucking tell my dad? Like, rock, hard place, rock. Okay. Right on, Eric Greystone. I like the balls on that man. Wow. Okay. I don't know what's worse, pissing off a dragon or the king. A dragon. I definitely think it'd probably be a dragon. Yeah, definitely. Anyway, digressing. And then right after that motherfucker, yep, I was right. She's a bitch. Sloan with an E. Fucking. So Liam's sister comes in, and this is where Vi kind of fucking loses her shit, right? Now remember, she's not supposed to give any fucking help. And then fucking Sloan comes in, she looks, and she's like, hey, here, take this. And she gives, you gotta braid your motherfucking hair. And Chode's like, you can't. She, shut the fuck up, Chode. I don't like you. Dude, fucking, he's not here because of you, bitch. I'll fucking, Chode. Anyway, digressing. And so that happens. She braids her hair. And then someone's like, oh, Vi, you're not valid Sorngel. And Sloan's like, you're the reason, man. And she's like, oh, yeah, you're right. Like, no, she's not right. The real reason is motherfucking Chode over there. It's fucking Chode, not her, but perspective, I guess. Anyway, so that happens. And then they make it across. All right, so we do the bullshit. They fucking make it across. She's fucking feeling bad. It's horrible. So they get across, now they're on parapet. She also says, hey, I get to my squad and stuff. So now they're across parapet, and then I think it was 71-ish didn't make it across, which is a little more or less than last year. And then 91-ish dragons agreed to bond. And they're like, all right, cool. And then that happens. Now, as they're calling out the motherfucking rolls and shit, right? Sloan is not put into the rank, and they're like, fuck, shit. And then Chode, trying to look like he trying to like get some favor back in, walks up to the little fucking group and is like, all right, put her back in my squad. So like, Sloan will now go to the Iron Flame squad. And fucking over there with them, right? And then she's like, hell no, I ain't doing it now with this bitch. And fucking Riri's like, listen here, you little fucking bitch tits. You shut your fucking mouth. You shut the fuck up. Get in fucking formation. Imogen's like, you need to shut the fuck up. Okay, I'm gonna shut the fuck up. So she shuts the fuck up and gets in formation. Now, after that happens, they read everybody out, and then it's the big dragon spectacle, right? So the dragons fucking fly in, and we meet a new motherfucking dragon, Solus. It's an orange dagger tail with one eyeball. That's fucking Varys' dragon. And that dragon's a fucking bitch, just like fucking Varys. So anyway, Terran's like, I ain't coming, I ain't trying to do this bullshit spectacles and stuff. And then the dragons are all, rah! And the kids got scared. I mean, I would have probably shit my pants too. One kid, Ralphing up, the ginger one, throwed up on the king's shoe, or the king's son's shoes, Eric's shoes. And then a couple in another squad took off fucking running. They're like, no, don't run. Now motherfucking Solus tried to take this as an opportunity. Old Violet, right? So, starts fucking blowing flame. Violet's like, down, fucking everybody duck, dip, dives, and dodges. She tackles motherfucking Sloan, but then has her flame on the back, Terran feels this. He gets from the motherfucking veil to here. Bam! Quick, fast, in a motherfucking hurry, right? So that fucking stops. People are screaming. People are fucking melted. And Terran fucking lands and is like, you will not burn. I don't know the exact, you will not. Okay, hang on. What is it? I want to say the exact words, but I can't think I find it. I think he got the message, but he's like, hang on, I'm looking for it. I can't find it. You don't have the right to burn what is mine, right? And he fucking screams in a big ass fucking dragon roar. Ah! And everybody's like, oh shit, motherfucking Solus fucking takes off. General Varys is like, what the fuck? That happens. Terran's pissed. Fucking everybody's screaming. And fucking Terran fucking says to Vi's like, hey, he ain't gonna be saying shit no more. Trust him. I just told fucking Solus if he even gets near you, I'm gonna fucking gobble up his human. And that's pissing off fucking Varys. And this is just day one of year 2. Holy shit, it's gonna get rough. Join us, chapter 9 coming up. Fuck, dragons are so cool. Rebecca Yarros, who hurt you? Have you been tested for a touch of the George R.R. Martin? Because goddamn, it's only chapter 9. What is happening? Let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame chapter 9. What the fuck did she do to deserve that shit? Wow, okay, hang on. Whew. Let's go back to the beginning of that shit. So Vi's not sleeping too good, right? So she wakes up early because second years don't have fucking chore duty, right? So instead of sleeping in, she's like, I'm gonna go be a runner. Why the fuck? Nobody. Listen, I did 20 years in the Army. Running is not fun. People who enjoy running need, I'm sorry. Okay, digressing. Do what you want to do. I'm not a fan of long distance running. I'm not a fan. Yes, it can clear your mind, but anyway, no more running for me. Anyway, sorry, digressing. Okay, so as she's getting out to go running, Imogen shows up, and Imogen's like, what the fuck? And she's like, well, I can't sleep. I'm having nightmares about what happened. And she's like, yeah, me too and stuff. So they're kind of working through that, and she's like, you're not supposed to follow me like Xaden. And she's like, listen, bitch, we've been through some shit together. We friends now, okay? Just, that's going to be the whole beginning theme of this. We'll see. And then as they're getting ready to go fucking running and they're having that conversation, fucking Riri shows up, and Riri's like, what the fuck are you doing up? And Imogen's like, I guess we're fucking runners now. We're going to go be a runner. And she's like, what the fuck? And they're like, what are you doing awake? And she's like, oh, we had a leaders meeting, because the dragons burned all the motherfuckers and shit. She's healing up on her back. I forgot to mention that. So we had to reorganize the squad and stuff. We're like, all right, cool. And she's like, you going to be breakfast? Yeah, I'll be there. Don't worry. We'll be back in time. And all right, we're runners now. So they go for the run, and Imogen's like, why are we running? And as they get away, they're kind of like, listen, you know, when we saw what happened to Solus when the bad Vinny fucking just sucked up the land and just poofed away, she couldn't run fast enough, so I want to run faster. So they're like, all right, cool. So that her and Imogen are starting to bond there. Now we go from there, now we flash into this year's first battle brief, right? Now we going, Markham's a bitch. Markham is officially on Team Chode. He's a fucking bitch. I don't like Markham anymore. He's sketchy as fuck. Yeah. Jesse's going to take over for him, and it's going to be a good thing. But anyway, so we started doing the fucking battle brief, right? And fucking, they're saying the thing, and Markham is bringing out the information. We find out about a one attack up north, and then attack about Aspen. Aspen, yeah. I know I say Aspen with a lisp, but that's the only way I can remember it. So just welcome to Wise Beyond the Stories. That's how we do shit. Anyway, so they're there, and they're talking about the whole shit. Vi has some shit, drops her pen. Oh, you got something to say, Violet? And she just starts asking questions. Oh, we usually go through the first years first, so the first years ask their questions. Then we go through all the other bullshit, like, why did they do that? Oh, it was empty. They were trying to get weapons and daggers, and Markham's all like, oh, yeah. So we're going through this whole bullshit class, right? Now, as they're going through class, we're doing this. Taryn fucking jumps in her brain. Is like, hey, put your shields up. And she's like, oh, shit, my bad. He's like, listen, the shields are like clothes now. If you don't have them on, you're going to feel a light breeze, okay? Just put your fucking shields up. So she's like, all right, shit, my bad. All right. So then we go there, and then Riri's like, you know, some shit don't feel right. Shit does not feel right. I feel like we're not getting the truth and nothing but the truth and shit. And then we end up going to lunch. Now, as they're sitting there at lunch and shit, Riri's like, girl, we gotta talk, Vi. Like, what's up? And Vi's like, what do you mean? Like, you went for a run. You didn't sit with us at breakfast. You seem all fucking crazy. She's like, are you fucking mad at me that I didn't make you my executive officer? And Vi's like, whoa, pump the brakes, bitch tits. No. It's not like that at all. Like, I am not gonna be a good executive officer. I gotta fly away with fucking Taryn and Segal and fucking Xaden. I won't be here. No. You did the right thing to pick Sawyer. Like, that's the right. And she's like, okay, cool. And they're like, no, it's just a lot of stuff's going on. It's a lot. And then all of a sudden, they realize their conversation wasn't so private, and everybody else like, you could pick me. And if we would have picked Riddick, it would end up turning into jokes and shit. So they're like, all right, cool. So we're kind of working through that stuff, and everybody's trying to feel their place, leadership, you know, friends. Now you're in charge. It's a bunch of shit. So for there, now we got to go to motherfucking hand-to-hand evaluation day, right? So fucking, they're going through that, and then people are going, and they're like, all right, I said his last name wrong. I called him Gray Stone or whatever. It's fucking Eric Gray Castle. Eric Gray. I wonder if that has a specific foreshadowing name. Anyway, digressing. So it's Eric Greycastle, which is the king's third son. Well, Sloane is supposed to wrestle him, and she's like, no, I want you, and points to Vi, and Vi's like, bitch, you ain't ready for me. And the professor, I can't remember his name, Amaretto, whatever it is, he's like, oh, hell, no. I know who trained her, and I'm not releasing her to a motherfucking first year. And just get on the motherfucking mat. And there's like, oh, yeah. And then Imogen kind of backs it up and shit, and they're like, fine, whatever. I guess I'll get you later, Violet Sorengale. And then a motherfucker, we hear this big brutish voice from behind, right? It's that fucking Chode Jack Barlow Jr. bitch. We still don't know this fucker's name. The one that fucking like bulldozed a poor girl off the fucking parapet. He's like, which one's Violet Sorengale? And fucking Nadine, she trying to be funny and shit. She gives Vi like this little look, and she's like, watch this. She goes, I'm Violet Sorengale, you like me. And that motherfucker goes snap, cracks her neck, she gone. What? Rebecca, what are we doing, ma'am? She needs to be tested for the RR mark. I'm just saying. Anyway, join us chapter 10, coming up. You cannot defeat Violet Sorengale, you cheap-ass $2 assassin. Let's fucking talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, friggin' Iron Flame. Chapter 10. I swear to, what is happening? This is fucking Jesus Christ. Year 2 is wild. Let's talk about it. Okay, so fucking the douche canoe fucking bitch ass assassin who apparently doesn't know what his fucking mark looks like just snapped Nadine's neck. This pisses fucking Violet off. She's like, Nadine. He's like, Nadine. She's like, you motherfucker, I'm Violet Sorengale. fucking Professor Amaretto's like, what the fuck is going on? What's going on? What's going on? We all don't know what the fuck is going on. So she's like, this motherfucker's mine. Nobody interfere. Pulls out some daggers. Now, she throws the motherfucking daggers. He blocks them in his forearms. Instead of keeping them, he throws them on the ground. Stupid move number one. You find this fucking assassin on Craigslist? What the fuck? Anyway, she's like, okay, don't wait, he's bigger than me. She pulls out some more fucking daggers, starts running at him. This dude with his fucking mid hands like goes to throw a fucking punch. She fucking matrixes across, slides, slices one of his fucking knees. He goes fucking down. She goes to make a move at him again, right? He ends up fucking boom, kicking her. She fucking slams down at her fucking side. This causes him to grab her, pulling her fucking close. She swings a dagger at the motherfucker, right? Little cut again, but he ends up fucking getting his hands on her first, right? She's like, oh shit, I gotta do something. She manages to bring a knee up, bam, cool, right in the fucking jaw. Still doesn't let go. Bam, bam. They're doing this laying down again, right? Fucking breaks his nose. Blood shatters. Now, this is where I'm like, she's got a chance, but the motherfucker's like the goddamn mountain in Game of Thrones. He just doesn't fucking stop. He rolls on top of her, and I'm like, fucking the touch of George is back. She's gonna kill a main character. Like, is this, what the fuck? No way. Can't happen. He rolls on top. He's fucking doing the wrong kind of choking, not the fun stuff, right? Fucking, she's like, no! She starts to go, like, starts to pass out. I don't know what to do, losing her shit. And then he fucks up again, and he's trying to, instead of just ending the job, it's basically monologue, and he goes, secrets die with people who keep them. You motherfucker, you just told us who sent you, you bitch ass. She fucking, that fucking makes her think. She remembers what Xaden says, pulls a fucking dagger out. Stop it. TikTok, entertainment purposes, it's a story. And then she, right there, fucking rabbit right in the kidney and shit. And then fucking douche canoe goes down and she fucking rolls off on him. And everybody's like, Sloan, that's who you wanted to motherfucking fight? She said, shut the fuck up, I beat her. Like, Sloan, bitch. Anyway, digressing. We'll get to that in a second. So she gets up. Fucking Chode comes rushing out, about to touch her. I'm like, don't you fucking touch her. And she said, don't fucking touch me. Fucking Amaretto comes over and is like, girl, you okay? Hey, can I touch you? Because, like, she said that really loud. And she's like, yeah, hang on a second. Manages to get her fucking walls up, okay? So she gets her walls up. And Amaretto puts his hands like that. And I'm still like, fuck, what are his powers? I hope he's a good dude. I think he's a good dude. The vibes are a good vibe from him. But anyway, I'm still worried. He's like, shit, you're concussed. You got to leave. She's like, nah, fuck that shit. I'm not leaving this year like I did last year. And then Imogen and motherfucking Riddick and Sawyer, all them, they come over and they're helping her up and like, come on, let's go. You was about to fight. Let's clean the blood up. Let's go. Chop, chop. Let's go. And they're like, okay. And then we end up finally watching fucking Sloan and fucking Eric Greycastle. And Sloan sucks. Sloan can't fight. Sloan couldn't punch herself out of a wet paper bag if the bag wasn't there. I'm just saying. She could fall out of a boat and miss water if she was in the ocean. Wow. Okay. Shit. Vi's life just got so hard. She's already got assassins coming at her. Oh boy, now Sloan can't fight. This sucks. Anyway, so that happens. They make it through fucking that portion. They end up going to another class. Vi fighting the concussion. She doesn't really eat some fucking lunch. The day's tired, and she goes back to her room. Now, as she's stumbling and fumbling and getting back to her room, I feel the tingle inside. It's like when you used to put that, like, that 5-element gum, like, that's what she feels when Xaden is close. It's like that 5-element gum. And she feels it, and she walks in her room, and Xaden's there. Now they don't get to spend a lot of time together. I'm guessing this is maybe like a 10, 15-minute conversation at this point. So listen, the short meat and potatoes of this conversation, there's wards on her door, wards on his door, both places, right? She can bring anybody she wanted. She just got to pull them through. We find out fucking Riri tried to come in, ended up on the other side of the hall. But they're also soundproof. There's a little bit of flirting about breaking some armoires, but she's like, no. Xaden's still not being a whole 100% truthful. Like, neither are you, bitch. You're doing this. She's 21, Wise. She's 21. Anyway, okay, so digressing. So they go through that. they're talking about how it's not right, how Sloan doesn't know how to fight. We're going through the whole, she's just reliving it. She's like, what's it like over at Samara where you're at? He's like, you know, it is what it is. It's dumb or annoying. She's like, one word answers won't fucking work. And then he's like, listen, I gotta start from the bottom. I gotta prove myself. Plus I got the relic, you know. And she's like, oh, okay, yeah. And then he's like, all of a sudden he's like, shit, I thought we'd have more time. And then what? And then fucking Bodhi knocks on the motherfucking door. But he goes over to his backpack and he's like, now listen, I know we got to work through this stuff and we're not going to get much time, but there's two things I need you to pay attention to. In 7 days when you leave, you need to pay attention to what's happening all around here and there, right? So that was very important. We got to pay attention to that. Then he's like, and you also wanted to know about me. This is the only way I can figure out how to do that. And then he hands her something, and then he gives her that fucking goddamn Xaden look, and then he turns and leaves. And then we're gonna read it so you know how the feelings were. He's gone before I can even think of a reply. With trembling hands, I unfold the paper and smile. Xaden Royerson wrote me a letter. Bitch wrote her a letter. Oh my God. I'm telling you, it's the best way to get to know somebody. Anyway, digress and join us next time. Violet is definitely in her Avril Lavigne stage with this, why is everything gotta be so complicated? I swear that's her answer to everything. It's complicated. It doesn't have to be if you stop making it. She's 21, Wise. Anyway, let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, Chapter 11. Okay. So Vi and Imogen, it's been like 3 days, right? They've been running. They're getting pretty good now. In like 3 days, they've managed to come in like 30 minutes early before breakfast, right? So they're sitting there talking, and Vi at this whole time, she's gotten that letter from Xaden memorized, right? She knows every little loop-de fucking loop. Cross the T's, dot the I's, and sniff the ink. I tell you what, she's got it all. And then they're talking, and it comes up to like, so are we friends? And Imogen's well, like, listen, we're co-conspirators. Co-conspirators with an invested interest in keeping each other's alive. And they're like, well, yeah, I guess that's a good thing. And they're like, you know, so they're talking about that. And this is the first time she's like, what's up with you and Xaden? It's complicated. So then they're sitting there doing that BS. And then as they're talking, they see Jesse. Now, Jesse, what are you doing out of the fucking archives and scribe quadrant, young lady? That's sketchy as fuck. But we like Jesse. We trust Jesse. Oh, fuck Jesse, don't tam with me. Anyway, digressing. So Jesse's come up, Imogen walks over there, and they're like, they're doing the sign language, and she's fine. Okay, Imogen's like, if you get killed by a scribe, that's on you. That's on you. So then she leaves, and then they're talking, and then she's like, here, I found you this book. It's about the first six. So she's like, cool, I could have got that. She's like, yeah, but I also needed a favor, which is very, very rare for Jesse to ask. And she's like, I need you to help translate this stuff because I'm not very good at this dead language. And she's like, oh, but you know more languages than me. Yeah, but you know this one because this is one. And she's like, oh yeah, I definitely know this one. This is the one that me and Nippa Chode. If y'all didn't know, that's Dane's new nickname, Nippo Chode. Okay, so we can get him in Chode 1, a Daddy Chode. So we got Nippa Chode, right? They used to use this language as their secret language. So she's translating it, and then she goes back to the top and she's reading it, and it's something about, it's gonna be very important. It's like a big neon sign in my brain, but it's talking about, excuse me, an ancient king 100 years before the fucking Navari land was fucking there, right? Very interesting. And then Jesse's like, hey, you should come to the archives. Well, I can't do that. She's like, but we're doing this project where we're translating stuff. Now, apparently books there can't be like over 100 years old. So that's how they slowly erase the history. It's gotta be. As they translate the books, they just take the parts out that they don't want. That's what my mind goes to right away. But then as that happens, people start coming out of the hallways, and that scares fucking Jessie. And she's like, shit, gotta go. And she fucking takes off, and she's like, oh shit. And again, more complicated bullshit right there, right? So from there, we end up going outside, and they're waiting at the gauntlet, and they're just kind of waiting in line. And then she's like kind of protecting herself. Lucky she's got like fucking Riddick and Sawyer on her, kind of protecting her, because she's very, very scared of getting stabby in the back, right? So she got her plate and stuff, and they're waiting. Excuse me. And then Riri shows up and like, where you been, leader? She's like, I was in a leadership meeting. Plus I got mail. So she's passing out mail and she got a letter for Vi. And she's like, oh shit. Vi's all happy. And then Vi's not as happy because it's not from Xaden, it's from Sissy. And her sister's like, hey, I forgot to tell you, but it's been a year, you're a second year now. Like, this is super fucking cool and shit. And then they're like, shit's been redacted. What do you mean? How has her letter been redacted? And she's like, well, I don't know. It's been unsealed. So they're redacting her letter, right? Like, what the fuck? And then they go from there, and then Riri says, like, oh, you look kind of disappointed. What's up with you and Xaden? It's complicated. So then they get through the whole freaking course, and then they go up to the flight line, and as they're going up to do their flight practice, right? They're doing their freaking flight practice, getting ready to go up for the lesson today. Fucking Varish comes up. His little bitch-ass fucking comes up there and starts talking like, where's the fucking feather tail? And like, oh, she's fucking sleeping. Like, I'm disappointed. And like, you know, whatever, fucking shut up, Chode. And he's doing his bullshit. And then he makes the comment about how his dad was doing the motherfucking research on the feather tail. And Vi's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And the darner, she goes quiet here. Like, the dragon's supposed to be in a deep sleep. She's waking up a lot. Anyway, just saying. So as that happens, he's being a Chode. Fucking Terrence's like, tell this motherfucker if he don't leave me alone, I'm gonna eat his ass up and let him fucking just slowly digest. And she's like, bitch, you ain't helping me. I can't say that. And he's like, fine, whatever. And then Professor Corey, he ends up starting class. And I tell you what, Nepachode it's his time to shine and be a complete tool. And I'll give him credit. He's a fucking Chode, but the movie pulls off this pretty cool. So they're like doing like the dismount. So his dragon comes in and he like, I can fly. And he goes down to the leg and gets onto the fucking claw, and then the dragon fucking goes and then does the whole flight back, and he goes, and he like hits the ground running like, oh, I am a Chode. And they're like, that's why he's the wing leader. And like, you're a bitch. Okay, that's all you are, Chode. You're a fucking bitch. So they do that, and Terrence's like, yeah, we gonna modify this fucking block of instructions because you ain't doing that shit. And like, what? Okay. So then we go through that, and now after that night's over, it's time for Vi to go see fucking Xaden. So now as she's going to see Xaden, of course, Bodhi escorts her out. Now they're having a quick conversation, and in this conversation, Bodhi slips up about Katarina, I don't know. We don't know who that is. He's like, shit, try to forget that. We find out that he was trying to be assassinated in the shower. Like, he somebody completely bucket naked. That's fucking hilarious. Anyway, and then found out there were some others that tried to too. So they're making it flat out obvious what's going on. And then she's pissed because there was anyway, fucking Varys comes out with two people. Let me check your fucking bag. Starts quoting the codex, tells Bodhi to leave. Bodhi quotes the codex. No, I ain't. I'm her squad leader. Blah, 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 blah. Luckily, there's nothing in her bag that she shouldn't have. And then she was like, Bodhi, wait, you knew, yeah? Oh, you let me be an experiment. We didn't know. Like, blah, blah. I mean, I get why they're, we're walking a tightrope here, okay? We're straddling both sides of the game. And then, so she's pissed and like, fuck it. Terrence's like, yeah, we got lucky on that one because if they would have searched me, she's like, what did you say? Like, I got the illegal supplies on my back. Like, what is happening? Fuck it. It's time to go to the front and see Sigel and Xaden. Join us for chapter 12. This is where Violet would hate me right now if we were friends, because I'd be giving her the hard truth and she would fucking hate it. Let's just talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame in chapter 12. Okay, so Violet's on leave. It's her first time on leave. She flies out to Samara, okay? Now, Samara is described as fucking brutal, okay? Nice weather in the summer, but the winters are gonna fucking suck, okay? It's big ass fort, looks like the others. It's fucking gonna be brutal. Damn, the wind here blowing my paper around. All right, anyway, digressing. So she gets up there, looks at the fort, and Terrence kind of watching her back, saying like, you ain't safe until you get in. There's some griffins on the other side. She's like, why ain't people scared? They're like, well, the motherfucking used to it and shit. Like, what the fuck? So anyway, as she's walking in, she notices there's dudes in cages and shit. Like, what is this? Cage party? Woo woo. Anyway, digressing. So she walks in, she finally gets inside, Taryn fucking bounces out, right? Now the castle's just like all the other fucking places she's been, except this one's bigger. That's what she said. So she walks up and she finds Xaden's room and she just feels his room. She gets pulled in. Now as she goes in his room, he's not there. Now she notices the black curtains, he got his swords, he got all his shit, he got a couple books, it's all Xaden-fied, right? So he's there and she's like, where the fuck is he? I'm gonna feel for him. So she's like, she feels for him. She's like, oh shit, he's downstairs. So she goes and she walks downstairs. And this is where she learns about the real fucking world in Fight Club, okay? Now what's the first rule about Fight Club? It's not you don't talk about Fight Club here. It's you fight for fucking everything. What the fuck? Anyway, she walks in and of course there's a pit and people are betting and in this corner in the pit, it's sexy Xaden with the shirt off, looking all fucking Xaden-fied and shit. She's moist. Let's just call it what it is. She's feral. Everything about Xaden is fucking, it makes you go, woo. Anyway, so he's fighting some, I don't remember this other guy's name, but basically they got to fight for everything around here. Xaden's fighting for a 48-hour pass. She's like, ooh, a 48-hour pass? That's for me. And moist again. Okay, somebody's going to need, she going, woo, digressing. We're not going to go there. So, family-friendly show, folks. So anyway, so she watches Xaden beat the crap out of this guy, and she's like, oh, he's holding back, and she ends up meeting Lieutenant, I'm going to butcher her name. It's Sahali. S-A-H-A-Li. Sahali. Lieutenant Sahali, right? But when she meets Lieutenant Sahali, she addresses her as Lieutenant Mira's sister, not General Sorengale's daughter or fucking Cadet Sorengale, but Lieutenant Mira. And she's like, yeah, your sister's cool peeps and da-da-da-da-da. And then they watch Xaden fight, and she tells her about the whole fucking, they gotta fight for the shit. Xaden beats the guy, and then she's like, all right, I'll take you off the flight roster. And Xaden's like, nah, I'm splitting it. I only need 24 hours, and then fucking old Bob can keep the rest. I don't remember who it was, but I don't remember his name. Yeah, we'll call him Bob for now. So he gets in like, all right, cool. So that happens, and they go back to the room, and then they're talking. And she's hot and bothered, right? Again, moist. So she's going, and they start talking, and she's like, just fucking kiss me, damn it. So he fucking slapped. Now they're getting hot and bothered, and finally he's like, listen, we got to stop, because I want this, but I want you the right way. I don't want just your body. And she's like, but, like, this is, you, Violet, you are in a situation of your own fucking building, woman. You can end this or not. But, excuse me, he basically says, listen, I need you, I need all of you, I need the way it was, and I'm sorry. And she's like, well, I can't give that to you until you give me the truth, nothing but the truth and all of motherfucking truth. And he's like, I can't fucking do that. I'm the leader of her. Like, Jesus. Like, come on, Violet, it's brain critical thinking here. Anyway, digressing. So he basically comes up and says, listen, I know you love me, and once you tell me you love me, then we'll have it. Otherwise, you know what? Fine. I can hold out. And you know what? I will kiss you whenever you want me to kiss you. And she's like, oh, only when I want you to kiss me? He's like, yeah, because if I kiss you when I want to kiss you, then we'd be walking around fucking face locked, and it'd just be like, it wouldn't be good. So that's not going to happen. And she's like, oh. So then they go to get some food. And then he's like, hey, why don't you go back? You need to take a shower. I got a private bathroom. How you got a private bathroom? Bitch, nobody want to share a bathroom with Fenrir Royerson, son? So yeah, go take it. So she goes, takes a shower. He goes, get some food. Now they come back and they're sitting in a room, and he's doing weapon maintenance. He's honing his knives and shit. And then a crossbow. No, sorry. He working on a crossbow. She combing her hair. And then they're talking. And then they start talking about how the alloys and the daggers and how they checked the bags and how his bags were checked, and everything's going on, right? Everything. They're talking about how shit's going and how they're sneaking out. And then we learn about the daggers and how you need a forge and the luminary, and the dragon has to have the fire. The forge has to have the dragon fire, and then you got to have a luminary to intensify the dragon fire. And then you got to take the alloys and the metal, and the alloys and the metal got to go with the other motherfucking alloys and the metal, and they got to somehow imbue the magic or the power for that to work into the wards and extend the wards. But once it's used, and it's a whole fucking, I don't even know how to describe it, but that's exactly how it was described. You got it. And she's like, what? I don't understand. We're going to find more about that shit. And then he takes out a knife and shows it to her. And then she starts honing her fucking knives and shit. And they start talking about that. And then it ends with the little part here that's super funny. It's super funny. Hang on, let me pull it up. Because she makes a challenge to him. Like, once again, you're doing this shit to yourself, Violet. So she's like, listen, how about we work on your shields and stuff? Because she was asking about it, the wards and the daggers and the abilities to boost or intertwine. And he's like, that's all classified. He's like, so how about we work on your shields? instead of about those. And she's like, oh, I'm tired. And she's like, fucking Nepachode ain't gonna fucking care. And she's like, fine. Ready? Fine. I leaned back, bracing my weight on my palms, and I built my, the fucking wind. And I braced my mental palm and shield quickly block by block. Do your worst. His smile makes me regret that. Why are you, like, this is, how are you gonna put yourself in a hole and then play the victim? Like, Jesus Christ, Violet. Okay, you're 21. Anyway, join us. Oh shit, 13's coming up next. You know what? Major Varish, you can suck a hemorrhoid. That's all I'm gonna fucking say. You're the biggest fucking chode in this story currently. That's all I'm gonna say. Let's talk about it. Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, Chapter 13. Seriously, Varish can suck a hemorrhoid. Anyway, digressing. So, Vi comes back from her weekend excursion so she can torture herself by not letting herself have Xaden because she says no. Anyway, that's your choice, Vi. That's your choice. Don't victim blame yourself here. I'm sorry. I can't stand for it. Anyway, Varish is being a dick, so he's making her lightning crash. Oh, like it's fucking, even Professor Carr's like, this is fucking excessive, you fucking bitch. And yeah, so she's like 40-something lightning strikes, right? He's trying to prove a point, swinging his, he got a micro, I guarantee you. That right there is Varish, and I probably magnified it with the fucking Hubble telescope. I'm just saying. Digressing. Anyway, so she's fucking finally, he's like, all right, fine, you know, Terrence, fucking trying to prove dragons don't listen. He's like, fucking one more time because I'm gonna prove to you that I'm in fucking charge here. So she's, no, I'll do it. This is basically punishment because Adarna didn't show up for maneuver training, and he's just, I know what he's really, that's what he's saying. That's what he's fucking saying, okay? What he's really doing, see, my theory, he's burning her the fuck out, making her tired, making her fucking exhausted, and then fucking ride her survival course. Yeah, they're gonna fucking kidnap him, and they're gonna trade her. She's fucking tired. He's gonna try to fucking break her down because of the fucking shields, and that's why we ended chapter 12 with the, let's work on your fucking shields. That's my fucking theory. But anyway, digressing. So that happens. So she one more lightning strike, and all of a sudden, it doesn't fucking stop. And he's like, you fucking Terrence, stop the mental bridge. So she finally stops it. Fucking Varish is all fucking, like, I'm not gonna lie. Listen, I'm not trying to be disrespectful at all, but I'm just gonna be very fucking factual. At the rank of major for officers, that's usually when you become fucking, you're still a cool dude or you become a fucking chode. I'm just saying, like, this, tell me if I'm wrong. And listen, I'll even be honest with the fucking NCOs, at least in the fucking military. It's at the rank of fucking staff sergeant. It's staff sergeant, you fucking go this way, you go this way. You become a fucking little bitch-ass staff motherfucker, or you're still one that keeps it real with the soldiers, and you do the right thing. I'm just saying, it's the same fucking way. Major and staff sergeant, that's the two. Anyway, he went the wrong fucking way. Sorry. Brain work. Okay, so she's fucking, he walks off like a little bitch-ass fucking chode, right? Fucking Taryn grabs her fucking up and doesn't take her to the courtyard and calm her down and get some fucking food like Professor Carr said. No, he takes her straight to the motherfucking river because you gotta go in the van down by the river. So he takes her to the river and he's holding her in like the rapids, like, hold your breath. And he puts her in the rapids are cooling her down because she's on burnout. She's almost, so they finally calm her down and Taryn sends for fucking help. And then as he pulls her out of the river and puts her on the, Taryn was in the water with her. That was very specifically mentioned. I want to point that out. So he puts her back on the ground and everybody we're going to call them the Relic Squad, right? So Relic Squad shows up and they're all there. It's fucking Imogen and fucking, and they're like, she's like, nobody fucking carry me. I'm gonna do this myself. They put her down. They're explaining like this is punishment because fucking Adarna. Adarna's like, I need to come. Like, no, you need to motherfucking sleep. We'll figure this out. Like, if this happens again, she's gonna be, oh shit. Anyway, they managed to get her back to the room, right? So we go back to the room and then it's the next day, I believe, or later that day. Yeah, it's later I don't know. It's fucking sometime later. And they're in training. Now, Riri has managed to get extra sparring time for their squad against another squad to help them out because people like fucking Sloan can't fucking, I'm telling you, she can't fight her way out of a wet paper bag without the paper bag. Like, what are we doing? She She can't hit air. She can't even hit air. She's like, ah, fuck, I missed. I fuck it. Like, I don't even know. So she sucks. And they're watching. They got their backs against the walls, and they're having this discussion. They're just, it's going over. And then they start talking about how things are going on. And then she kind of moves forward because Sloane's getting her ass whooped again. And they're talking about how the dude that's beating up Sloane, his brother was the one that they just saw Markham get fucking and beat up in his room and left because he was the one that Jesse said checked out a book that apparently he wasn't supposed to check out. So they're being motherfucking sketchy as shit. And as she's doing this, she kind of steps forward. Fucking Riddick, my poor Riddick, my guy. Hello. Why are we doing this? Anyway, not thinking, he puts his hand and shoulder on fucking Vi's back because they're talking about classes and physics and shit, because she can do everything but physics, right? She's smart as fuck, but physics is not her forte. So when he puts his hand on her back, she's like, whoosh, so fast, and he's like, oh my God, this is me, Violet, come down. And they're like, oh shit. He's like, Violet, I've never seen you so motherfucking fast. And she's like, oh shit, damn, I'm sorry, I woke up the kitty, my bad, baby girl. So he's like, oh shit. Anyway, so my bad, don't fucking sneak up on me. I got a lot of shit going on, it's complicated right now. And he's like, okay, my bad. So then they start walking to class, and then they're talking about physics. Maybe she's just worried about the test. I'm like, okay, 3 things. What are the 3 things you need to know? You got to have at least 2 of the 3. And it's like velocity, power. And then she starts fucking zoning out again, right? And they're like, hey, Vi. And she's like, huh, huh, huh. And then Sawyer's like, altitude. And then right when that, she's like, oh yeah, as they're walking into physics class, you hear, now. And then they're fucking covered in hoods. Boom, knocked on fucking conscience. What the fuck is happening? Join us, chapter 14. I'm telling you, it's the start of that RSC class, though. 14, coming up. That's why you don't run from a fucking dragon. But I mean, let's be honest. Even if you ran from it and didn't run, you're fucking dead anyway if they choose you to be dead. I don't understand. Anyway, let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 14. Okay, so I was right. They got taken for RSC Rider Survival Course, or what we would call SEER, Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape, right? So they're out there and they got Professor Grady, and they're in like his little room, and they all kind of wake up all groggy and shit, and it's them and a couple other riders, and then they notice that there's infantry people on the other side. That's like putting the Marines and the Army together, or the Army and the Air Force. Like, we work okay together unless it's a real situation, but training, it's really more of a who can insult who the most. I'm just saying. Now put us in a real combat situation, all of a sudden we were like, boom, and we good. But until then, we really just, we don't mold very well, if you know what I mean. So anyway, so they're sitting there and they're waking up and they're like, yeah, well, welcome to fucking training, and your first course is a land nav course, okay? Now you got to team up with the infantry, because eventually infantry, we got to work on the battlefield, right? And so they put them there and like, all right, you got to go to this location, and once you get to the location, you'll get extracted. And they break them all up, and they each give each infantry and the riders a fucking map and shit, right? Now, I'm not gonna lie, my first question is, cool, compare the fucking maps, you chodes. Why? Just, Jesus Christ. That's the first. Communication is the key. There's a reason they send comms. And we're considered first in, last out. And you'd be like, I thought that was the infantry or special forces. Actually, the Air Force goes in first and carpet bombs the living shit out of everybody. And then they send in everybody. And they always got to send the commo guys in first with the really weird guys. Ugh. And we got to set up comms so that way we can figure out what we need. So that's how it goes. So anyway, so instead of figuring out what the fuck they got, they're like, walking, and they're walking after midnight, and they're fucking lost because they don't know where they're going. They're one group's looking at this map, one's group looking at this map. They're fucking fighting over who's in charge. Is it fucking Riri, or is it fucking, I think his name's Calvin or something from the other side? He's like, and Riddick is being fucking Riddick. Riddick is like, Riddick is the head of the E4 Mafia. If y'all don't know, look up E4 Mafia or talk to somebody in the military, especially the Army, about the E4 motherfucking Mafia, okay? So as they're sitting there doing that, they're yip-yapping like, why don't you fucking trust us and believe us? And they're like, listen, motherfucker, you sit there. You don't ride a dragon. Like, as soon as you walk across the parapet, as soon as you fucking you pass the gauntlet, as soon as you survive presentation and survive threshing and then fucking bond, then we'll have some fucking respect for you. Like, I get what he's saying, and they're not wrong. So anyway, as they're fucking doing this, all of a sudden they're lost. They're like, no, I think we're going this way. And then, no, I think we're going this way. And then they're just like, wait a second, stop. And they finally look at the fucking maps and realize that they're both fucking wrong because they ain't fucking realized where they're at. And all of a sudden, they're in the scorpion tail breeding, the orange dragon breeding grounds. Not tail, it's the orange dragon breeding grounds. What the fuck? And of course, let's have a blast from the past. And it's fucking Beatty. Who's Beatty, you ask, Wise? That's fucking Jack fucking Barlow. I swear to God, I thought Jack Barlow was there for a second when I saw his name, but it was just his dragon. I still want to see a body. Anyway, digressing. So, Beatty's pissed. Vi's like shit. And this is when they were talking like, if you see a dragon, just don't fucking run. Like, okay, I get it. So far, if you run, they melt you with fucking fire. But if you don't run, they gonna claw you, they gonna melt you in, like, you're fucked either way. Like, it's kind of like EOD says. Like, I saw some EOD dudes going like, what the fuck? And like, they're training. I'm like, do you really get scared? And they were like, yeah, the first few times. And I said, like, seriously, how do you calm down after that? And they're like, honestly, you just accept the fact that if you make a mistake, you're fucked. So you just kind of, what did you say? Oh, I mean, you're right. It's somebody else's problem if you fuck up. Anyway, digressing. So that happens. Beatty's sitting there. They're trying to stay calm. What the fuck ever. And all of a sudden, I think it's Thomas. He gets fucking scared. He fucking takes off. Flame on! Fucking stops it. And then finally, Beatty takes off flying. And like, what the fuck is happening? And it ends with this. Okay, here's how it fucking ends. Like, it's so fucking wild. And then as they scramble to our feet, riders run. There's towards nothing. Briss is the first to reach the charred ground where Thomas had stood, right? So Thomas is there, and they're like, my stomach waters as nausea rolls through me. I can't keep my breakfast down. Maribel, I believe that was somebody. They're like, isn't as lucky as they retch a few ground. Thomas Cohen kneels beside Brissa, and then re-pivots to the face of the terrified infantry. Her fist clenched at her side, and that is why you don't fucking run. Iron Flame, ladies and gentlemen. Join us, chapter 15, coming up. The amount of fishiness and foreshadowing going on, there's so much. This like 4-page chapter would be an hour if I were to talk about everything that's going through my mind. Let's talk about it today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame in chapter 15. Okay, so it's day 2 of them on their SRC training. They just fucking lost Thomas and, it was just Thomas. I think it was maybe just one part of the prayer. Anyway, after fucking Beatty fucking took off, right? So they've been walking in the woods. They can't figure out what they've been doing. They've been backtracking, trying to figure out, but they're so fucking lost because they couldn't work together and figure out which map they was on, right? So they end up fucking making camp for the night. Now, luckily, the infantry guys, they get like ration kits and stuff like that, and they're pretty good at hunting rabbits. So they go get some rabbits, and then they're pulling guard. And then there's a nice little scene where Vi comes up and she relieves, I think it's fucking Riddick, and then they're talking, and then fucking Reed comes up, and then the infantry people come up, and then they're just having a good little conversation, and there's a newfound respect for how things kind of go. And I believe it's Calvin, the infantry leader's like, hey, Vi, I brought you some food. And he's like, oh, you didn't have to do that. And he's like, nah, you saved my life. It's a life fucking debt. And Riddick's like, okay. The respect of these people is fucking growing. And you see that. Now, I'm telling you, I think it's Calvin with the life debt. That is one of the foreshadowing coming in later because, the infantry and all them are going to be working together, right? So that comes to mind. And then her and Ree are having a conversation. Now, Riri, she comes up and she's like, listen, Vi, I don't know what the fuck's up with you and shit, but I know shit ain't right. Listen, you hanging out with a different group of people now. I'm not saying that's wrong, but you hanging out with them. When in your free time on the weekends, when we sneaking out into town, you staying in your room reading. You ain't hanging out with us. Like, you don't eat with us no more. Like what's up? Like, what the fuck's happening? And I know something's up. Like, Xaden, See, sucks, doesn't it, Violet? Now, look, how come when you're put in fucking Xaden's positions, you can't fucking run your mouth? But when, I'm just saying, I'm just keeping it real, and that's, y'all know that's how we do it here. So anyway, Vi is trying to get through that, and then fucking Ree almost is like giving her the escape and is like, listen, I understand you went outside the walls. That was part of the conversation earlier too, like griffins outside the walls and like fire-breathing griffins possibly. It's not, they're not griffins, they're wyverns you gotta worry about. But y'all don't know that yet. So anyway, they're sitting there and then they're talking about that, and then Riri's like, listen, I know you're tired, I know you're exhausted, go get some sleep. And she's like, no, it's my guard duty. She's like, it's my job as squad leader that you go get some motherfucking sleep. That's an order. All right, thanks, buddy. And then she goes and gets some motherfucking sleep. And then they wake up, the next day, and then the truck people show the fuck up. And it's Grady and the infantry, and they're like, drink the water. And they're drinking some water, and then it's got a sweet taste this time, and all of a sudden, their bonds are back, just like that. It's just like that. And she's like, fuck, Taryn, where are you? And Taryn's like, I'm right behind you. And he's like, oh shit, what the fuck? And they're like, God damn it, that's the biggest fucking dragon I ever seen. And they're like, damn it. Yeah, and you're gonna get even closer, like, fuck. God, please be nice to me about it. So anyway, so that happens, and then as they're sitting there having a conversation, like, again, this is what they're talking about, okay? Really quick, they're talking about how fucked up it is that they can just add the bonds and not add the bonds. You know what I'm saying? So it's like here, like, it's a new, like, they feel violated because Taryn, he could hear her, sense her, but he couldn't reply to her, right? And like, this year feels so fucking funny because they have people guarding the infirmary doors. There's this new class. They're turning it on and off their bonds at the same fucking time. And I think that was all that there really was, right? It was turning the bonds off. And they're fucking, even Taryn's not happy with it. Guarded doors, developing elixirs, and then being assassinated on the assignments. That was the last part. And then from there, they're getting ready to fucking leave. And then she asks fucking Taryn, like, hey, did you get fucking hang out with Sigale a little bit? And he's like, I did for just a few hours, but I had to wait until fucking Beatty motherfucking left. And he wasn't happy. And then, because listen, it says like, I did for a couple hours. It's all the time I was willing to take out of range, being out of range from you. And then it's like, don't worry, we'll see y'all in a fucking week. So I just want to point out that Taryn, who's bonded to Sigale, is, even when she's near, is still spending time to protect Violet. I just think that has to be noted. Anyway, there's our 5 for today. Join us tomorrow, folks. Violet, I'm going to be wearing this permanently if you don't get your shit together, girl. I swear to God. You are the biggest hypocrite in the world right now. Let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flames, Chapter 16. I don't even know how to talk about it. We'll talk about it. Anyway, so we start out with Vi going down to the archives, and she sees Jesse and what their fucking name, Alfie. We're going to call him Alfie. So Jesse and Alfie are there. Now, Alfie was the one that took the notes on the whole training exercise, right? Now, she's looking over her notes and is like, damn, you found a lot of shit. That's super cool. And then she's like, I did a good job. And then Alfie got to go leave to find something, right? And then this is where Jesse, and Vi have a conversation. Now, they're talking about, remember how Markham took the one guy out? And well, we find out that Jesse, like, I was like, I'm sketchy about her. But she's like, nah. He kept asking about this raid that happened, and he says, and no, it happened, even though there were no records of it. And I was like, how did you know? He's like, because I lost family there. So I sent it to higher up, and that's when, okay, she was literally just trying to, I swear if I get Tamlin by this woman, but she's a good person. Jesse's a good person. Anyway, digressing. So that happens. So then they're talking, and then she's like, I know something's not wrong. And then she's like, well, why didn't you report me from my book? She's like, well, at first, because I was embarrassed because I couldn't find your book. And then I realized I couldn't find the book. And then I asked other people, and they said, bitch, y'all have the best library in the world. Y'all should have it. And then I said, we don't have all the books. Something's fishy. So she's like, we gonna work together. Scribes unite and shit. So they're like, yay. So they're going to work together, meet on Saturdays and pass tomes and all this other bullshit, right? So that happens. And then Alfie comes back and they're like, all right, cool, bet. So then they leave. And then now we go to Challenge Day. It's Challenge Day. And Sloan. Oh, Sloan. Okay, so Sloan. She is no Liam. But anyway, it's It's about to be her turn, and right before her turn, we get to see Eric. Now, Eric's on the mat, and Eric's just all, and he's just beating the shit out of the guy. And fucking Sawyer and Roderick are like, that was a 9, that was a 7, that was a 6. And then Eric went like, that match was a 9, that was a beautiful match, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, and they're all clapping it up, and fucking Riri and Imogen and motherfucking Vi are all talking. And they're talking at one point about how Riddick got to take a person to see Nolan, the healer guy. Nolan's a sketchy fuck. I don't like it. He seems sketchy. He seems sketchy as fuck at this point. Because why are you in the infirmary and you can't be seeing people and you only got 1 or 2, but something's sketchy with him. Is he making like zombies? I bet that's what they're doing. Like they're making like some zombie shit. Like he wants to make the Powerpuff Girls, but instead of sugar, spice, and everything nice, he's using salt and vinegar and all this shit that's sinister. He's trying to make some My Cousin Vinny's. I bet that's what they're doing. Ooh, I bet they're trying to figure out, they're taking the students like with powers and maybe trying to like dole them and make it, that's what they're using the students as test subjects. Fucking public school system fucking up again. Anyway, okay, digressing. So that's happening. And then now it's fucking Sloane's turn. Now Sloane's got to fight Dasha. Now Dasha is about to whoop her fucking ass at some point. Like, so they're about to go. Now Violet has, of course, tried to help, but in the process, Violet, you fucked up the Pop-Tarts. You cannot fuck with one's Pop-Tarts. Why? That's supposed to be the safest food, is a Pop-Tart for breakfast. Anyway, digressing pisses me off. So she puts something on the Pop-Tarts. The whole squad, you can tell they got a little green looking in them. And then she's going, and then all of a sudden, I tell you what, Dash is just like, bow, bow, and Sloane's like, oh shit, knocked up, and everybody's like, oh shit, she gonna lose quicker than we thought. Like, yeah, hey, she is. And then Violet's like, I got this, don't worry, and pulls a little thing out, and then she's like, Imogen standing in front of her. And Imogen does this without realizing. It's really cool. Violet's just like, duck. And Imogen's just like, whoosh, like you didn't even, just without hesitation. And she's like, and she kind of coughs and throws a dust. Now, that dust with the mix of what she put on a Pop-Tart, that gives fucking Dasha a little fucking, a feeling like she has a little bit of the intoxication, the inebriation. And that gives Sloane just enough to come up, pop, 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 pop. And she got like the weakest choke. She said, I'm a chokehold. I got you in a chokehold. And it barely worked. She barely gets her into the chokehold and fucking wins. And we're like, ooh, okay, she wins. And then after that, Sloane's like, yeah, I won. And then fucking Vi's like, no, come over here, bitch. We got to talk. Listen, let me explain this to you. I helped you out, okay? And she's like, no, you didn't. And motherfucking Imogen is pulling like a, motherfucker, the answer is thank you. Thank you. I had somebody tell me that once. Anyway, digressing. So that happens, and then they talk, and then they basically tells her what happened, how she helped Liam. You can hate me all you want, but you gotta get motherfucking better. Listen, I got 50 letters from your brother. You train with her every week, and I'll give you. You can't do that, bitch. Then you ain't getting shit. Okay, I'll train. All right, so we got a little thing there. Maybe Sloane's a bitch. I don't like her. Fuck her. I don't want to talk about her no more until she come around. Digressing. Now, so we move on to the last part where it's time for Vi to go get her time with Xaden. Now, as she's fucking packing up, we find out that she got a classified scroll, GS13 classified. She got this classified scroll that she shouldn't have, and she reading it, and then she hides it and puts it away, and then she gave her book to Jesse, and Jesse checking it out. Now she's leaving fucking the hemorrhoid kissing Varys shows up. That little bitch ass shows up. His chode, he's a level 3 chode. He shows up with his little thing. Now she makes sure, he's like, I want to check your bag. And he's like, all right. She makes sure they're not the touchy around the wards and all that stuff, right? So she tossed the bag, the chick over, okay, clean. This chick actually packs it. She's pretty cool. And then he's like, we're going to escort you, in case nothing happens. And he's being a fucking chode. We know what's happening. He's trying. And then she ends up leaving after some conversation and some yapping. Little bullshit ass Varys motherfucker. And then they get there, and then she finds out that she ain't got a high enough clearance, and they put Xaden on 24-hour op center duty. So he all up in the talk. That's a tactical operations center. He up in the talk doing work. So she gonna sit in a room and I guess play Xbox by herself maybe. I don't know. We'll find out. Chapter 17 coming up. Please tell me this Violet being annoying phase is gonna end soon, because this is fucking atrocious. Like, oh my God. Ugh. Let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, Chapter 17. Seriously, maybe after this talk with Imogen, she'll open her fucking eyes, but oh my God, the hypocrisy of this child. Okay, no, she's an adult. She's 21 now. Holy shit. Let's talk about it. All right, so we're going to class. They're going to class, and it's Vi and Imogen, and they're walking. And of all things, Violet's like, let's talk about Xaden or some bullshit. Like, what the fuck are we talking? Like, so they go. Imogen pulls her aside and is basically like, listen, motherfucker, listen here. We got to talk. And gives her the hard truth, like, Xaden's writing you letters. Does that seem like the kind of person Xaden is? We're working on our communication. Bitch, please. Oh my God. I just walk into it, Violet. Just walk into it. That's all I'm going to say. Anyway, so that's happening. Also, I just want to say the fact that they point out that Xaden's not is he hiding some shit in the letters that she ain't found yet, like a code? I wonder if there's something in them letters. My mind went there for a second too. Okay, anyway, digressing. And then, so as Imogen's trying to get her to see right, Violet pulls out some fucking bullshit ass fucking example of like, if your person you were with had a battle axe in the armoire and when you wanted to see the rest of the, like, he's the leader of a fucking revolution. There's more than one battle axe, bitch. Oh my God. Sorry. She's so fucking annoying right now. Anyway, so digressing. So they end up fucking seeing Riri. So Imogen's like, get your shit together. And all right, I'll get my shit together. I hope. And anyway, so she sees Riri, and Riri's got like this fucking scroll. And we look at this scroll, and it's a regional scroll. And Violet says, make sure that there's no announcement at the top. And they're reading, it says, kindness can be a killer. Don't let people in your house and shit that you don't know. Like, duh. Sorry. I'm just saying. And then Markham, he is now a level 2 chode. A level 1. Sorry, Markham is a chode now. Yeah, I've put him on the chode list after this whole fucking thing. So he snags the paper, looks at it, goes, and then he puts on a fucking show. He puts on a show, and it's a government cover-up. It's a cover-up. It's a cover-up if I've ever seen one, folks. So anyway, as he's covering up the whole regional, telling lies and shit, Violet consensus, everybody's like, oh, taking notes. Violet's starting to lose, and Lightning's just charging up, and she's getting pissed. And then as she sees this smirk on fucking Markham about this whole thing, about how it's a regional area, and they're just saying this, but they sent out classified missions to make sure, and it's just the people being little bitches or some shit like that, right? So that's pissing her off because she knows the truth. So she's little lightning coming out of her fingers. So finally class is over. She's like, shit, I gotta go. So she takes off front. She takes off sprinting, gets outside over like shabam, and fucking lightning crash. And fucking Riri's like, girl, are you okay? And she like chased her down, and she's like, yeah, I'm fine. That's a lie, Violet. Why are we lying, Violet? Can't lie. What about the battle axes? I'm just saying, I'm sorry. I'm not. Battle axes in the armoire. Fucking stop lying to them, Violet. Anyway, digressing. So then she's like, listen, I got to take care of something. Will you take notes for me and fucking survival course? And Ree's like, that's really not the course you should be missing, my friend. Like, I'll be there. So, all right, whatever. So she leaves. Violet takes off to the archives. Now, Violet, you're not supposed to be there. What are we doing? Bad decisions all around the fucking place. Jesse's going to get caught at this point. Like, anyway, she barges in there. They're looking at her like, what the fuck? Jesse's like, oh shit, here, I'll handle this. And she's like, tells the instructor like, hey, it's an arrogant rider. She don't care about the rules and shit. So Jesse goes over there. He's like, what the fuck? And Vi's like, listen, I'm fucking up. I need to read faster. I need more shit. I got to figure it out because if not, people are going to die. And she's like, okay, but motherfucker, I'll meet you tonight with some shit. But after that, by the fucking rules, or you're going to get me in trouble. And that's how it ends. Join me, 18, coming up. Listen, once again, I am not the smartest man alive. Even when I was younger doing some really, really dumb shit, I don't think I was as dumb as Violet is. Like right now, Violet is like the stupidest smart person I know. That's the only thing I can say. Let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Story, Iron Flame, Chapter 18, A Wasted Day with Xaden. So anyway, it's a Saturday. she's on the floor looking at all her fucking books and manuscripts and GS classified documents from Jesse down in the archives, all right? Fucking Xaden shows up and she's like, oh, I didn't expect you. And they go into conversation. Now, okay. The first half of this is her talking about how much she wants him and just fucking going back and forth, and you can't handle the truth. I want you to say the 3 words. I don't want to. Shut the fuck up. Just Jesus Christ. Anyway, he goes and showers, comes back, and more feral thoughts in her brain, and then comes back and he starts looking like, okay, what are you looking at? And she tells him, and he's like, motherfucker, what are you? Stop that shit. No, that's bad. You can't do that. You're fucking. So he gets pissed, and she's like, oh, how's it feel? Like, oh my God. Okay. Anyway, digressing. So they fucking into a quick argument, and then she's like, well, I gotta go see fucking Jesse because I gotta return these books. He's like, I'm coming with you. And she's like, fuck, you're gonna scare her. He's like, I don't give a shit. So as they're going to leave, they open the door, and that's when Riri, Sawyer, and fucking Riddick shows up. And they're like, hey, oh, what's up, LT? What's happening, guy? And they're like, hey, you want to go to town with us? And she's like, no, I can't. We got to do some shit because, Xaden's here and everything. They're like, oh, cool. And then they go back to arguing in their mind. Like, Xaden, and they're having an argument in their mind in front of the other 3, and they're just like, what the fuck is going on? And Riddick's like, I think they're having a fight. So it's pretty fucking funny. And then finally, like, we'll come next week. And Xaden's like, next week you'll be with me in fucking Samara. And they're like, okay, well, the week after that. And they're like, all right, cool. Well, y'all have fun. And they fucking take off. So then they go down, and they're on their way to the archives. Now, on their way to the archives, God, what is with my hair? Anyway, on their way to the fucking archives, they end up meeting Nolan. Fuck Nolan. Nolan is now a level 1 douche canoe. So if you didn't know, we start out with the douche, you become a douche canoe, and then you become a level 1 chode, level 2 chode, level 3 chode, right? All right, that's how it works. And then you chode up, all right? I might change the levels to ranks, but I don't know. But yeah, he's a douche canoe now. He went from just a douche to a douche canoe. Nolan. I think he's up to some sketchy shit. I think they say he looking all worn out and tired, but his he doing. I had a thought. I think it was in the reaction. I think he's keeping Barlow. Is he trying to bring back Jack fucking Barlow? I swear to God, if that happens, I'm gonna need this for the rest of the fucking series. If that happens, I'm gonna need my helmet for the. I'm gonna need more padding. Anyway, digressing. Okay, so they had that conversation with Nolan, and they're talking about Vi not hurting herself and yada yada yada, right? So they go through there, and then a chick named Caroline Ashton, sketchy as fuck. Why is a healthy person with a doctor just in the hallway? That was kind of weird. But yeah, Caroline Ashton. So she has entered the picture. And then there was still another chick. What was her name? Katarona. She's entered the chat too, but we still don't know shit about her. So I'm got to learn about them too, but sketchy names. I don't like them. Anyway, so digressing. So then they happen to see Nolan. Now they go into the scribe quadrant. And Xaden's scaring the shit out of fucking Jesse just looking at her. He's like, I'm not trying to do nothing. So Jesse starts signing. Xaden starts signing. She's like, oh shit. And Xaden's like, hey, thank you for helping us. And you gotta look at the us, and they even pointed it out there. And it's not just her helping us. So then they're talking more about wars and this, that, and the other. And we gotta do this shit the right way. So like, all right, cool. And then as they leave, they're leaving. She starts fucking going over the argument again, and she starts fucking yapping. And Xaden's like, listen, this is not worth it. I gotta go. I am leaving this situation. What do you mean? And he's like, listen, if you keep this shit up and you don't see what I'm seeing and understand what the fuck the words that are coming out of my mouth, I'm just gonna end up saying some shit and it's gonna make it deeper. So I'm just, it is what it is right now, and I'm gonna go. And then he goes and takes off and goes to find Bodhi to hang off, with the revolution. He's got to deal with the revolution shit. And that pisses Vi off. And she ends up going back to her room, wakes up the next morning, and guess who's not there? See what I'm saying? You wasted petty bullshit. Petty bullshit. Hard conversations make your relationship better. Anyway, let's get into it. Next one coming up. Are you sure about that, Tarn? Was that the right? I'm not sure that was the right move, but Tarn's fucking older and smarter than me, so I'm just going to bow down to the dragon. But I don't think that was the right move. But I'm going to support it until I can say told you so, Tyron. But I'm sorry. Let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Story, Iron Flame, chapter fucking shit, 19. Anyway, woo! Okay, so they're a few days later on the flight line. I guess fucking Ree and Sawyer or whoever is in charge can't get fucking flight maneuvers canceled anymore. So they're going out there, they're walking down the flight line, and of course it's just them, but at the end of the flight line is Taryn. Taryn's fucking magnificent. Anyway, but Adarni, she's still sleeping, and we can all see it. Fucking Major Chode. That is a level 3, not only his rank, but no, actually, but we'll go with the army ranking. So that's 4. That's a level 4 Chode. Major Chode is level 4. All right. So anyway, he's a level 4 Chode, and he's standing there, and of course, Arnie's not there. She's still taking a nap in the dreamless sleep because she's growing. Because yeah. So of course, this is where Varys thinks he's gonna do some shit, and he's like, all right, wait until Sorengale gets up there and all this other bullshit. And of course, this dragon's over there looking a little one-eyed, willy-looking motherfucker, little bitch ass. Excuse me. Sorry. So yeah. So he's sitting there, and then right before she goes, she's like, Varys, you're gonna do the punishment, and blah blah blah. And fucking Reed was like, what are you talking about? Like, motherfucker, I ain't gotta explain to my fucking, I'm the vice commander and shit. And he's like, we're gonna go up there, and you're going fucking your punishment. What the hell? And then this Taryn says, listen, fuck this shit. Nope, not having a motherfucking thought. He starts fucking, and he starts screaming, and Varys is like, blah, blah, blah. And then Taryn fucking loses his shit, and he starts screaming. All the dragons are like, oh, shit. Bow their head, tell all their fucking riders, and everybody's like, oh, shit. Varys is like, bitch, I don't answer to dragons. Dragons don't answer to me, but she fucking answers to me. Oh, okay. Shit goes out of whack here. Varys starts running his mouth. Finally, fucking Solus starts to move. Taryn's a lot fucking faster. Jaws around the fucking throat. I would have just, but anyway, Taryn gives some warning. It's like, listen, a dragon without a rider, that's not possible. And you can't be in charge without a fucking, I gotta be a dragon rider to be in charge. You ain't about to have a dragon, no rider, bitch, you about to go. So finally he like, okay, yeah. He backs off and shit. And then Taryn goes that extra step. No, apologize. And he, on your knees. It's fucking like, oh shit. So he gets him on motherfucking knees and he apologizes. And Violet's like, okay, I accept. And then fucking leaves, right? So they go through that shit. Woo! We saved her a day, but I don't know if it's good enough. I'm just saying, I'm doubly scared now. Like it's gonna come back to bite her so much. Oh. Anyway, digressing. So now that happens. Now we flash forward, and it's the weekend, and she's about to leave to go see fucking Xaden, right? Now she's leaving. Her and Riri have this conversation, and Riri is finally giving it to her straight, like, bitch, we're supposed to be friends. You ain't saying shit. I know you went through some shit, but you won't talk to me about the shit. I'm sorry you lost fucking Liam. He was my motherfucking friend too. If you fucking talk to me, shit's not gonna go well. It's not happening. We're supposed to be friends, and friends talk to each other. And then Violet's like, you just don't know what it was like, and you didn't understand it. I saw him, and he didn't have any injuries, but the light faded from his eyes, and rah, 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 rah. And she starts going, and all of a sudden you hear Taryn in the background, because she's about to lose it, and just fucking, I think the floodgates is about to open, and Taryn's like, behind you, and fucking, there's fucking Major Chode right fucking there, like, oh, you know the deal, fucking with his escorts, dump the bag. Riri's like, what the fuck? Yeah, she's seeing this too, and she's like, don't worry about it, it happens. Dumps the bag, put it back together. Fucking bitch tits, get out of here, you fucking asshole. Again, Varys runs his fucking mouth, says some shit, and then they get there, and she ends up fucking leaving, and she's like, is this happen every fucking time this happens? And it's like, all right. And then she asks Taryn, hey, Taryn, are we lucky he didn't check your fucking check you again? He's like, oh yeah, another day we're glad he didn't check me, so... She's still being a smuggler, and we don't realize what's happening, but I'm getting scared. All right, one more chapter for today. Coming up. Ooh, Violet, you was that close to fucking up, Violet. Let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Story, Iron Flame, chapter 20. Okay, anyway, 20, however it goes. So Violet and Taryn are flying to Samara, and on the trip out, they talking about alternative ways to do the fucking running dismount chode style, right? The Nuppa chode dismount, which is the stupidest thing. I personally wouldn't want to dismount a dragon, even if I got to fight a cousin Vinny on the ground, because I don't want to fight. I'd be up in the sky. Lightning bolt. Something doing some shit like that. Anyway, digressing. So they're talking about that. Gets the bags, gets down. As she's walking up, there's a cool scene where she's walking and like the infantry dudes are running. They're like, Rider! And they split like Moses pardon the Red Sea. And they split around her. And she's like, oh shit. And they're like formation running by. They can feel the breeze. It's pretty cool. And then she sees Xaden fucking walking up. Now, Xaden and her doing a mind talking. He's like, kiss me if you miss me and you want to talk to me tonight. And she's like, what did you say? Kiss me and put on a show. Like, oh, okay, cool. So she starts kissing him and, well, she puts on more than her show. I thought we was going to get a spicy scene right here. And then he's like, all right, cool. We can stop now. And then we hear this voice and it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, Mira's here. What the fuck? And Zane's like, here, I'll get your bags. I'll see you later. And Mira's like, what the fuck is happening? What did I tell? What is happening? And she's like, well, listen. What kind of, our dragons are bonding. You got to keep after me. It's just, she's like, you're falling for this. She's like, no. She's like, bitch, she's like, no. Let's go talk about it. So they end up going to talk over here and they're throwing knives and shit. Now, as they're throwing knives, Mir notices that she's got a special custom-made dagger. Where'd you get that? Oh, I won it from Rorinson. What do you mean? Well, I took it from him. So you mean he gave it to you? Yeah, basically, custom-made. Oh, yeah, special, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so they have that conversation, and then that conversation, fucking, Vi starts saying, like, let's talk about wards, baby. Let's talk about you and them. And she's like, how they work? So she kind of gives them, like, the GS13 unclassified portion and asks some questions. And then she asks questions about the alloy. How you know about the alloy? Oh, just a little suggestion. Yeah, cool. Guess you're teaching that now. And then we're doing all these kind of things, right? And then how her wards work and the ward stones. And that's where we get GS13 classified. Like, you can't talk about that shit. And then she's like, you know what? She about to say some shit. And then she's like, hey, do you know anybody that was on those classified flights to Premier? And she's like, and she throws up the words like, what did you say? What do you know about those? And she's like, whoa, we talked about them in battle brief and shit. And and she's like, no, but I read the reports. And Vi's like, don't you think that's kind of funny? You know motherfucking everybody. You know every motherfucking buddy. And you know nobody on those missions? And she's like, Vi, but what do you mean? Like, we saw the dragons there. Did you see dragons? She's like, what the fuck do you mean? And this is where Violet loses it. And she kind of realizes, wait, this is why Xaden is like, we got to keep some secrets. You see what I'm saying? Do you see now, Violet? Are your eyes open? Can we see the truth now? Okay. Can we accept it? And can you just... Anyway. So she says that. And she's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Wyverns? And she's like, you've been reading Dad's books too many. Are you tired? And by being smart, she's like, okay, yeah, I push the limits. We just, yeah, oh, yeah. I'm just so tired after this stuff. And, Sister's like, yeah, first year's attacked. Okay, cool. Well, let's go get you some sleep. You need some tea. She needs some tea. Have you tried milk? I heard it's really good. She needs some milk. Anyway. So she goes up and she gets to sleep. Now, Xaden ends up showing up in bed all shirtless, looking all fucking Xaden suave. That motherfucking like past midnight right now. They're having some decent conversation and they're kind of cuddling and they're going back and forth and they're talking about the wards and this, that, not the wards, but the Mindy Shield and this, that, and the other. Excuse me. And Xaden's like, listen, and she kind of says, hey, I almost fucked and shit up and told my sister. And he's like, that's okay. And we're going to work on all the other bullshit. All right, and then as they're laying in bed, she's like, we can do some shit. And he's like, not until you say those 3 words. And then trying to change the subject, he's like, so what do you think of that book I gave you? You remember the knot weaving book? And I'm like, that's important. Like, she's like, why do I want to learn to weave knots? And he's like, culture violence. I bet those knot weaving is like maybe ward making or something. It's going to teach her to do something. He's like Mr. Miyagi and her like, wax on, fucking violence on her. Whatever they say. Sorry if I said it wrong. I ain't trying to be rude. But like those knots are probably hand movements are probably going to be something important or release a knot or something. It's going to come into it. Anyway, digressing. So they're sitting there and then, yeah, it ends off with they're having the knots. We got to talk about, oh, she asks questions and he answers them. And she's like, oh my God, you answered my questions. Like, yes, if you ask the right questions, I'll give you the answers. I won't creep shit from you, but I'm just not going to divulge the information. And then she asked about the alloys. It's like this amalgamation of alloys and dragon shell. Dragon shells are made of metal too, apparently. So that's part, and they got some power. I had to make sure I talked about that. And then it ends up with, okay, it ends off, here we go. Now it says, sorry, we could do some stuff. I want the 3 words. I stiffen. I thought not. Sleep violent. His arms tighten. You love me, he whispers. Y'all are going feral. Stop reminding me, though I thought we agreed not to fight tonight. And then it's like, maybe you're the one. And then I snuggle into his deep warmth, lulling me into the simple, sweet middle space between wakeful and oblivion. Maybe you're the one I'm reminding. And there we go. There are chapters for today. All right, folks, join us tomorrow. Apparently Eric knows and fucking Riri is like that close to figuring it the fuck out. Wow, let's talk about it today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, Chapter 21. Okay, so it's been a few days, and Violet has attempted to do the Nepachode rolling dismount, and that is not going well for her on the way of her trying to get to the shoulder, tearing a little bump, and she's fucked up her shoulder and shit. Now, that's all kind of crazy to think that she fought on my cousin Vinny on the back of a motherfucking dragon and had no issue, but getting to the shoulder's crazy. So, they've all agreed that they're going to have to change the curriculum, all right? We're going to have to figure some shit out because that ain't working. All right, so we all up in a sling now. So, she all up in a sling, doing the thing, and then we go into a class. Now, it's just one, I don't remember exactly what class it is, but right before class going, Riddick and them are like, oh shit, the professors are leaving. They're running away. What do you mean? I don't know, they're running. So they were running away, and apparently there's been attack in the east. And then Professor Deborah, she all come in, and she's like, I will be your instructor for today and shit. And then she starts talking, and she's like, oh, this is what y'all are doing. This is fucking stupid. Let's not this, but that's what she's like. Let's talk about some other shit that's important, but not important. And then she's like, everything, tied to events. So they start talking, and they end up getting into like history and unification and shit. And they talking about the cost of unification, okay? The cost of it, the price, the consequences and repercussions, if you will. and they're going about this, and they're like, yeah, we got peace, we got land, we got this, we got the other, but we had to adopt a common language. So the common language, like these 3 groups that used to be, or now this is the common language, but then these 3 groups lost their language and lost their folk and lost all this stuff. So they're talking about that, and Riri makes her states, oh, we lost this shit, and another guy's like, oh, it's a great, good. And then motherfucking goddamn Violet comes in with like motherfucking like by text verbiage of some answers and shit. And the professor's like, oh, very, very good. And they start going, and Morgan, now, the whole time Violet's doing this, she's doing knots. She's knotting it up, okay? She's Xaden challenger. She got 2 down. She wants to get like 2 more done. I'm telling you, that's going to come in later. And then folklore, history, like that's something. All that ties together, hot ties. Maybe it's like Sheldon and string theory. Maybe it's layers. Anyway, I don't know. Digressing, focus-wise. Okay, story. Okay, so they're doing that, and then some other dude starts talking about shit, and then Violet fucking goes off on this rant where she's like, you stupid, and when she's doing that, she lets a few things slip, but not everybody catches on. Excuse me. So that happens, and the professor's even like, okay, hey, listen, third wing guy, I like that you're trying to go, but we're talking about the archives here. Oh, that's right. The argument was about the archives, about how if you wanted to learn the history, you could just go get it. And she's like, yeah, but we have no books older than 400 years. They get retranslated, so things get taken in and out, and still you have to get permission to go read, and the scribes can deny you permission. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because information is the key. Remember those G.I. Joe, the more you know, and knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe, the more you know. Anyway, sorry, flashback to my kid there, as I was a kid. Anyway, so That's when Professor Deborah's like, listen, you've probably never been in the archives, and she spent more time in the archives than everybody else in this fucking room, probably besides me. So you might want to shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. And he shuts the fuck up. So that happens, and then they leave class. So after they leave class, they end up going to motherfucking, it's challenge day. Now, Vi don't think, Nepachode! Anyway, so they're sitting there. Nepachode comes up and he's like, Vi, I need to talk to you. She's like, bitch, talk to the hand because the face ain't listening. And she steps away and he's like, come on. She's like, bitch, I will fucking skull fuck you if you come near me. Do you understand? I will stab you in your eye sockets with my... Not really, but that's what she wants to do. TikTok is entertainment purposes only. So that happens. Now, as he gets pissed off, fucking Nepachode walks over and starts talking to old Amaretto. Right? I'm like, you better not, motherfucker. You better not, motherfucker. Sloane's on the mat. Sloane wins, I believe. I don't know how she won, but Sloane managed to fucking win, if I remember correctly. I don't know. Yeah, I think so. Anyway, digressing. So that happens, and of course, that match goes, and then fucking Amaretto's like, the next match will be Dane Nepachode Atos and Violet Sorengale. Everybody's like, oh, what did you say? Motherfucking Imogen and fucking Riddick and fucking Sir. What motherfucker, Sheila Sling? What do you... I'm the wing leader. I can do what I want. I sit and rotate, Nepachode. I swear to God. Anyway, so that happens and she's like, all right, bitch, I got you. No problem. You touch my face, I'm a... Yep, that's what's going to happen. So he's like, I don't want to do it. So they start wrestling on the mat, and he's doing it, reaches for the waist, she moves, and she got her daggers, he drops his, and you come there and slicing at him into the go. So now they're rolling around, and he kind of gets on top. Now he's putting his forearm up on her chest and her clavicle, right? Fucking up that shoulder. So what's happening? But she got her blade. She's like, and she got the blade right up on there, right? So she got it right up on there. And then he's talking. He's like, why we used to be friends? We used to be friends. And she's like, yeah, bitch, we used to until you stole my shit. You took my fucking memory. And yeah, he admits it. He's like, yeah, I told, but I didn't know that would happen. You said you'd miss me. It's because I thought you were picking Xaden over me. I don't even know if I can trust you. Maybe it's true, but I don't give a shit. So then that happens. Finally, they start talking about, like, you don't even know Xaden, da-da-da, and the scars. And he's like, yeah, ask him who gave him the scars. It was your mom. Okay, yeah, great, whatever. And then he does something, and she gives him a little nicky-nick, and finally he's like, and he fucking taps out and says, fine, finally, you fucking win. They get up on the motherfucking mat, right? And then Riri's like, you come talk to me now. Like, she is command hand like a motherfucker. And she's like, and she's like, bitch, she's like, are you pulling rank? Don't make me pull fucking rank. And she's like, all right. So they go talk, and Riri has a conversation. She's like, all right, talk now, bitch tits. You fucking tell me. And she starts putting the shit together. And Riri's that fucking close to fucking nailing it. And Vi's trying not to. She's asking all the right fucking questions, right? And then Eric is over there fucking, he wins his fucking match. He starts stumbling over. And right before fucking Riri's asked the right question. Okay, she's asked the questions. And right before she answers, Eric comes over and he's like, hey, sorry, I gotta go see Nolan. I'll take it. Okay, we're talking about this later. So they get there. And then as fucking Violet and Eric are going down to the motherfucking, to go see Nolan, they're talking. And she's like, hey, brah, what are you doing? How does your dad not know you're here? What's up? He's like, oh, my dad thinks I'm doing my 20th or 21st birthday world tour, you know, selling my oats like a fucking, what was that movie? Coming to America, right? He's selling his royal oats around the world and doing his thing. Instead, he's here. And then he starts running his mouth and like, listen, here's how it goes. She's like, catching on to what exactly? They haven't talked about it. The ones with the little metal disc, my heart pounds the metal disc, the guards were the hardest to slip. They won't tell my father they lost me until that's after threshing, and he can't do shit after that because even dragons don't answer to kings. Oh shit, you know, don't you? He lifts his brow. The mage likes catching those royally green eyes. Why else would I be here? Oh shit, he knows. Eric knows. He fucking knows. Join us, 22. Dreams and Bad Decisions by a fucking chode. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 22. Okay, so this chapter started out, what the fuck is happening? It was a dream. It was just a fucking dream. So Vi's having a dream that she's running on the flight line and Taryn's got her back towards her and she's getting chased by a fucking cousin Vinny, and then the cousin Vinny picks her up and has a conversation like, if I had your power, I'd be doing so much more, and fucking join me or be fucking and stuff, okay? It was one of those things, and then he's talking about her power and she can do stuff and looking at the Vinny and the very wide and the paley fingers and shit. And then she's falling again. And then she wakes the fuck up from her dream, right? It was just a dream. It was just a dream. It was just a dream. All right. And then we go from there. And Xaden shows up. All right. So we're going to have time with Xaden. Or, yeah, so we thought. And then Xaden's taking her down to the armory. And she's like, oh, cool. I'm going to go see the armory. He's letting me in. And she's all happy. And she's about to say those 3 little fucking words. But she's like, no, pump my brakes. One little thing. Let me get some. And it was, man, right before some shit happens, guess who shows up? Guess who shows up? I'll give you a few seconds. Yep, Major fucking Chode shows up. That bitch tits. I swear. Woo, his demise is going to be one of my favorite in this book. And I don't know who's going to do it. I don't know if it's going to be Vi, but at this point, I think Xaden might be the one. Because, again, Varys running his fucking mouth. What are you doing? We about to do some fucking training. We've been looking for you. And they got fucking Riri and Reddick all tied up. They're about to do the interrogation shit. Once again, it's another tactic to keep those two away. They were talking about how they tried to get in her room to get her, but, you know, Xaden warded it. That's what I'm telling you. Xaden can ward. The Roransons and his people had to have fucking did the wards. Like, it's a betrayal. It has to be a betrayal at this point. I'm sorry I'm going down this, but she just said in the book, like, the first people are the one that carved the wards. And he's like, So I think those people are the one that carved the wards, and then the Roransons and the fucking you know what I mean? Those people with the weave, they made the wards. And then they got backstabbed. That's where I'm going with right there. That's my fucking theory, what we're going to find out. But anyway, digressing. So that happens. Can't get in. And then basically, you can't fucking take her. She's injured. Fucking the wing leader shouldn't have this. Where the fuck is Nupachode? Nupachode's not here. You fucking step down, Roranson. You're not under my command. I'm not under your command. You're not. Yeah, but she is. And fucking that whole bullshit. And then it ends, like literally, it ends with this motherfucking line right here. And it's really cool. And then it's like, so, oh yeah. As he's sitting there doing that, she's trying to get him to stop. He won't stop. So she goes to fucking Sigel. Sigel is like, fucking, you need to back down and all the other bullshit. So that happens. And then he ends with the lines after Sigel goes into back down. He's pissed. You went to fucking Sigel? You damn right I did. You weren't fucking, I'm saving you from yourself. And then she asks her for 2 things. She says, in the mind talkie, there's a book on her desk that needs to get back to the archives. Tell Jesse to look at page 304. Okay, so that's important. And then next week, Varys is walking by, and then he says, violence. Didn't call it. He said, violence. Remember, it's only the body that is fragile. You are unbreakable. Unbreakable, I repeat to myself, as Professor Grady leads me away. So they're about to torture, try to get some shit out. Shit's about to go down. I don't know. Join me. 23's next. We're fucking doing it. Hey, so I guess we're doing some interrogation training. Let's fucking talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 23. I'm just gonna say, is nobody gonna notice the first sentence of this chapter is the keys are in the desk? You say it's a challenging password, but it's a fucking answer. The keys are in the... I swear to God. Right here. Let's check it again. It wasn't a long chapter. Hang on. I'm going to go back. I'm wasting time. I'm sorry. So anyway, they're inside this building, right? The keys can be found in my desk drawer. It's right there. Anyway, digressing. So they've been pulled into this hidden cave thing that's hidden. Nobody knows where they are. Even Violet's like, shit, I live here like almost a long time and I didn't know this bitch was here. So they're in there and they put all their weapons and shit on the desk. On the desk. You know, where the keys are at. I'm sorry, that's just my mindset. Anyway, digressing, let's get into the story, Wise. Focus. 3, 2, 1. Okay, so they're sitting there and then old fucking Professor Grady's like, hey, what's up? We in a classroom environment. As long as we in a classroom environment, nothing bad will happen. The fucking lies are rolled on with motherfucking rollers, so thick and shit. Anyway, so he brings out some liquid, some apple juice, don't drink that shit, and some biscuits. Why are we eating biscuits? And oh God, y'all are dumb. Y'all are dumb. D-U-M dumb. Just saying. Anyway, digressing. So he's like, listen, we gonna talk about some shit, and then y'all, the whole goal is you gotta tell each other a secret, and then we gonna get it out of you. Don't worry, everybody goes through this. We're doing this for you, not to you. Just remember that. And then they're like, all right. And then he leaves and like, you tell each other a secret. So now they're going and tell everybody secrets. And Riri's like, oh, me and Vi snuck out. Riddick's like, I'm scared of snakes. And then fucking it comes to Vi, and she's like, I love fucking Xaden. And they're all like, yeah, no shit, bitch. Like, what are you talking about? Like, that's not a secret. No, it is. No, it's not. Nobody checks the desk drawer and puts the keys in. I'm just saying, nobody checked the fucking desk drawer. But as you're going through this, telling the secrets of the dream, Violet's like, don't drink the motherfucking apple juice. It's probably poison they're doing. They say, yeah, the biscuits dry your mouth out. Want to drink a drink? And they'll make you talk to the dragon. So they got one up there, right? And then they're told if they escape, they get a patch, but nobody's ever escaped a decade. The keys are in the desk drawer. I'm telling you, if they're not in the desk drawer, I'm still standing by it. At least I fucking tried, right? Oh, okay, anyway, I'm gonna break that patch. So they're going, they put him in, and then they put fucking Vi in the chair in another room, and all the people are chained up on the wall. Vi's in the room, they chain her up, minus a sling arm. Two chode bitches come in and fucking punching them and slapping them, and her eyes getting swollen shut. And then they're working through the stuff. They haven't given up their secrets yet. They're like, we're doing good, team. Keep it together. Keep it together. And they're like, man, I wonder what time it is. She uses her brain talkie powers to hit Xaden. What time is it? It's just after midnight. It's just after midnight, guys. And then they fucking come back and shit. And they're like, nah, we still good. We ain't telling you shit, bitch. And then fucking Major Chode's bitch ass walks in. And he's like, all right, I'm going to take care of this. And the other two kid fuckers are like, we doing it by protocol. He's like, this is my specialty. Like, fuck off, you bitch. Anyway, so he comes in, and then we end off with, I swear to God, Neppa Chode is just digging his hole fucking deeper. Like, I say everybody's redeemable, but at this point, I don't know if Neppa Chode is going to be redeemable. I'm going to say it. It's official. I hate Dane, Neppa Chode, Atos more than I hate fucking Tamlin. I said it, and I mean it. Anyway, fucking, it comes in and it ends with, I believe we all know wing leader fucking Atos. Fuck this bitch. I'm out. Neppa Chode. I'm gonna try to call you Dane this. No, I'm probably not gonna call you Dane this chapter. Anyway, Neppa Chode makes the right decision, and Major Chode can sit and rotate with no lube, because that motherfucker. Anyway, let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 24. Okay, so they're there to interrogate Violet, right? Fucking Major Chode has brought Neppa Chode all up in the fucking room, and now Neppa Chode, I'm glad this bitch follows the rules, right? Because he's like, hey, the rules say I'm not supposed to do that if they're fucking injured, and clearly she's fucking injured, and fucking Major Chode's like, well, the rules say you can't, not you shouldn't, not that you can. And he's like, what the fuck? And Chode's kind of fucking like thinking about it. You can see him fighting with the fucking rules in the gray area, right? He's trying to fucking figure it out. And Violet even admits that fucking Major Chode makes a pretty fucking like very solid argument, right? You hate when people you're having a debate with somebody or a conversation and you're on opposite points and it makes them real and you're like, oh shit, okay, yeah, see. And it's one of those. So even Violet's like, damn, this dude's got some strong points. Fuck, is he gonna hold out? Is he gonna do the right thing? Eventually, he's fucking like, shit, I gotta fucking put my hands on the face, right? And then everybody else that's in there, like fucking Sawyer and Riddick and Reed, they're like, wait, this motherfucker can see in minds and shit? So now the cat's out of the bag on motherfucking Neppa Chode's fucking classified signet. So he walks up, and right before he puts his hands on Violet's face, I want to jump through the book, and this time it elbow drop like Randy Macho Man Savage, like, ooh, I'm coming for you, and fucking bam, like off the top rope on the Neppa Chode's neck, right? But anyway, digressing. She's no. And then Dane's like, I can't do it. It's against the rules. It's not right. And he fucking walks out. And that's the only time I'm going to call him fucking his name. And because he did the right thing, but he's still a fucking Neppa Chode until he stops being one. But I don't think it's going to happen. So anyway, that happens and he leaves. Major fucking Chode is like, fine, I'll do it the old way. Fucking boom, fucking right in the shoulder, right? So hard, dislocates her shoulder. Bam, she passes out. Wakes up a little while later, and we got motherfucking goddamn medic Chode, fucking Nolan. I don't like this guy. He's sketchy as fuck. I'm telling you, sketchy as fuck. And the conversation about to be had makes me feel sketchy as fucking. Anyway, so he's mended Violet, right? Everybody wakes up, they're all there. And then he's like, yeah, I had to mend you, fucked you up and shit. They've extended your training. This is not fucking normal and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, all right, so I gotta. He walks then after he talks to fucking Violet and them. He's like, y'all need to figure some shit out because it's not going to get good. Like, I'm supposed to stay here. That's how bad shit's getting. So then He's like, I'll be back in a minute though. So he leaves, goes, talks to Major Xaden. Is like, listen, instead of sitting around here waiting for you to fuck him up again, I need to go work on that other patient. I swear, if it's motherfucking Jack Barlow, I'm ready to fight you, motherfucker. I swear to God, Jack Barlow. I'm about to shove Jack Barlow up fucking Varys' ass. Whoop! Fucking, I swear to God, they're gonna tickle each other's brain. Anyway, digressing. So, yeah, so that happens, and fucking Major Chode is like, okay, yeah, fucking leave. I'll call you when I need you. And then they end up going back into the fucking room, and they're like, all right, we gotta get the motherfucker out of here. So they start using their fucking magic powers on the one door, right? And Sawyer's using his metallurgy. He's like, and he's melting the fucking locks. Like, the locks fall, and then they let the motherfucking door down. And then they go into the antechamber, right? Now, nobody checked the desk drawer for the fucking keys. I'm telling you, this is like the sword in the motherfucking closet in Crescent City for me. I gotta know. But anyway, they put up all their daggers and shit back in. Violet's feeling cool. They go up to the next door, but they said like it feels warded and shit, and they don't know, and they're trying to figure it out. And all of a sudden, she comes up, and there's a warm feeling, like a spiky, pringly feeling, and a warm feeling, and there's wards on the door, and then the dagger gets warm, and the metal goes, and then clickety click click, and the fucking door opens, and they're about to fucking leave. And that's where it ends off, right? I just gotta make sure I fucking ended off right. It says, yeah, holy shit, later, escape now, go! Right, I sheath the blade and yank the door open. Join us for 25! I hate being fucking right. Sometimes it's a fucking curse. Let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 25. God fucking damn it. Anyway, I don't even remember what happens. Jack Barlow's a fucking live, bitches. Fuck! End of the chapter. You know, I think Violet handled the crash out better than I did. I'm just saying. Let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapters 26. Okay, sorry about the 25 review yesterday. I'll just give a quick recap before we get into that. Okay, they escaped interrogation. They got the fuck out. They told Professor Grady, give me the goddamn patch. So they get their interrogation patch. Then they go into class. When they're in class, they see a bunch of leaflets. The leaflets say they were attacked by dragons with blue flame. Dragons with blue flame. Markham comes up, tells him to fucking, it's bullshit. He's got to fucking deflect it, direct it, redirect, and distract him. And then he starts changing the motherfucking history, saying it was a patch of blue dragons, not dragons fire blue flame, which we really think is fucking wyverns, right? And then he starts fucking, and Violet picks up on that bullshit. And then they brought in Jack fucking Barlow when we have our crash out. Okay, that was actually what happened yesterday. Now let's talk about today. Chapter 26. Jack fucking Barlow is still goddamn it alive. Anyway, he takes his seat. Violet can't fucking deal with it. She's like, this motherfucker! And everybody's pissed. And then we start the fucking second half of the class, and Markham starts talking about how there are attacks at 3 different motherfucking outposts. There's the first one, I don't remember the name of the place, and the second one, I don't remember the name of the place, and all of a sudden, the third one is fucking Samar. Yep, and then they start talking about how there's only 3 people because the people were out, and everybody was fine except one person was injured. Now, when this happens, Violet's like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. She lets her fucking wards down, tries to reach out. Fucking, oh shit, it ain't happening. Now, one of the professors, when they say it, they said one person was injured and they rubbed the left side of their neck. Now, fucking Xaden's got the relic here, but I think that was the sign letting them know that it was fucking Xaden that was hurt. Now, she's freaking the fuck out. Tarn's freaking the fuck out because he want to know about Sigale. They're like, fuck this shit, I'm out. She grabs her fucking bag, takes off running. Professor's like, Violet, you're not excused. She's like, fuck you, you bitch. And she takes off running. Taryn isn't even waiting for her to get to the Vale or the motherfucking flatline. He meets her down in the motherfucking courtyard. Whoosh, lands. As she's getting ready to climb up, she feels something on her back. Is it? It's Jack. No, it's fucking Bodhi. It's Bodhi. Bodhi's like, well, don't stab me. I'm sorry. Here, take my backpack. There's some flat goggles. You need a jacket. It's going to be fucking cold. She's like, shit, you're right. I almost got on the back of a dragon and flew and it's super cold. Anyway, so that happens. They get on there and 26 ends with this. Yeah, basically, I can't say, I can't explain, I need to be there. It's Tarn, he nods, go. And I go. So they're out there. I guess she's on her way to fucking Samara. Let's check it out. 27 coming up. Violet goes AWOL to get her some. Today on Iron Flames, chapter 20, what was that? 7. Okay, 27. So we left off, Violet couldn't take it after the briefing that fucking Samara got attacked. She left off and motherfucking Bodhi gave her jacket, right? She fucking flies at breakneck speeds all the way to motherfucking Samara. She fucking lands and then she gets there and she's waiting for the fucking and it's like the slowest she fuck open up. So she finally goes, she ducks up under like, man, I'm glad I'm small and shit. And she fucking runs in and she's looking around and she can't see nobody. They're trying to fix the shit and shit's all fucked up, right? And then fucking she sees her sis. Sissy comes in fucking mirror, right? She comes in and says, what the fuck are you doing here? And she's like, what do you think? Like, what the fuck? You went AWOL? Your name's not. Oh shit, son. And she's like, motherfucker. All right, well. It is what it is at this point. So she tells her where fucking Xaden is, right? Now, Xaden is in the gym. Cat butt coming, you know what's happening. So anyway, so Xaden's in the gym right now. She's thinking like this is like a fucking stand to fucking infirmary, right? It's like a quick infirmary, a mass cal evac site, right? Something like that. This is how we're going. What are we doing here, my girl? Anyway, okay. Toast said she don't want to be in the video no more. So anyway, so she's going to the gym expecting this to be like a mass cal fucking stand-up infirmary, right? She walks in there. No, that motherfucker in there, goddamn shirt off, fucking ching, fucking, what's the word? Training, fucking sparring. I couldn't think of the word. Sparring with fucking Garrick. Like, what are we talking about? She's like, this bitch ain't even hard. What the fuck? So she's like starting to lose her shit now. Like, I came all the way here. And she kind of being mad at herself too, like, shit. So she walks up, and then he sees her, and all of a sudden, he's just like, boom, fucking elbows Garrick, right? Just bam. He's like, what the fuck? He's like, we're done. Get better. Get quicker. Violet, what the fuck are you doing here? And she's like, what do you mean? What the fuck are you doing here? And then he's like, what are you talking about? We didn't think. Now, what are you talking? Why are you here? You're fucking AWOL. Oh my God. So they start going at it. Garrick leaves. And now they go into this whole conversation with a little kissy going on. Okay, so there's some kissy. I guess he realizes before they get to that, he realizes that she's losing the shit because tearing in her fucking head. So he takes her over to the shower, knocks her fucking cold water, gives her the cold water shower, and then warms her up. And then he notices the jacket. He's like, whose fucking flight jacket is this? And she's like, motherfucker, of all the, you're worth. And that's what starts the argument, right? So she's like, it's fucking Bodhi's, bitch. And then this starts the argument of where you only care, I don't care, and you care, and I care, and you only want me to say I love you. He's like, I'm not trying to use sex as a weapon, and you're the one that says you can't differentiate the two. And she's like, oh, fuck, I did say that. God damn it, you're right. I fucking said that. And she's like, but you know what? I don't care. You're not going to hold that against me. You're going to fucking give me your heart first. You're going to take a chance, motherfucker. So he's like, all right, fuck it. So, boom, we have liftoff. So they start to do the horizontal mambo. Well, he kind of lays down first, and there's a vertical position. And then once again, she starts to lose her shit. Xaden knows the body. He knows what's happening. Lightning crash. He's like, suck it up. Lightning crash. Suck it up. I think they passed 3 levels is what I'm assuming from what they was talking about. And then he goes fuck. He loses it and goes feral. And that's what she really likes. She likes it when he loses the control and goes feral. And then they have that part, right? So then they lose it. And then he's like, all right, cool. Well, now that we got that out of the way, we got like 1 of 3 options. One, we can just go round 2, play another level, right? And then option number 2, we can quickly hurry up, get dressed, and run back to the bedroom, and then go past some more levels. And she's like, okay. And option 3 is like, option 3, we get dressed, we go grab the daggers, and we go make a supply run. And she's like, okay, cool, I'll go get my shit. And he's like, fuck! What about options 1 and 2? She's like, nah, son, option 3 it is. God damn it, join us for the next one. A midnight rendezvous, and I guess we're meeting one of Xaden's old ex-twat waffles? I don't know, this is gonna get interesting. Let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Story, Iron Flame chapter 28. Okay, I keep forgetting what chapter I'm on. Anyway, let's get into this. So, they just got done doing the hibbity-dibbity playing some levels, right? And then Xaden was like, hey, you wanna go do round 2, another level? Go back to the room for some more levels? You wanna go on a mission? And she picks a mission. We are not the same. That's all I'm going to say, Violet. We are not the same. Feral. Anyway, digressing. So they end up going on a mission. Now, the whole time they're flying, Terrence pissed. He's like, this is not what I agreed to, Silver One. He's all motherfucking pissed and shit. And she's like, yeah, we'll fucking deal with it. So they fly out in the middle of nowhere, and nobody really thinks no two shits of it because everybody knows they're together and their dragons are mated. So everybody figures out, they're just going to let off some lightning, I guess. So that happens. So they fly and they land off in the middle of nowhere. Now, as she's about to get off, Taryn's like, listen here, you're not leaving me. If you leave me, shit's not gonna happen. So Xaden walks over and she's like, hey, listen, if you unstrap that, he's taking off. And Xaden's like, what the fuck, my guy? And he's like, I didn't agree to all of this. So they start doing that, and Taryn's like, we can go up over here and look. So they go up on like the little hill thing, and then he's watching. Now, a draft of Griffin's Land. That's 7 of them, right? So 7 Griffin's Land. And then it's Serena, I guess that's how you say her name. So she walks up, and I guess her little fucking twat waffle second in command, we find out later, her name is Kat. Level 1 twat waffle, I believe, is what we have going on here, but we'll talk about that in a second. So they sitting here start talking about the conversation, and he's like, hey, why the fuck are you attacking us? I almost got because I thought it might have been y'all, and I was taking it easy. And she's like, hey, that wasn't us, but chain of command picks who, not me. And he's like, listen, help me help you. You know what I'm saying? I'm bringing you weapons, and drops a bag of motherfucking weapons. You guys stop attacking us. And what the fuck? And then they start talking about how they got to make a forge and shit. And then how the guy, what's his name, like Teoscar, Vescar or whatever, like he got the luminary for the forge, but Xaden's not willing to pay the price. What's the price? I don't know the motherfucking price, but they said the word, he couldn't do it because he was too smitten. That makes me think the guy wants like Violet because Xaden's too smitten, or Xaden's focused too much on Violet to go get what the man needs. So I haven't quite pieced that one together yet, but that's where the brain's going. So there's that. And then Violet makes a comment about when they talk about the weapons and the daggers and stuff. And he's like, yeah, we're doing the best we can at bad guys. If you don't stop attacking, they're going to not let me fucking do this shit no more, right? And she's like, what are you talking about? And the Serena's making a comment about how the Vinny are coming, and they can only hold out for about a year. And then Violet's like, no, our forge, we can make weapons and magic for thousands and thousands of years. And they all fucking look at her and like, I guess you bitch don't know, right? She just don't get it, right? So then Serena's like, listen, we only got about a motherfucking year. And Violet starts thinking, wait, my dad was saying the same thing. Holy shit, the Vinny are coming! It's a Jersey Shore takeover. I don't know, somebody said that in the comments, so I just had to run with it. Anyway, digressing. So they're like, all right, we'll figure out what we got to do. He drops the fucking daggers. There's 23 of them. Kat starts running her mouth at some point on this stuff, talking about, like, how can we trust him? How can you not trust him? All this, that, and the other. And Xaden's like, listen, y'all need to ixnay that bullshit, eh? And then like, all right, you either fucking help us and not, or stop attacking, or I'm not going to be able to forge you weapons. Now we got to motherfucking go. And then this is where Taryn drops a bomb. How I know this shit was fucking Kat. So it says, all right, Serena, as they're leaving, after they finally argue, right? Serena says, thank you. And then she looks at fucking Sorengale and she says, your dragon's still the scariest fucking thing I ever seen, right? And she's like, I would tell him that, but I don't want to inflate his ego. And then they say, stay alive, Serena. I'm starting to like you. Xaden said that. And then it goes to, flashing a smile, a smirk of a smile, I turned towards the other flyer. Let's go, Katarona. Katarona, cat, twat waffle. And then the way my stomach hollows out has nothing to do with Taryn's sudden launch into the night sky and everything to do remembering what Bodhi said weeks ago. I've never seen him care like this, and that includes Katarona. Fucking former twat waffle. I guess that's what it is. Anyway, it goes on to say, oh, guys, the way she looked at it wasn't longing. It was a memory. Listen, it's very simple how you handle that, Vi. Next time you walk up to her very nice and neat, and you have your daggers palmed in your hands. TikTok, this is entertainment purposes only, as a fictional character. And you just walk up and you go, hi, I want to meet you. Let me give you a hug. And you go to pull and embrace, and when you do, you put your daggers about her neck. You say, you see this? And you fucking touch my man's. I'm just saying, that's what I would do, but I wouldn't do things like that. Join us next time. Jealousy and friendship. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 29. Okay, so they just left the little freaking weapon drop off, and we met fucking Kat, right? So this little, we don't like her right now. We're not feeling her, and Vi's not feeling it either. So as they're leaving, she does a little mind talkie with fucking Xaden, and she's like, so what's up with this chick? And he's like, listen, that was way before I even knew you existed. Can we just not? It's a dead issue. And she's like, she understands what's going on, right? And she knows she shouldn't be mad. And then Taryn even jumps in and is like, listen, my guy, you have 2 dragons that picked you. The wing leader fucking picked you. And you're sitting here wearing this jealousy like a motherfucker. Like, what are we doing? Okay? And it's ridiculous. She's even at one point like, I can't believe at one point Xaden wanted her. Oh my God. And Taryn comes in like great as hell. Is like, yeah, and at one time you thought gruel was good food, and now look at you, right? Okay, it's like, hey, whatever. So that happens. They finally land back down at Samara, and they sit there and talking. And Xaden is like, okay, we got a little bit of time left. We got a chance for option 1 or option 2. You know what I'm saying? Little option, little video game, a little Xbox. Pass a few levels. Watch some lightning strike. And she's like, no, we need to have a conversation. Like, what are we doing? Okay, fine. I get it. So anyway, she starts asking about this guy. I had to write his name down because I always fuck it up. I still am. I'm still going to jack it up. What is it? Vioskar? Vesco? Fuck, I can't even read my own handwriting sometimes. Anyway, it's Vesco. This dude is like Veskin Tesco. Why can't my brain think of his name and I won't let me go past it? Viscount Tesco or some shit like that. He is like, think of the Collector in Marvel Universe, right? And that's why Xaden doesn't want to get around. She's like, so what's the price? And he's like, well, he wants to see you. She's like, well, that's not too bad. And he's like, nah, it won't stop there. And you don't understand. And that will lead to escalation and things will not be good. So it's another dead issue. Let's not talk about that. And he's like, okay, what else we talk about? And then we're talking about that. She's like, oh yeah. And then we went through interrogation training and all that. Oh, they have this new signet blocking elixir. He's like, what did you say? And then he's like, oh yeah, and Major Chode punched me in the fucking shoulder. And he's like, what did you say? And then she's like, oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, Nepichode challenged me on the mat. And he's like, what did you say? It's fucking great. And he's like, great, so much for option 2 after we got to talk about all this bullshit, right? So he doesn't get no more video game that night. They end up leaving the next morning and they fly back to Basgaia. So now as they land there, everybody's outside and they're doing this and people kind of see her and that and they're walking through everybody, right? Now as she's walking through, all right, we get through there, almost gets to her fucking door. And of course fucking Major Chode walks in, right? Major Chode with his 2 little fucking cronies are standing there like, well, blah, blah, what did you say? Where do you think you've been? And blah, 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 right? Now this happens, fucking Riddick and Sawyer come out of their room and they kind of see her like, hey, what the fuck's up? Riri kind of opens her door and sees what's up and fucking Vi's like, no. Well, Vi, so Riri's kind of looking at there, kind of got the door open and closed. Now at this point, I said last video, I believe I did. If not, Xaden gave Violet a dagger with the metal alloy. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so that's up here. Now, Major Chode is like, fucking check her bag. So they're checking her bags. Wait, you're impersonating an officer because she's wearing Xaden's fucking flight jacket. And then they empty the bags. They found motherfucking Bodhi's flight jacket. And he's trying to go off and shit and is about to just lose it. And then Professor Corey, that motherfucker, he comes in at the nick of time and is like, what's going on here? And he's like, so him and Varys go at it. He's like, you can't do that. Varys, look, it's obvious you take off the jacket. So he takes off the jacket because they want to search it. And she's like, look, her name tag says Sorengale. She's wearing her shit. She's just wearing a jacket to stay warm, you dipshit. Oh, yeah. And I also talked to the bosses, and we all agree that you can't get her for going AWOL or any of the other bullshit, because he's being a bullshit, but can't go AWOL because she's only a second year, and a second year doesn't have the mental fortitude to block out a dragon's inner desires, right? So that's why she had to run. None of us could have done it. And Varys is like, she could have if she wants to. I tell my dragon one. Like, bitch, you really influence your dragon? And then they're like, oh, is that why the dragon burnt all the people? And he's like, oh, shit, I gave away too much info. Like, that's a big sign right there. So maybe some more elixirs or something is happening. I don't know. Anyway, so digressing. So that happens. But there's one more quick little scene when they're trying to get the jacket. Remember, she's got that dagger, and if they find the dagger, she's fucked. Well, Riri sees this, and at one point, she doesn't know, and Riri manages to get the dagger, right? So now they go in there, fucking Varys ends up leaving, and Riri pulls her into the fucking room and is like, what is going on, Violet? Violet's like, I can't. What is going on, Violet? I can't. Violet, what the fuck is going And Violet fucking drops the truth. What did you say? Yeah, the daggers are made for killing Vinny. What did you say? Okay, Violet's dropped a bomb. Shit's about to get real. Join us, chapter 30. Violet drops a truth bomb and realizes her friends are really friends. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame chapter 30. Okay, so Violet just got back from her little vacation, or AWOL as we're gonna call it, but she got out of being in trouble and shit. So she's in fucking Riri's room, who managed to save her by using her object pulling ability to take the dagger with the special alloy that Xaden gave her. Ooh, shit, hit the mic. From dropping off where we met Kat and them in the room. And then she managed to, fucking Riri managed to get Violet to drop all the information, okay? And when I say all the information, I'm saying basically everything that happened from fucking Ressin with fucking Chode all the way up to where we don't talk about Arisha and fucking Brendan, the town and Brennan, because, you know, that's off limits because that's not her story to tell. You know, kind of like how Xaden has set boundaries for you. I'm just saying, like, she's got to see it now. Anyway, so she goes there, and of course, her friends being cool friends are like, wow, that's crazy, Violet. I wish you would have told us sooner so we could help you. No, you should be mad at me. Like, bitch, how are you going to tell me how I react? I'm actually more upset that you didn't trust me as your friend to help you out more. But let's move past it. Holy crap, they're real friends. It's really cool. So they come up with this plan, right? And they're like, talking about what she got to do, and like, oh, we're going to help you instead of going out, we'll help you study. And then fucking Riddick, the class clown, he's like, hey, why we go to the secret vault? There ain't no secret vault. What do you mean? I know something you don't know? What? It's like that scene in National Treasures where the little guy's like talking about daylight savings time. He's like, wait, I know something that you don't know? And he's like, there's secret vault. There's no such thing. And he's like, yeah, there fucking is. I know it is. I've been down there. Like, not in the vault, but some shit been going on. People interested in other people and lots of things down there, right? So they're like, all right, let's go fucking talk to Jesse. And Jesse's like, all right, cool, we're gonna find out. So they got this little plan. Ready? All right, team united. All right, fourth wing is like really united now. It's all super good. Excuse me. So now we go from there, and then they tell fucking Jesse, and Jesse's like, I'm gonna do my research and see what's up, right? And then from there we go to threshing. So now it's threshing for the first years. And they're there, and they're watching, and Eric ends up getting his dragon. I believe it was a blue dagger tail or a blue club tail. One of those, I'm not really sure. And then Sloan got her dragon. I believe it was an orange dagger tail too, just kind of like Liam, if I remember correctly. Oh, I kind of sucked missing Liam. Anyway, digressing. So that happens, so they're doing that. Hey, man, my nose is going crazy. Anyway, so then Violet and all the peeps, they're talking like, all right, we got duty tonight. We gonna go do some stuff. And then she's like, all right, what's going to happen? Like, Riddick's going to go find out the information from fucking Jesse. Other people got to do this. So Vi's got to go up into the tower where all the people, they burn all their stuff and everything, right? So as she goes up there, that is in the Riders quadrant. So she goes up into the tower, and Aya is up there. Now, remember, Aya was out at wrestling with him. And we're down to like 6 of 10 that was out of wrestling that are still alive because, you know, the assassins are getting sent to them. I think you understand where I'm going with this. So her and Aya are up in the tower, and 4 motherfucking infantry dudes come in, and they're like, ha, we've been sent here to kill you because secrets, what is the line? Secrets die with people who keep them. And it's like, oh shit. So Aya goes to move, and then she does a little slicey McDicey on one, throws some daggers at another dude, and then they flip it down, and then all of a sudden it's her and another guy, right? Aya she's all control deleted. Boop! Okay, she gone, see it, unfortunately. She down on the ground, and then the other 2 are gone, and then she's fighting one guy, and then all of a sudden she gets, boom, flipped over, and she's hanging on. Now, in the center of this room is like a big fire pit where they're burning the stuff to melt, and she's hanging on. She's like, no, I can't get no foothold. And the dude is coming up, and he's about to go and stab. We're gonna lose Violet. And then all of a sudden you see, and he gets stabbed from behind. This is the happiest, most pissed off I've ever been at the same time. We'll talk about it next chapter. Son of a bitch, I have to give this guy credit. One act of kindness does not remove you being a fucking chode. Jack Barlow, let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 31. Okay, so we left off with Violet and Aya, and they're fighting, and the people came in, and they're trying to kill her, and she's hanging on, oh my God! And fucking, she was saved by Jack Barlow. It makes me nauseated to say that, okay? I don't care, Jack. Now, Jack even admits he didn't know who it was he was saving. He just understands that the rules of the quadrant are, it's one of those like, the Army and the Marines don't like each other, but if we go out and somebody else says something, we sticking together. You know, it's kind of like that situation, right? So he was like, I didn't know it was you. And then he's like, and listen, anyway, you know, you gave me a new outlook on life, so we'll call it even. And she's like, even? He's like, yeah, you know, I have a different outlook. And it's like, I schmilled you and now this, so technically I would owe you two, but you trying to, I swear, are you Rebecca Yarros, are you really trying to make me feel like fucking Jack Barlow is going to be a good person now? Like, he's a born again Jack Barlow. Get the fuck bent. Kick rocks. You telling me I lost motherfucking Liam and I'm stuck with a reincarnated born again Jack Barlow? Get bent. That's how that chapter ends. Fuck this. Imagine getting saved by Jack Barlow and then having to tell Xaden you told everybody in school all the plans. I'm just saying. Let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 32. So that's exactly how we start. Fucking Xaden is there visiting Violet. There was like a week or two where they kept them apart, but now we're finally together and stuff, okay? So she's sitting there telling him, they're laying in the room, and she's like, yeah, so I had to tell, you know, everybody this and that and the other, and he's just like, fuck. Trying to figure out what's going to happen, right? Like, God damn it. But I get it. I got it. Maybe now she understands the predicament. I don't know. It really kind of frustrates me. I ain't gonna lie. It frustrates me. But anyway, we got to move on. So that's happening. Xaden finally accepts it. He's like, all right, cool. And she also talks about the plan about the secret vault and stuff. And he's like, all right, cool. It's time for the secret vault plan. And she's like, what do you mean? He's like, well, I'm fucking going too. And she's like, you can. He's like, God damn it, I'm going too. So they end up going, and then the door opens, and then she's like, oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. Surprise, 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 surprise. We need Eric to help us. Why do we need Eric? Because there's wards on the secret vault. And why are there wards on the secret vault? Oh, they're because they're the royal vaults, and you got to have royal blood. But Eric's on our side. So, that's good, right? Except for the fact that apparently Xaden was the one that ictioned Eric's brother, so they don't really like each other, so we got another conundrum. But they're like, listen, after 3 hours of conversing, they agreed to disagree, but work together for the greater good. Yay, compromisation, humans acting like humans and adults being adults. Yay, if only motherfuckers would do that more often. Anyway, digressing, let's move. So they end up going down into the vault. They meet up, and there's all of them, right? And they all go down there, and old boy's sleeping on guard, so they pass them, and then they meet Jesse. Now Jesse's there, he's like, there's too many of you, and they're all in their white outfits, of course, except for fucking Xaden, because Xaden's a badass, and he goes, I'm a shadow man. So he's like, oh, don't worry about me. So Jesse's like fucking walking, and Xaden goes ghosty shadow guy, and he's all creeping along the shadows, and fucking Samuelson, he's a first-year little bitch ass. I don't like him. He seems like a goody two-shoe, but I don't really know too much about him, so we'll let him go. He's just doing what he's supposed to do. But anyway, he's like, why are you here? There's only supposed to be 2 people, and you got all these people, and fucking Xaden is coming up all behind him like, creepy, scary shadow monster gonna attack him, and they're like, oh shit, stop. And she don't mind talking like, Xaden, stop. We can't have a body. He's like, I am a backup. I am going to kill. Just in case. But Jesse, she's like, hey, you fucking know your role. First year, stay in your lane and get the fuck out of here. We got work to do. And he's like, oh, okay, cool, my bad. He left his binding project there. So, I don't know. So he ended up leaving. Now they go. Now it took them they only got an hour to do this. And if they get stuck there, there's super duper magic words that'll quick, okay? It's pretty crazy. So they got an hour, they get to the vault, and Jesse's like, all right, I'll be here to escort you out. And then they look at the time, we're like, all right, we got 45 minutes. We only got 45 minutes. We got to get in, get out, and make it happen. And that's where we fucking end off. Eric has some big Big fucking balls. Let's talk about it today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 33. Okay, so we're going down to the secret vault, right? So we're gone down and we come in and they're walking through and they come into this, like, as they're walking down the stairs, they see two guards. Yeah, sorry, there's two guards first. And Xaden's like, don't worry, I'll handle this. And he fucking shadow forms and he goes in and he goes, and fucking knocks him out, right? And he's like, all right, let's go. So now we come into this big room and they're like, shit, this place is pretty fucking big. And look, there's not even a door. And they're like, yeah, because that's a strong ass motherfucking ward and shit. And they're kind of looking around and Eric's like, all right, let's just have some fun and see what happens. And grabs fucking Vi and goes through and Zane's like, you motherfucker. Like, boy, why would you? Anyway, so they're inside like this special library and they're counting down on the motherfucking time. They're like, we got to find tomes and books and shit and looking. So they're looking and they find journals from the generals and this, that, and the other. There's some brain talky back and forth between Xaden and Violet. Like, I'm going to kill him if he fucking, like, it's just crazy, right? So they're going through and then let's see. She's doing that and they're like, think. They can't think. We're like, we're running out of time. 5 minutes, 20 minutes, 16 minutes. I don't know. Time's going 6, 7. Shit's just going crazy, right? So then all of a sudden she's like, think. What do we got to do? Books don't want to be in light. They got to stay away. And then she's looking low. And then she looks in the middle. And then she's like, wait, it's this velvet cover. And she goes, Eric, look at this. And they pull off the velvet cover. Da-da-da-da! And it's the two tomes. Now the two tomes, very, very small tomes, fit perfectly inside a rider's pack. So they're like, oh, cool, look, there's nothing there. It's no piece of glass. But it's a very, very strong ward. So they're like, shit, what do we do? And Eric's like, don't worry, I'll get it. And he puts his fucking and melting his fucking skin. He screams and he pulls it out. And his fucking skin's all nasty, blistered in sun. And then they put the books in a fucking bag. And they're like, we got 2 minutes. We gotta go. So they fucking start going. Vi's like, come here. And then she tries to cover up his hands because he's screaming. It's just all sticky, squishy. It's disgusting. But they're like, shit, we gotta go. So, excuse me. They grab this stuff and then they start running back up the stairs and they're fucking running through the archives. Now, Xaden, he's doing this shit like he never been here before, but he knows his way. So they're zigging and zagging and zipping and zagging and they're going and they're going. And Eric's on fucking hands screaming and the door's closing. We're not gonna make it! Join us for the next one. Success and betrayal, Dr. Chode! Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 34. Okay, so we're running out of the secret vault. We're trying to go. We push Violet through. Everybody gets through. Xaden is not gonna make it. Erica's stuck, but Xaden manages to get through and pulls Eric through in the last second. The door closes. We're safe. Holy shit, we gotta do it. Okay, we ditched the motherfucking white fucking scribe robes, right? We put them in a bag. Jesse's there. They're signing. All right, continue the plan. We gotta get through. We gotta do it. So everybody's doing their shit. They're like, hey, Eric can be still fucking healed in time. It's just like 1st-degree burns and shit. Go to take him to the fucking infirmary. Find fucking Dre. Dre owes me a favor. Tell him I'm calling that shit in. He should be okay. So that happens. So they get them out there. They put the books in the backpack, right? And they're like, all right, it's time to motherfucking go. So they start to fucking leave, and they're walking out, they're like, holy shit, I can't believe we motherfucking did it. We made it. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Oh! So we fucking did it, and it's like, all right, cool. And Xander's like, shit, I wish we could stay a little bit longer, but hey, I'll see you in a week. And she's like, okay, cool, yeah, I'll see you in a week. Let's get out of here. So they put the books in the bag, and then Xaden fucking flies off, right? Now, as Xaden fucking flies off, Violet's like, oh, fuck, we did it. And then Omega level Chode has entered the fucking chat. Dr. Chode Nolan is his new name, has fucking walked in, and he's like, hey, Vi, wow, crazy going on. Here, I brought you a drink. It's lemonade, your favorite. And this motherfucker, he's like, yeah, so this shit's getting kind of crazy around here. So look, Violet, I never want to see you get hurt, right? And then bam, she drinks the motherfucking shit. You traitorous bitch. Dr. Nolan, you are Omega level Chode. That's like Fuck it. The only reason you better be doing this is because Winifred, it better be under duress. This is the only, and it's not even acceptable. I'm sorry. Find a way, Nolan. Anyway, so Vi, she starts to blizz out and fuzz out because he spiked her freaking drink. She notices that her backpack, it was a black one, but now it's cream. They switched it fucking out. She got no connection to motherfucking Terrence. She feels that fuzzing out. And then, of course, who walks up, nobody else, and fucking, goddamn it, Major Chode with his bullshit ass line. Why, Cadet Sorengale, what have you gotten yourself into? Fuck off, piece of shit. Anyway, join us for the next one coming up. Care what nobody says or how your math fucking works, at no amount of nepichodes and fucking born-again Barlows will ever add up to one motherfucking lamb. Let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 35. I'm gonna sneeze, I feel it coming. So anyway, Dr. Chode has betrayed Violet again. They got her in the interrogation room and shit. We got Major Chode all up in there with Dr. Nolan Chode, right? And they're sitting there, and we've also got Nora. We find out Nora, she got these motherfucking, she like a truth teller and shit. She can detect, she a human lie detector, okay? So we go through this whole questioning process, like answer the 3 questions, we'll get you through. She's trying to do like the selective truths and shit, and she's working her way around these stories, right? So as that goes through, fucking that's pissing off Major Chode, and he starts losing his shit, and Nolan's like, okay, that's a fucking enough. He's like, bitch, get your shit out of here. And then Major Chode goes into freaking torture mode, right? And he just starts bam, bam, and he starts beating the shit out of fucking Vi until she passes out. Now, after she passes out in another room, this is where motherfucking Lamb, you, from the afterlife, Lamb comes in. And Lamb is there. We know it's a hallucination, right? A hallucination. I was just being funny. But it's fucking there. And Lamb is like, be strong. You can do this. Like, he's really pumping her up, right? Like, he's keeping her together. He's keeping her there. No matter what the pain fucking come. To Lamb. It's iced tea. Anyway, okay, to Lamb. So that happens, and then they're beating her butt for a few more days. And then you hear them talking about, maybe we should go get Jack fucking Barlow. And they're like, fuck that bitch tits. He's too unpredictable. And he'll probably try to, you know what I'm saying? No, fuck him. And they're like, okay, I got an idea. And then Major Chode fucking goes against Nepichode. Now, there's a lot of choding around. I understand that, and I'm sorry, but it is the way it is. I didn't write the book. I'm just retelling it. So, Major Chode has got fucking Nepichode, and he basically gets fucking Nepichode. They start dalking chodes. Okay, it's the dalking of the chodes is what happens at this point. And he basically is like, listen, you get in your fucking mind and figure out what the fuck happened. And he's like, I can't fucking do it. So finally, after shit goes down, he does it, right? And he's going up to put his hands on her face. Now, Violet, she's so weak and tired, she can't put up her walls, but she focuses everything that she's got onto the fucking picture at Resset, right? So Chode, as he sees that, he doesn't notice the wyverns attacking everybody else and all the other bullshit. Nah, he just notices her dropping the fucking daggers and her being a traitor. So anyway, so that happens, and then he's like, what the heck? She starts screaming of pain right when the other stuff happens, right? And that causes him to pull off. That's how she saves him from going too far. And then he's like, oh my God, you were right, Major Chode. She is a traitor. And Major Chode's like, yeah, see? And here's the dagger that you probably fucking saw. And he's like, oh my God. So then he takes the dagger and he kind of puts it like this, right? And then they start yapping. And I'm like, and I'm like, nah, Violet gotta have a, no. Maybe they're going to try to almost schmilnay Violet. Like, maybe, I don't know if her plot armor is going to hold out on this one because fucking Nepichode is a fucking chode. And then, so they start going, and then all of a sudden you hear Nora like, hey, they're assembling leadership. Like, some shit's going crazy. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean some shit's going crazy? And then all of a sudden, like, all right, we'll be there. Figure it out. And then all of a sudden, it gets silent, and you hear something. And Dane, I'm going to call him his name because he makes the right decision. He goes, he spits, and he freaking stabs Major Chode in the fucking side. Now he goes down, and Nora's like, what the fuck are you doing? And they fucking release Vi, right? And he gets up, and he's like, and Vi's like, please, let us pass and you'll live. And she's like, fuck, I don't know what to do. And they open the fucking door, and when the door's open, what do we see? Nothing more than the golden flaked onyxed eyes of Xaden Ryerson. Join us for 38. truths, choices, and a whole shitload of riders. Viva la revolution! Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 36. Okay, so we've been outside, right? Baby Chode, his name is now Baby Chode. He made the right decision. And fucking, he saved Vi, right? So he comes out, they open the door, and da-da-da-da! Xaden has dismantled anybody in the motherfucking way and freed everybody out. And they're like, oh shit, leadership. They've all left to the borders. And Xaden's like, my plan is working. What do you mean my plan is working? He's like, yeah, that's why it took me so long to get here, right? Because she'd been going through this stuff for almost like 5 or 6 days, right? Maybe 6 or 7 days. Sorry, I had to do it. Anyway, but Xaden went wyvern hunting, and he dropped wyverns inside the ward so people would know the truth. That's why they got to go discover. They got to cover up the evidences and shit. So that happened, and they're like, hurry, we got to go. And they fucking start running out, right? Now, as they're running out and they're getting out of there, all of a sudden, you hear Bodhi go, hey, guys, we got a problem. And they're like, fuck, what's the problem? And it's like, well, it's like a general-sized problem. And it's Mama Sorengale. Mama Sorengale, she got a little weapon. Like, I'm sorry. And she's like, you mind if I talk to my daughter for a little bit? And he's like, And he's like, 3 minutes, motherfucker. He's like, all right, 3 minutes, bitch. So it's 3 minutes. So then she's like, I deal with my mama. So then Xaden's like, I'll be right up here. So go up there, and mama pulls out like a little vial, and Vi's like, I don't know if I trust you and shit. And we find out the truths of some shit. We find out a lot of motherfucking truths here, okay? We get Mama Sorengale's whole side of the story about how wrestling and how she proud of her, and then she knew the stuff, and then she starts to talk about how the whole knifey marks on the back of fucking Xaden and stuff, and as she says, it's custom. She about to say custom, it sounded like, but then Vi's, no, I won't fucking hear your bullshit. And I'm like, no, Vi, shut the fuck up. Let her talk right now. So something's there. And then we find out that Mama made a deal with fucking Xaden to protect fucking Vi. Like, what did you say? Mama had been knowing about this shit and knew that if she was in the scribe quarter, that they would try to get her on her and try to use it, and then they wouldn't be able to get it, and they would just iction it. So putting Vi in the rider's quadrant was the best thing for her in the long run, even though if every day she faced her possibilities of, but if she went to the scribe quarter, then she falls into the hand of the bad guys. It's a tough decision for a mother to make. So they kind of go through this whole battling bullshit, right? And then they're fucking sitting there and they're like, all right, cool. Like, when you're a mother, you'll understand the decisions that I've made. So then they fucking get it. It's like, it's time to fucking go. So they go out and they bounce off, and Mama's like, fucking live and shit. And then they go like, what do we got to do? Because all the people are leaving. And they're like, we need to hold an assembly. Everybody needs a choice. That's what Violet's saying. They're like, all right, cool. So all the people come in, right? They hold a big ass fucking formation because all the leadership is gone. So they got a little bit of time. And they hold a formation, and fucking Baby Chode is trying to fucking talk him in. And he's like, all right, everybody listen up. I need everybody quiet down. Shut up, please. Well, everybody please shut. Hello, excuse, hello. And nobody listening, right? So finally, they shut up, and he tells the motherfucking story. People are like, yeah, bullshit, whatever. And nobody really believe him. And Xaden's like, man, you fucking suck. You won't fucking do better. And Xaden's like, bet. Taryn, share the fucking image. And Taryn's like, I ain't trying to do that. Fucking, it's the only way. We're running out of time. So Taryn shares the fucking image of what happened at wrestling, right? Limited, blah, 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 blah. Plausible deniability. That's the word of the day, right? Just a little bit up. So then they show that, and then fucking Xaden comes up with his speech, and he's like, listen, if you saw this image, then you have a choice. If you didn't, your dragon's already picked for you, so just get the fuck out of here and go back to school because you ain't got no choice. But if you saw the image, you have a choice, right? You can come with us or you stay here. But within the next hour, whatever you make, that's going to change the fucking course of your life, right? And then Vi's like, what's the Imperium say? And she's like, I'm a fucking Imperium split. We don't know what fuck they're going to happen, but they're letting people do what they want to do. They're not getting involved, right? The Imperium's like, we'll pick the winning side. That's all they're doing. So that happens, and then they start going, and then it's motherfucking, the dragons are coming in and time to get off. And then it's all like, so the dragons choose, the people go, and then some of the professors come up, like Professor Corey, what are you doing? And Carr, he tries to like flame on and shoot a flamethrower. And then I believe it's Bodhi, he's all like, He sucks up the flame because he got a countersign signet. He can counter anybody's signet. And fucking Carter's like, damn, I taught you good. He's like, probably too good, motherfucker. So that happens, and they're like, all right, we gotta go. So then they fucking take off and they fly. And they fly far, far away until I will be safe in a far, far away land where we can replenish and rebuild and resupply and start a revolution. So they fly to Arisha, right? In the Royerson's house, and they're fucking landing, right? So when they land, Violet, she's still fucked up and hurt, and they land, and they're up on the thing, and it's boom. And fucking Brendan comes out like, what the fuck? What are you doing? And she's like, I brought you. You said you needed riders. I brought you riders. As she starts to pass out, okay? So, and that's the end of part 1 of the book. Excuse me, and then we're about to start part 2. Now, important details that we need to know. Out of everybody that, the schools, schools gotta be gone. But apparently they left with 200 dragons, 101 riders, 3 scribes, and a couple professors, and I think they got the partridge in a pear tree on the way out, okay? I'm not 100% sure, but I think it is. Anyway, that's where we are. Join us next time, 37. Woo! One glorious wake up and the truth about Xaden. Today on Wise Beyond the Story, Iron Flames, chapter 37. Okay, so now we've left Baz-Gaiath and we've taken everybody that wants to come with us after they've seen all the bullshit that's happened, right? And they stole the fucking journals and shit. So now they land. Violet's waking up in the bed with Xaden, which a lot of people would like to relive this scene, I tell you what. And then, so she wakes him up, a little kissy, he got his clothes on, and then she's like, hey, what's up, my guy? I need to show you some appreciation. Oh, but first, we got a new video game. You want to play it? It's called the Olympics. Here, let me go. But first, before we do this, I have to do a microphone check. Glop, glop. So she kind of like, hey, wake up this way. And he gets a nice little wake-up call. And right before he passes the level, he's like, oh, no, stop. And then he goes and he's like, hey, let's flip over. And they change up the positions on the game on the couch, right? Where they're playing, or on the bed, because they're playing on the bed, on the big TV. On the big one. So they're playing, and then he changes position. He's like, here, let me get from behind to help you support this new level because it's super, super hard, right? And then it's like a dancing level, and they're just dancing their way out, right? And bam, and he's dancing and shit, right? So they're going, and then all of a sudden, she leans back and she's like, hey, I want you to go, like, I was on the tiki-talkie scrolling, and there were a bunch of ladies in this one guy's live when they was reading, and they were going, Pharaoh! Okay, so I want you to go feral. And he took the dancing to a whole new level, and bam, they passed some levels and had some fun on the Olympics game, right? So cool. So man, that was a fun one. Anyway, digressing. So now they leave and they're outside in the Royerson house, and she's like, shit, we brought like 200 fucking riders. And is there enough space? He's like, listen, the top 3 floors, we got like 100 rooms. They might not be all perfect manner, but we got. So they're talking about this. And then we see everybody going, the cadets were fed. Now they're kind of sitting around like everybody in the army and the military, like, hurry up and wait. Like, what do we do? Nobody to know. Like, we wasn't planning on y'all being here, so we really don't know what to do. And then we go into the assembly. Now, the assembly, there's 6 of the 7 members there. I don't know how Violet doesn't understand what's happening, but she will by the end of the meeting. So they're talking about all the bullshit, and the assembly's like, blah, 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 you ruined everything, you're gonna come find us, and how do we trust them, and blah, 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 blah. And finally Xaden's like, listen here, you little bitch tip motherfuckers, this is my land! And like, it fucking kind of hits Violet. Like, she's like, wait a second, this is Xaden's house. This is Xaden's land. The empty chair is Xaden's. Oh my God! Like, it just kind of fucking hits her in the head, and Xaden's like, listen, motherfuckers, I am responsible for the relic, for the kids. I am responsible for Xaden. And she notices the long silver, but she's like, wait a second. Mind talkie. When did you do that? 30 seconds after I brought you here from Resin. Oh, shit. And then Xaden reminds, like, hey, motherfucker, plus if it wasn't for her, we wouldn't have got the motherfucking book. Now we got the first book. Oh, we got a book. Yeah, I was going to bring it to you, but she got captured. I had to rescue her. Duh. And they're like, oh, okay. You know what? Maybe we overreacted a little bit. Maybe we need to sit back and fucking think about this. Like, Jesus Christ, you twat, waffle, shit, biscuit ass motherfuckers. Ugh. This assembly, I'm not liking this assembly. I like Brennan and I like Xaden. That's it. The rest of these bitch tits, hawk nose and taser face and Sura. Fuck these bitches. I don't like them right now. Maybe they'll They're all shit biscuits at this point. Anyway, digressing. So the meeting happens and Xaden like, come on, let's get the fuck out of here. And all of a sudden you hear Violet in her brain. She goes, Violet, it's Adarna! She's awake! Let's fucking go! Let's see what happens in 38. Join us then. A hard truce and a pretty nice surprise. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, Chapter 38. Okay, let's get into it. So we left off, we find out Adarna, she's awake, right? So it takes Vi like an hour to get out of this bullshit fucking assembly meeting, right? So it takes her a while and she finally gets out to where they are and Adarna's fucking sleeping again. It's like, what the fuck? And then fucking Terran's like, you took fucking forever. That's my little baby. That's a mini Terran right there. Rawr. Okay, so anyway, Terran's like, yeah, she's awake and fell back asleep. And then she's like, I'm awake, motherfucker. And a little sassy ass that, fucking she does. And Sigel is kind of looking over. And there's just, the sassiness is coming with these motherfucking dragons, right? And then Terran's finally like, hey, I'm going to need you to go get something to eat, little sassy dragon girl. And she's like, all right, cool. And he's like, go with Sigel. And then she goes to like open her wings and her wing don't go out. And we find out that she during her growth spurt, she didn't grow the muscles that they need to flap the wings properly and stuff. So they think it's gonna be okay. That she's just gonna have to strengthen her other muscles and stuff to do that. And she's like, well, fuck. Vi's like, can we get a mender? And Terran's like, listen, you can't mend what ain't there. The wings didn't develop. And then we find out, listen, Vi's taking this all on herself, but I mean, I would probably be too, but we got to try to take out of our emotions and look at it. Adarna made the choices, right? She made it. It fucking sucks, but so Vi is getting tore up about this, right? Because when Adarna saved the time and everything when they were arresting, like that, if they would have went right back to fucking Basgiath and the Vale, she could have probably been asleep. But they had to go save her at Arisha and stay there, and then they had to fight all the stuff and then go back to Basgiath. So it's pretty rough, but the dragons think that she's gonna be okay, but we find out she may never be able to carry a rider. So that's some bullshit, but I think Adarna is gonna fucking overcome that fucking deficiency and be some badass fucking rider. That's just my opinion. I'm gonna print it right there. Wise thinks Adarna is gonna get over her disability of no muscles to help her fly. But anyway, so then we go from there, and there's a quick, you coming in cat butt, Toe? I think we got a cat butt come. Cat butt! Anyway, so then not Toe. Anyway, not Basgiath, they're in Arisha. Things go to normal. They put people in sections and they're doing training. They got the professors being professor. They got the fucking like taser faces, like what's his name? Hook face, hook nose. He's teaching physics and shit. Everybody's doing something, right? And then we find out, they tell everybody about the Iron Flame and the Iron Squad and Iron Flame Squad, and they're gonna get new patches, right? Another cat butt. And then they introduce everybody to Brennan, but Alricious, I don't know his last name. I'm gonna fuck it up. Y'all know what it is. But anyway, it means resurrection. So they don't tell him who he is, but then they're doing a battle brief, and then the professor's like, we gotta remember how to do this. So they're giving all this stuff, and they're talking about the parents flying out, and as they're in the battle brief, all of a sudden it's like, woo! Attack! We're being attacked! There's dragons incoming! And they were just discussing, like, is Milgren gonna come with the fucking dragons? We're all all that shit they was worried about. So they fucking run, and Violet, she's running down the hall. Her heart's beating hard. She runs up, slides out the door, and she sees it. Dragons coming in, like 40 of them, like, fuck! It's an orange. It's fucking Mira! Oh no, Sis is about to attack! Sis comes fucking flying, and she's like, Terran, where are you? Terran's like, I'm on the way. And Terran fucking comes in, and she slides to a stop. And then fucking the Mirror's dragon fucking lands, and Terran comes in like, ah! And fucking bites on his neck, and Mirror's like, what the fuck are you doing? And fucking, Vi's like, Terran, what are you doing? If you kill the dragon, you kill my sister. And he's like, I haven't broken skin or scale. It's just a warning. And Mirror's like, fucking, not Mirror, but Violet's like, okay, cat butt again. You are killing me, messing me all up. Anyway, almost got one in. He's like, it's okay. And then she drops off and she's like, we're here. We're friendly. We're friendly. The keys are in the desk. Password. Like, anyway. And she's like, what do you mean? And she's like, yeah, Mom told us. What did you say? Yeah, after the wyverns dropped, like, I got to apologize for not listening to you. You know, when at Samara, when she tried to hear you, and she's like, yeah, I needed you then. So they had that little coming to conversation. And then she's like, yeah, Mom came in and told us everything and basically said, you got an hour, pick up fucking which way. So there's a possibility that this could be a booty trap. This could very well be a booty trap, right? Mommy could, but I don't think mommy's setting up a booty trap. But it could be, because I don't know. We'll figure it out. So then they come down, and then all of a sudden, as they're having this, like, hey, we're back together. We're going to get the band back together. I'm sorry, sis. Fucking here comes Brennan down the stairs, like, hi, I'm Brennan. And Mira looks at him and is like, you motherfucker, boom. And that's where we ended. Join us, chapter 39. She cold cock. Yeetus, deletus, the Brennan. 39 coming up. The family reunion and a first failed attempt. I think she's missing 1.21 gigawatts of lightning, but I digress. Let's talk about it. Today on Iron Flame, chapter 39. Okay, so we left off with Mira just came in and she sees her brother and mollywumps that little bastard for lying for being smilled for fucking 6 years, right? So they're going through the whole bullshit. You fucking blah, blah. They're just going at it, right? And then fucking Violet's like, oh, look, I'm back to just being Violet. Big sis and big bro are going at it, and they're fucking screaming and yelling, what the hell's going on? And Xaden's just sitting back after everybody's watching this fucking, oh yeah, nose is bleeding, and Violet's like, give me some ice. And fucking Riddick is all, he making ice packs. Like, fucking Riddick is a man, right? Change, like they're arguing. Violet's like, switch, changing out ice packs and shit. It's pretty funny. So they're going through all this bullshit, yelling, screaming. You don't know what it's like. Like, Violet's giving him the whole motherfucking treatment, right? Like, all the treatment. And so, not Violet, but Mira, yeah. And then he's like, okay, finally. And then Xaden pulls up and is like, man, fuck, I am so glad I ain't got no damn brothers and sisters. And it's like, okay. So then they're sitting there still going some more. So finally, Violet's like, we got to end this shit. And she's like, hey, I think I can start the wars up. And everybody's like, what do you mean? And she'd been reading, and she read something like the six of the blood of the six and the one, and then it'll iron raining and shit. So they're like, all right, so they figured out. So they go get the six most strongest people that are currently alive, and it's like Xaden, Vi, Imogen, Bodhi, Taserface, Ursi, and fucking, I guess somebody. So there's 7, and they go there, and they're like, what do we got to do? And she's like, I think we just got to put some blood on here, like blood oath the rock, and it'll start to work. And they're like, what, are you sure about this? He's like, fuck, I don't know, figure it out. Like, I translated and reviewed and peer checked my work with me because nobody else can read this shit. You want to fucking try? And they're like, all right, whatever, bitch. So they go and they slice their hands and they put her on the rock like, Nam Shiba, Nam Shiba, Nam Shiba. And ain't shit happens. Not a motherfucking thing. No, not or nothing. Like, damn it. So everybody's all like, oh, we knew this wouldn't work. Like, you need something more. You need a power source. You got to figure it out. I think you got to do that and call down the lightning. Or you got to make a drag. See, has anybody thought, hey, Taryn, you know how to turn this bitch on? I'm just saying. Maybe he knows. Maybe he'll be like, yeah, I know, but I don't know. But he could give you a hint. I'm just saying. But anyway, digressing. So that happens, and the people are all fucking pissed, and they're like, great, we wasted this time. Now we really need to go talk to fucking Viscount Tesco, or whatever that fucking guy is. This version of the fucking collector, right? And they're like, nah, Xaden's like, we ain't doing that shit. And Violet's like, motherfucker, you don't tell me what we can and can't do. I'm tired of this bullshit. We're going to go fucking do it. And she fucking storms off, walking off. And Brendan's like, you can't do that. That look on your face. She's like, what the fuck do you mean this look on my face? He's like, you had that look on your face over you and mom and a plate of squash. You gonna eat it 12 hours? Mom fucking, nah. You dug in and I know what this means. Nah, we getting into it. Because it's fucking crazy. Like, it stops with this. We're gonna end with this today, right? And it says, okay, yeah. She's like, Taryn, we gotta get Taryn. Fuck about that. She's like, Taryn, let's go. You know it's the only way. And it's funny because he goes, fucking Adarna, in her little sassy voice, like, ooh, this should be fine. Okay? And then she's like, Taryn, fucking, he's all like, oh, fine. She's like, it's a long way. And it says, he begrudgingly says, I will consider it. She says, thank you, walks up into fucking Mira and is like, Mira, I need a motherfucking favor. And that's where we end up. Join us next time, folks. All right, Felix is pretty cool. I like Felix as a teacher. Why are we taking family trips to Discount Tire without talking to Xaden? That's the stupidest idea if I had never heard a dumb idea. Let's talk about it today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 40. Okay, so we start out with like a private lesson from Violet with fucking Felix. Now, I don't remember if he's Hawk Nose, Battle Axe, or Taser Face, right? But he's one of the assembly members, and he don't like Professor Carr. Notice is Professor Carr, he not teaching right, okay? So he's like, listen, I need you to hit three boulders, and she's like, listen, we don't really aim. We were more over quantity over quality, and it's more the spray and pray method. You know what I mean? And he's like, motherfucker, you killed a Venny flying on the back of a dragon, and you can't hit a boulder 5. Oh, my Jesus, Lord, help me. Lord, have mercy. So he can't figure it. He's like, just try. So they're trying, and he's kind of working through this, and they're talking about how, listen, they should have kept her here, maybe done some more training. She's kind of wielding the power more for power. Why? Because she can control Xaden, because Xaden loves her. So you understand, it's this whole complex it's interweaving. For me to try to discuss it in a 5-minute video would not be very well, especially the way I discuss things. So anyway, let's digress. So that happens, and he's like, hey, try to do this, and it's still not working. And then he gives her like this little ball type thing, right? And it's got the alloy in it. Now what that does, it acts as a conduit until she can figure out how she wants to do it. It'll take the lightning, she can put it there, and then kind of focus, because she's still thinking that lightning comes from the sky and in the ground, but lightning really comes from motherfucking tearing into her signet, and she's just a conduit. Hence, another object with a conduit. Hence, you need to do that to the motherfucking war key with the blood on it to make the motherfucking wards work. The keys are in the desk drawer. Jesus Christ. Sorry, digressing. Okay, anyway. So that happens. He's like, you fucking come back in a week or so, we'll figure it out, right? Boom. All right. And then this is where, hey, let's take a family trip to Discount Tire. The nearest one's in Corden. Why are we, okay, so we're going to go talk to the manager. His name's Discount Tire. That's actually, it's Viscount Takaris. Viscount Takaris, Discount Tire, folks. I got it pretty close. Anyway, so they sneak out in the middle of the motherfucking night, and she's like, hey, Taryn. Taryn's like, what you want? And she's like, please don't tell Seagull or Xaden. And he's like, I won't say shit, but you know what's gonna happen. Like, we all know what the fuck's gonna happen. Why did nobody know? Anyway, digressing. So they fly into fucking Corden, right? And as they're flying into fucking Corden, these riders come up and they surround them like, follow us. So they're following them, and they're flying into the city, and they're like, wow, this is a very beautiful marble city, and it looks very serene and very peaceful. But this shit is not defendable. They got no porticles, they got nothing to defense, they got no walls. It's just this tiered, beautiful, what the fuck is happening? And they're like, I don't know. But then the riders make them fucking land on like the 3rd level of the terrace, and they stop and get off. And then the griffins and the riders, they don't really speak the same language, but Terran's like, I'm gonna eat me some griffins. These motherfuckers don't back up. And then they're like, hey, we need to make sure that you're here for the goodness. Like, be here for the good. And they're like, truth teller person. And they're like, okay, now we know that these people don't have like signet dragon magic, but they do have lesser magic, but it's stronger than lesser magic. So we're going to call it schmedium magic. You know what I'm saying? They're more like mind talkie and things like that. We learn more about this later. Fucking cat. Anyway, digressing. So they're coming in here. Oh, that bitch. Anyway, and they're like, why are you here? And Violet, she tells the truth. And, you know, because they're like, tell us why you here. Makes you ain't up no funny business, so we kicking your ass out. And she's like, I'm here to make a deal with the Discount Tire manager about his luminary to make motherfucking weapons and show him my spectacle wonders of fucking lightning. And they're like, that is the truth. And then fucking big bro, you know, Brennan Ash fucking whatever, I can't pronounce his new fake name. It's a stupid name. But anyway, I digress. So big bro Brennan, he's like, I'm here to help broker the deal and peace with our fucking communities and shit. And they're like, I ain't telling the truth. And they look at Mir, and Mir's like, I'm gonna fuck anybody up that tries to kill them. What did you say? And the girl's like, I respect the honesty. They're like, what are you doing? But hey, it's cool. They let him in. Now, as they're going in, this is where fucking all of a sudden, dun, 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 Xaden comes around the corner going, you're not where I left you, violence. And the crowd goes feral. Join us, chapter 41 coming up. Formal introductions. Cat's working her magic. And that's the stupidest deal I think I've ever heard. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 41. Okay, so the family, the siblings, Vi, Brennan, and Mir, they showed up, and now they met fucking Xaden showed up also at fucking Cordon to meet the discount tire manager, right? So this is where we got formal introductions, and we find out that Xaden's been here. Xaden's got his own room in this motherfucking place. What did you say? And we find out that because as we're doing introductions to Viscount Teoscar, Viscount Tikaris, fucking guy's name, we find out Kat is his niece. And okay, now we did also learn Xaden broke up with. There's been a year between them before Xaden fell for her. Okay, so we can't hold shit against him, right? But anyway. So we do the formal introductions and shit, and then they're like, before we can have discussions, you got to change in the proper attire and shit. So then they go in, and then they put him to the rooms. That's where we find out about Xaden got his own rooms, and they're all there getting dressed and shit. So now that's all happening. Now they get dressed in these beautiful, beautiful outfits, and Kat starts working her magic, literally. And they come out, and then she's like, wow, you picked a dress and shit, and it's a black one. Why wouldn't you pick some color? You know, Xaden doesn't like motherfucking just being in the same color. And she's really fucking with her mind, right? Now, she's doing a great job of it. I'm like, damn, this bitch is laid it on thick. What I didn't know until later on is she's got the power of emotions. She can, amplify emotions. So as they're walking through and Violet's getting pissed about to lose her shit and just drop a fucking elbow on her, Xaden comes up, sees her, is like, oh, she got her hair down. Xaden always said, you want to win a conversation, put that hair down, right? So he sees it, wraps her up in the motherfucking shadows and shit, calms her down, explains this to her finally. Kind of on Xaden, I'm kind of on her side. You should have fucking told her about this, but again, she didn't know. I don't know. At this point, I'm just going to read the story because I can't judge either one of them because they both pissing me off at this current moments in time. But anyway, digressing. So that happens. And like, all right, you ready to do this? So they go in and boom. So now we get all the formal introductions and shit. And fucking the manager, Viscount, is like, hey, we got fucking, let's see the shit. Now, he pulls out this chest onto this field, like this arena field, right? It's like this, it's tiered with grass. I think they got like a really good Bermuda grass or a Saint, not a St. Augustine. That's not enough. I think it's a Bermuda or like a Kentucky bluegrass. Maybe a very, very short fescue. I'm not really sure. But anyway, digressing. So it's a very beautiful manicured ornate lawn, right? So they're there and then they bring out this chest and it's got a symbol. I butchered the name on the symbol like Roiberson or whatever. Now, it was Rorison's dad's symbol that gave it there. Now, apparently this chest has the ability to keep magic objects in it levitated so it doesn't touch the ground, right? And Viscount's like, hey, real motherfucking simple deal, right? You just got to go down there and hit the motherfucking target and then we'll talk. But there's always a but. But Rorison, he can't touch the ground. He can't come down there and help. You know what I'm saying? And Rorison, fucking Xaden's like, hell no. Violet's like, fucking deal. Like, this is deal or no deal. And you took the first deal. What are we doing here, Violet? So anyway, so that's how it happens. Oh no. As she goes down there and takes the deal, sorry, she goes down, the guards bring out the box, and what's in the box? What? You know what's in the box? It's a fucking Vinny with his red eyes and shit. I told you that was the stupidest deal. You never take the first deal. Anyway, join us next chapter coming up. Wow, the Sorengales are the worst negotiators ever. Let's just fucking talk. Oh yeah, and there's a battle with the Vinny. Let's fucking talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, Chapter 42. Okay, what the fuck is happening? So, Violet takes the first deal from fucking Viscount about just hitting the fucking target where Xaden can't help. Hello, red flag. Where's the red flag guy? Ah! Plant the flag like that is the stupidest deal ever. They open the box, it's a fucking Vinny. Mira's down there going, what the fuck? It's a Vinny, it's true. She's freaking out, yeets a dagger at it, clunk, knowing it ain't gonna do shit. Violet's like, what the fuck are you doing? So some shit starts to go down. She's like, tear. He's like, I'm coming, Silver One. So he's fucking flying in, right? They're trying to back up. Xaden does some shit where he throws two daggers with alloy behind him and right. So she ends up grabbing those, gets fucking Mira out. It's pouring down fucking rain and shit. She's like, fuck, I don't know what to do. Turn, where are you? I'm coming, Silver One. I'm minutes out. So he's fucking flying and she's trying to explain everything to motherfucking Mira. Everybody's losing their shit. The rain's coming down. She gets this idea because she sees the puddling. Because again, the grass is the ornate grass. I know because I got this kind of grass in my yard, right? It's just how it is. So you water too much, it puddles, right? It doesn't drain. It's a very flat surface, so it puddles up. She notices this. So as Terran's like, I'm on the way. So she starts going. She's like, Mira, get out of the fucking ring. She's telling Xaden with the shadows and shit. Xaden's coming down, gets the shadows, gets fucking Mira out. She fucking comes. Terran comes behind her. Roar! Fucking, she takes her two alloy daggers, sticks them in the dude's feet, right? And then fucking Terran comes flying down, grabs her up in the air, lightning crash. Electrocutes that motherfucker. Woo! Fried Benny for dinner, baby. So that motherfucking happens. Everybody, the crowd goes crazy. Like, it was crazy. So then they go there, and then the motherfucking land, and all of a sudden they're going there to face, and you hear just, what's happening? What's happening? Xaden is motherfucking pissed. He's got his motherfucking shadows going out here. He's choking fucking discount manager, right? He's choking him. Fucking cat. No, he's my uncle. He's like, motherfucker, why are you? Oh, he's pissed. So via fucking lands, they sit down, they walk up on the whole thing, and they're like, all right, please, we gotta chill the motherfucker out. We got to chill out. And then Xaden's like, I should just, and he's choking him with the shadows. And then Cat's like, please stop. So he releases him. And the manager, Viscount, is like, I'm sorry. That was not very appropriate to me. I apologize, Violet Sorengale. And then, like, Xaden's like, how do you keep them alive? And then again, it's like I said earlier, the box keeps them levitated so they can't suck the power up from the earth. You see what I'm saying? So that's how they was doing that. And then he's like, listen, I'll tell you how we capture and train them, but this is the motherfucking deal. We're going to give you all the information we have and the motherfucking luminary, and you got to supply us with weapons. And you got to take our Griffin Riders and teach them how to fight. What did you say? We're about to have an army of dragons and that shit ain't going to work. Why? The dragons want to eat this. That's like a big dino chicken nugget for a dragon. Yeah, dino nuggets. See, even he says he likes dino nuggies. Oh my God. And again, the Sorengales, keeping in Sorengale fashion, I bet they would buy a dragon with 20% interest. Because fucking Brennan is like, I'll take the deal. And Violet's like, off the top row, bitch, what are you doing? Oh, like she even says, it ends with, I'm going to throttle my brother. Oh my Jesus. I don't buy a dragon with the Sorengales, or at least finance anything with them, because you're going to get a shit interest rate. Anyway, join us next time. I mean, when day one of your alliance starts out like this, it can only get better, right? I mean, when worlds collide, fuck, I don't know. Let's talk about it today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame Chapter 43. Okay, so we left off and they just made a deal with the discount tire manager about taking all the flyers and they're going to go teach them, right? So the flyers can't fly. The Griffins can't go through the mountains because it's too high with the altitude. It's like going to Colorado, right? You get that altitude sickness, it just be fucking you up if you ain't ready for it. So they gotta walk. Now, we're gonna kind of compare this to like a mini parapet on a larger scale, if that makes sense. Or is it's a larger parapet on a bigger, I don't know. Anyway, parapet's like 18 and this is like 6 feet, but this has traps and it goes up a fucking mountain instead of just across it like I don't know how you want to call it. So it's like a mini larger parapet is what we're going to call this, right? So they start walking. These boots are made for walking and that's just what they'll do. Woo! And one of these days, these boots are gonna walk up this fucking mountain. Holy shit. It fucking, wow, it sucks. So they're walking up, and as they're walking up, they're like intermingling the squads, right? They're gonna get to know each other and build camaraderie and esprit de corps. That shit never worked. But anyway, as they're walking up here, we end up meeting Marin. Okay, now Marin is like second in charge behind Kat. Now, at one point, Marin even says that Kat is fucking unhinged, right? So I just want to throw that out there. Kat is unhinged, and Kat is, as we like to call, a cunt. It's a British word. TikTok, don't worry about it. So anyway, so we're doing that. We learned the history. The whole fact that everybody knows, like, the history of Vi, how she traveled around until her mom got stationed at Basgiath, and then she, like, there was a ransom for a kidnapping on her and shit. Like, what did you say? They're like, yeah, we all thought fucking Xaden was gonna take it. Kat might try to take, like, it was pretty crazy, right? So they're like, oh shit. So they're finding up there and they're walking, and as they had that conversation, she's like, yeah, I mean, I kind of get it. Listen, not even all my people like me. And she kind of looks over at Sloane. And Sloane kind of gives this look like, hey, I don't really like hate you anymore. Like, I just kind of loathe you now. And kind of surprised, look like, what do you mean? She's like, oh, I'm up to October on the letters from Liam. To Liam. Ice-T TikTok, that's Ice-T. Anyway, so, okay, so Sloane's kind of coming around just a little bit, right? Now, right after that happens, all of a sudden you hear, oh shit, look out! And fucking look up, and there's a boulder coming, it's gonna smash him like a little pigeon, and smash him on the face. And then all of a sudden, boom, a Morningstar tail, bam, Taryn fucking saves him, and Marin's like, oh shit, Morningstar tail? And Vi's like, yeah, Morningstar tail. And like, wow, that's fucking cool. Okay, so then they travel, and then the days go on a little bit, and then as the days go on, all of a sudden Taryn's like, oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, the whole world's about to change because the dragons just laid some fucking hatchlings in the motherfucking veil, so now it's a hatchling field, not a veil, and when that happens, magic went fucking 4 hours out. Like 4 hours out, okay? That's how far out. They didn't travel distance, it just traveled for 4 hours. Know what I'm saying? Okay, that's big, that's how we, yeah, anyway, so digressing, so that goes out, and now they're only like 3 hours out, so you know what that means, right? Other forces made of magic can feel that. Bum, bum, bum. So they're doing that, right? And she's like, oh shit. So then that happens, and then they're close, and now they're getting to the very, very motherfucking top. Everybody's super goddamn tired. They're super tired. They've been climbing all dang day, and then all of a sudden, oh no, we got a booty trap. What do you mean we got a booty trap? Yeah, there's like a pressure plate, and if you land on pressure, arrows are gonna fucking come flying out, right? So they're talking about how they got to do this. Now everybody else can get over, and they're coming down to like the small little petite people. And listen, at this point, I'm tired. Why people got swallowed of pride? Riddick, if you want to throw me across a hole, throw me across a hole. Just don't let Baby Cho catch me, because I don't trust that bitch for shit. That's all I'm saying. And anyway, so they fucking decide to do this. They turned the parapet, as we're calling exercise, into a gauntlet exercise. So the Riddick goes to take a sword out, and then Baby Cho's like, no, take my sword, it's bigger. And we're like, what? Like, anyway. And then Riddick does this cool, like, super gymnastic, because he's a good rock climber and shit, and slams the sword into the hole, and takes a rock, and bam, 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 bam. He beats that thing right in there. Feral. They went feral talking about that. Anyway, and then he does some cool super hangy on it, and then flips over, and Vi's like, all right, let me show you how to do this. And she does this run, and cool, jumps, and grabs on it, and swings, and how, I made it. All right, cool. Now it's this chick named Lilu's turn, and listen, Lilu tries to go, and she gets scared shitless, because I guess she looks down, and then when she goes to jump, bam, lands on the motherfucking pressure plate, basically. Oh, shit! Bam, bam, bam! Fucking Ryan gets hit by motherfucking arrows! No! Fucking Ryan and everybody's fucking screaming, the birds start attacking, and then the motherfucking people start falling, and they grab Violet, and they got one by her arm, popping out and dislocating her arm. She's falling off the side, and motherfucking Lily, whatever the fuck her name was, is hanging on by the waist. Oh my God, what's gonna happen? Join us for the next one. Well, this day just keeps getting more eventful as it goes on. Let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, Chapter 44. Okay, so a quick rundown of 43. They're climbing up the little trail with traps because they can't fly over the ridge. She's meeting Marin. Now remember, Marin's kind of telling her the stuff in the history. One thing I didn't mention last video is the Griffin Riders. They don't have, like, it's not so bad to pick a Griffin. They just got to go and up into a cliff that's 30 feet, and then there's water underneath, and then they run and jump. And they jump and then they land on a griffin. If they can hang on, then they're bonded and they're cool. If not, they land in the freaking water and get out and go pick another job. I don't know. Maybe Griffin's the way to go, but dragons are cooler. But I'm just saying. So we finded that stuff out, right? Now we left off with there was a trap. They tried to jump across it. Vi's little fragile body. She's holding on with fucking Lulu by her fucking wrists. Visa is holding on by her waist. Her body's breaking. She's falling down. Chibi or Griffin, he tries to go bite Lily or whatever, Lulu, whatever the chick's name is. And it doesn't really matter because she falls. Yahoo! Sorry, girl. She couldn't hold on. I'm sorry. I mean, she was cool, but she fell. So she falls. That happens. Chode comes down. Fucking, they get the other girl up and they help her up. Fucking Brennan comes flying in. What the fuck? She's like, hang on, before Brennan comes in, you got to hurry up, pop my arm in, or Brennan will fix me. And Riddick is so Chode. I hate this guy. He pops her arm, and I'm fine. Comes in, go get Riddick. So they start looking at Riddick, and all of a sudden, Terran's like, shit, we've got a problem. What do you mean? We've got wyverns coming. What did you say? Wyverns! Holy motherfucking shitballs! What do we do? Okay, so they're trying to do some shit. She's like, fuck. She's got her arm a little bit better. She's like, okay, I can fucking handle this shit. We gotta get people. You fucking take care of Rick. So Brennan's like snapping arrows, pulling arrows out like, he's fucking healing up Riddick. And then Terran's like, I'm here, Silver One. And she goes fucking running through the mist, jumps on the back of Terran. Now she knows the back of Terran like fucking the back of her hand, right? So she comes in. She's trying to get all set, strapped in feet. Woo! Launches the fuck up. Teeth are fucking chattering. We got to figure out a plan. I got an idea. Do it, Silver One. I know what you got to do. Oh, shit. So they're coming up with a plan. They got people trying to make some fog and foopy foggy. And she's like, I'm going to do this. Now, basically what happens is she's going to take her lightning. And she's going to go, lightning crash. And she's going to crash lightning down. And she got to be very, very careful because she doesn't know how to aim. You know what I'm saying? She like a stormtrooper right now. She like, boom! It's pretty bad. It's really bad. So she's using the wyverns who are created by magic. You know what's coming, right? Look, she's stretching for you. I got it. Okay. Anyway, you just stopping right there, girl. Whoa. Anyway, she's turning around. So this is why we'll never be a professional organization. Too much kappa. Anyway, so she uses her magic and she lightning crash. And she strikes the lightning, right? And the lightning comes down and it goes inside the clouds and the lightning is drawn to the wyvern. And it crashes all four freaking wyvern, right? But the problem is, since that now happens, they were riderless wyvern, okay? Now remember, they have a hive mind. So as long as one wyvern sees it, it gets transported back to their minds and shit. So they now know that they got the power to be doing that kind of shit. Like shit's about to get motherfucker real at this point, right? So then, okay, so she saves everybody from the fucking wyverns. Like, with a dislocated shoulder, she fucking comes landing down. She gets down, runs up. Riddick, are you okay? Yeah, Brenda, I healed him up. Let's get you checked out. No, fucking Dane. Chode, I hate that guy, but he did like 3 good things this chapter. So that's all you get. He heals up his leg and then heals up the shoulder and then it ends off like this, okay? Like I said, I didn't know Chode interrupts. This is one of them, felt the energy pulse. If one of them knows what it means, whoever created them knows. I finished them, turning my gaze to Brennan. And you can bet they'll come for us now. So that just like escalated the speed of when this conflict is going to happen. All right? Holy shit, it's getting really fucking good. Join us. Next one coming up. It's always been about the runes. You thought I was going to do the thing, didn't you? Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, Chapter 45. Okay, again, it's always about the Rundanen, Crown Prince of Albar and Faye. Sorry, you know if I say that, I gotta freaking go with it. It's just how it is around here. Anyway, okay, I'm sorry for bringing him into this amazing series, but it is what it is. So, we're back in fucking Erisha, right? So they've been back for a little while. Now the Griffin Riders and the Flyers, they're trying to get used to the altitude sickness and stuff. It's like when you go to Colorado, right? And you gotta get used to the altitude up there. It's so motherfucking high. It's higher than Rondanen. Crown Prince of the Valbar and Fae, when he comes and hangs out with me for a while, right? It's just crazy. So anyway, they're trying to get used to that, and now they've got more routines going on. So they're doing a morning roll call, right? They brought the rolls back. So they list all the dragon riders, and they say their names, and then they go and they list all the flyers, and then they say their names, and then they list all the people on the outposts and stuff and go down. Now, this is the only time for like this small period of time in the day, maybe the 7 to 8 minutes, I don't know how long it is, maybe it's 6 or 7 minutes, that fucking Vi and Kat are civil to each other and will acknowledge like, okay, hey, I'm glad your people have made it. Hey, I'm glad your people have made it. We're both glad that Xaden's name wasn't on the fucking roll, right? Because Kat still won't let go of motherfucking Xaden for some reason. I don't know. But so that happens, and then as soon as that shit's done, it all goes to motherfucking hell again, and they're back at each other's throats like, so they're doing that. Now, after that, we go to a conversation, and we kind of hear the conversing about that. Deborah, she's been promoted to major now, so that's cool. And we got all the classes, and we find out there's going to be a new class from Trisha, I think it's Trisha, I don't remember, Tessera. Anyway, so she's going to teach a new class, so everybody got to meet outside, right? And they're like, all right, cool. And then as we're having a conversation, we got Sawyer. Sawyer's like, hey, Vi, listen, can you teach me sign language? And they're like, why? And it takes Vi a little while. Like, as soon as he said it, I was like, oh, he wants to be with Jesse. Let's fucking go. And it takes her a while to fucking get there. And then she's like, wait. And then she finally gets it. She's like, oh, yeah. And why don't you ask Riddick? And everybody, she's like, really? Riddick would make me say I want to have like schmexy time with you right away. And then Riddick was like, nah, bitch, I was playing the long game. I would have taught you everything right. And then when you would have finally said, hey, would you like to go to dinner? Then I would have said, you want to go have some schmexy time. Like, I respect Riddick's game on that one. But she's like, yeah, like everybody can sign. Yeah, but me, bitch. Okay. So yeah, so that happens. That's cool. And then they're going out, and then they got to go to class, right? Now, this next class is outdoor. Now, they're kind of worried about Riri because Riri ain't showing up, and if Riri's late, that's not going to be good. Now, Riri ends up making it the very, very last second. Like, right, she come around the corner, professor come around the corner. Like, I think the professor slowed down to let Riri in. Like, it's real cool. And we find out that Riri's family got in last night. Okay, that's why she was late. Because remember, they sent the letters to the family, so people's families are coming in. Sawyer's family's supposed to be coming in soon. So they got her hooked up with a house, and she made it. That's fucking legit. I like how that they're taking care of the families, so the families ain't got to face the consequences and repercussions from the fucking chodes back in the fucking land of chode, the bad guys, bitches. Okay, so anyway, so that happens. Now, Professor Tressa is like, hey, we're going to teach a class about runes. I won't do it no more. Sorry. Okay. So she starts teaching about runes, and I'm like, oh, that's why Riddick was teaching you the fucking knots. The knots, it's all about the knots. Now, when we was reading this live, what was it? Wheel of Time. The way we described, because the professor's like, you got to reach for a little bit of your power and you got to pull, right? And the two ways we describe this, if you're trying to visualize it for the guys that don't think of Doctor Strange, right? And he pulls out and he makes little shapes. They're doing that with just parts of their magic. For people that haven't seen Doctor Strange, if you've seen the show, I believe it's Wheel of Time. It's on Netflix or AMC. I don't know. It's about the witches, and they have to and connect the lines. So that way you see they have to pull a strand of their power, and they have to basically make the rune and then make the shape. Triangles and squares and stars and flowers and lions and tigers and bears. All right. And they got to make the right. And then you make power on power, right? And she shows that. She's like, wait, I know these knots, and that's how it is. You know, because you need the blood and the runes and a little bit of lightning to make the wards, just like the keys are in the motherfucking desk drawer. Sorry, I will not go off of that shit, just in case you didn't know me. But anyway, that happens, so then she's teaching them that. Why do we need to know this? And she's going through that shit, and then she's like, all right, we staying here until you can make this little unlocking symbol thing. And if you fuck up and try, it's like, boom, and you get a little explosion. So everybody's fucking trying, and then unfortunately, Kat's little cunty British, cunt, that's a British word, TikTok. She gets it first, and she's the only person that doesn't have a little smoke ring on her feet because she did it pretty good. Yeah, I think that, and everybody else finally did it, but yeah, that's how it ends. It's Riddick walks back and helps Sawyer to his feet because it blew up. Try again. Before sunset, I managed to weave an unlocking rune. But not the first. Kat has that honor. Unlike the rest of us, no scorch marks are beneath her feet. And that's how we end. Those were some crazy chapters. I'm telling you, those runes and ward, that's going to be important. Anyway, join us next time, folks. Rune's too important for me to do the thing. And fighting a cunt. Cat, it's a British word, TikTok. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 46. Okay, so we start out, we got Vi and Xaden, and they're in the room, and she's practicing her runes, okay? So she's doing her little rune practicing and stuff, and then they're talking and discussing languages. And this is the part where I'm having a hard time accepting, because this is where she's starting to slowly realize that baby date. I hate this guy. Anyway, he's maybe a good guy. I really hate this guy. But anyway, so, and she's going to have to talk to him because apparently they had like a secret code language in the licorice language or whatever. Lucrish. I can't pronounce these languages. But anyway, so they're talking about that. And then Xaden goes into talking about more runes, and she's like, so what do you know? And then he's trying to like, hey, you got to do this. She's like, don't tell me what to do. And he's like, okay. And then he goes and grabs a stone, right? And then the stone ends up leading to a story that this stone has a rune in it, right? And all the kids got one. And it was a very, very powerful rune that got unlocked by the dragon fire when their parents were, you know what I'm saying? And that's why they all have the relics, because that gave them the protection and the tattoos and the swirlies and stuff. So the stone is just more of a sentimental value now, because the spell was activated, because it was activated by dragon fire type spell with the runes and stuff. So that explains and all the marked ones and their swirly tattoos and stuff, right? So then we go on to that, and then she's like, I can figure out my runes. And then he's like, all right, cool. And then she's like, all right, I'll see you after class and stuff. And then it's like, all right, cool. So then we go to class. And now we're sitting in class, and what the fuck is happening? They've decided, and I understand this, but damn, Gina. So this is the last day they're going to be separated and stuff, right? Because they're gonna merge the classes, as we've already said. They got to merge them. But before we do that, they're going to go, and I said we should do this. They're going to do what we used to call wall-to-wall counseling 101, right? They're like, hey, we're going to take the gloves off, and we're going to duke it out, and then when you're done, it's over with, right? You fight who you want to fight, you challenge who you're going to challenge, and you duke it out and fight. So we're like, all right, cool. So like the first one goes in, I think it's Sawyer. I think he goes in and whoops the guy that challenged his butt, and then we notice a pattern as it's going. It's fucking cat. It's a British word, TikTok. Yeah. Her squad is challenging the Iron Squad. It's going down. It's obvious. And then we finally get to it. The cat fight. Sorry, a British word, TikTok. Cat, cunt, whatever her name is. She challenges Violet, right? So, all right, here we go on the mat. So they take their freaking daggers and weapons and stuff off because it's hand-to-hand combat, right? They're like, all right, put up your dukes. Like, all right, here we go. So they're sitting up there and they're getting ready to go. And all of a sudden, she's like, I'm gonna whoop you. And she's like, you ain't whooping me. Do you know who trained me? And they're like, Bruce Lee trained me. No, it's like Xaden trained me, right? So they're sitting here going, and all of a sudden, Cat comes and does these moves, and Vi's like, oh, brah, 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 brah. And it's like this beautiful choreography of fighting. Then all of a sudden, Violet comes to the realization, oh shit, Xaden taught her to fight too. Fuck me running. Jesus Christ, it's about to get real. Join us in the next one. Cat's a dirty cunt who fights dirty. It's a British word, TikTok. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 47. Okay, so, sorry, Sock just wants to be here. So, we're in the middle of the fight between Cat and fucking Vi, right? And Vi realized, shit, Xaden is fucking trained her to fight too. So they're sitting there fighting. Fucking Cat manages to do some moves, gets on top of Violet, right? And she's putting pressure down on her throat, and she's just getting all up in her mind in more ways than one. Remember, it's supposed to be hand-to-hand, no signets, no greater or medium or higher magic, right? It's supposed to be just these dukes and shit. And of course, the dirty cunt, Cat, she got fight dirty. And she's starting to use her mind power. Because remember, she's an amplifier for the emotions and shit. So once you start feeling emotions, whatever they are, she can be like, wah, 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 and make them better. You know what I'm saying? Or make them worse, whatever you want. So she's sitting there, and then they start fighting. She's like, Xaden was so good to me. He don't like you. You're nothing but a piece of meat to him. A roast beef sandwich and shit. You know what I'm saying? You're nothing but a placeholder. His crown and is mine and all that shit. And she's like, what did you say, bitch? Oh, hell no, you just didn't say that. You think Xaden is just a fucking piece of, and for a fucking crown? Oh, that shit ain't flying with me, bitch. Hell no. Well, see, what you don't realize, Kappa, what are you doing, Sock? You trying to sneak that in there? One of y'all got it in last night on the live. Anyway, digressing. Oh, you are just, okay. Anyway, so then what happens is, I'm sorry, I got to deal with the kitty cat. Sorry. Anyway, so after that happens, Violet's like, you know what though, what you don't understand, fucking cunt, a cat, Xaden wasn't the only one that trained me. So as she's down on top, she's like, bam! She headbutts her, breaks the cartilage in her nose. Ah, she's seeing red. Bam, 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 elbow to the gut. Gets her off, turns around, jumps on her, right? Now she starts going to town and she's losing it. The problem is a cat is all up in her motherfucking head and shit. And she's amplifying the anger, the power. And all of a sudden, as fucking Via's about to literally she's about to schmur this like end the life force. She's gonna fade to black. Oh my God, it's like John Cena's career. It's about to be fucking over. And then she's like, she hears Xaden come up in her head. Is like, do what you gotta do. I don't care. I ain't mad at you. If you need to do it, you need to do it. And she's like, no, I don't want to do it. Get out of my head. And she screams it. And when that happens, Professor, what's her name? Kendra or Kasha or whatever her name is. It was the professor. She's like the Professor Deborah of this group, right? Major Deborah. So she comes over and she's like, cat, get out, stop using. And they stop. And they realize she was cheating. And motherfuckers are like, you're a cheating ass cunt, you bitch. TikTok, British word. Anyway, digress and entertainment purposes only. And then they sat there and then Xaden is like, and get up, Vi. And Violet can't get up. And she's like, I need help. And then fucking Xaden gets her and grabs her. And then they start to fucking leave. And the professor's like, what are you doing? You can't leave class. He's like, bitch, this is my motherfucking house. I'm doing what I want. And he takes her and leaves. And then they go into the assembly chambers where fucking Brennan and the other motherfuckers are there. And Xaden gets in here and he puts her in the chair, right? So he gets in the chair and the Xaden's like, get the fuck out. And he's like, they're like, bitch, what are you talking about? He's like, this is my house. And they're like, you know what? I think I'm gonna go get me some biscuits. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little hungry. I need some lemonade. I'm a little parched. I'm gonna leave. And then they all fucking leave. And then Xaden goes, shaka-bam! And the doors fucking lock. Join us for chapter 48. It's a good one. Dinner in the throne room today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 48. Okay, so Violet and Cunt were just going at it on the freaking mats, right? And Cat was cheating, using her schmedium magic to get in Violet's mind and emotion and saying some really jacked up shit like, Vi's not good enough, you know, the crown is hers as the king, and all the things that Xaden and stuff lacks, like the thing he does with the fingers and stuff, that's all her. Thank her for that shit. So Violet was losing her shit, right? Finally remembers that Riri taught her some shit, gets on top, is about to schmit, and then fucking Xaden comes in. She manages to lose herself, gets out of there, and now they're in the assembly area, and Xaden wants to show her the new big screen TV to play that Olympics game, right? They're like, we got a new big screen TV in here, and I got this new chair I want you to check out and sit down in. So they're sitting there, and Xaden told everybody to get the hell on out, right? So now they're sitting there, and she's mad, and she's just fucking venting, right? She's da-da-da-da-da-da. And Xaden gets down on his knees, and he starts taking her boots off because she's mad. She's getting very angry, and she's kind of swelling up in multiple ways, right? So he takes her boots off, and all of a sudden, now listen, when you play video games, you have to be very, very comfortable, right? So now he goes down and he does some cool moves and he's like, here, let's get comfortable. And he's like, bam. And then kind of happens and then it's in the chair. And then all of a sudden he drops the remote control on the ground to switch the channel, right? So he has to go down and then he's searching around all there, right? And then he finds the control, but he's like, you know what? I like this angle down here. So I'm just going to stay down here. And then he just starts going to town, right? Playing the video game and hitting that Xbox button, right? He's like, bam, bam, bam. It's like he's playing Rocket League and shit. He knows all the moves, or it's more like Mortal Kombat. He's all down, like up, down, left, right, BA start, like back, down, circle, AB square. You know what I'm saying? He's like, shoo, shoo, shoo. He's two-handing this controller, right? He's just going to town, but bah! And then he also has a little snack down there while he's down there playing the video game, right? So then it comes up, and then, did you know there was a fun fact? I was scrolling on the Tiki-Talkie one day, and I learned that there are some types of animals that can have the O's oh, that was a really cool thing. Like those O's, the fun stuff, for like 30 minutes, right? That was pretty cool. Well, apparently, I just bring that up because apparently that was a very, very hard level. And when she finally did it, the celebration was the longest celebration ever. You know what I'm saying? It was a good long one. Maybe it was like the pigs that have a 30-minute celebration. I'm not really sure how it happened. But anyway, so that happens and it's like, and then she's like, hey, cool, let me help you pass a few levels, you know, because you gave me the assistance. He's like, no, it's not about that. And what did you say? And he's like, yeah, see, listen, she said those things. You're like, I heard her. And she's like, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, you did hear all the things too. And he's like, yeah, but I want you to know that I don't look at you as just a piece of, you know, a toy or anything else. Like, I care about you. I love you. And just so you know, I've never tried that gaming technique before. That was the first time I know not or done that for nobody. And I tell you what, he went rooter to tooter. He ate all that snack up. It was yummy for his tummy. He enjoyed it very much so. And so did she. That's why it's longest level she ever did. I swear I tell you, it even said it right there in the book. So anyway, so they have that conversation and then they're good. And he's like, listen, he starts telling her about her power and like, listen, it's just, if you don't give her the emotion, she can't amplify nothing. So you just got to understand it is what it is. But you have no reason to feel inferior to her anyway. She just has like, she was just a royalty, okay? It was an agreement. It didn't work. We didn't work out. It was toxic. It was bullshit. It was nothing. No, not or nothing. So Vice finally accepting that and they're like, all right, cool. Well, I guess I got to go back to class and you got to go. And he's like, yeah, but I'll tell you what. Make sure you're in the bedroom early tonight. We need to have a conversation. Oh my God, and it ends right there. Woo! Join us. One more 49 coming up. Have y'all ever seen the music video of Corey Feldman doing the Comeback King? Yeah, that's how I picture Chode at the end of this chapter in his bedroom today on Wise Beyond the Stories. Iron Flame, chapter 49. The Comeback Kings. Jesus Christ. Anyway, so it's the next day and they're going to class, right? So Violet and everybody's there and they've announced that it's official Murder the Squadrons Day because everybody did their conflict. So now they're putting everybody in squads. And of course, we knew Kat's group is getting mixed with Violet's and everybody's like, fuck, I don't want to deal with this bullshit. But all right, let's get it done with. So they walk over there and everybody's like, you know, we could just feed them to the dragons. I mean, that is a great idea. Sigale would fucking love it. She's like, toasted dino nuggies. But apparently we can't eat our allies. Fuck you, Taryn. Why not? Because it wouldn't be nice. Yeah. Fuck off. Anyway, digressing. So, this chapter. Ugh. Anyway, so they go over there and they're like, here. What is this? These are patches. Like, what do you mean they're patches? And she's like, listen, motherfucker, this is our rank, this is our squad, this is our Iron Flame, blah, 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 all our accomplishments, bitches, but you ain't got shit. But, welcome to the squad. Here you go. Put it on your jacket, not your uniform. You know what I'm saying? And then they start going. And then Violet, she drops a good one right here. She gets it with the old oop-de-oop. The old oop-de-oop. What do you mean the oop-de-oop? We're gonna overload them on the one side, and we're gonna beat a one-on-one with Tweeter on the left side. Oop-de-oop. All right. And she comes in with this fucking magical trick play where she's like, hey, Cat, whatever your name is. Hey, Cat, you know that finger trick on the Xbox that you showed Xaden on Rocket League to get that double tap? Yeah. Appreciate it. Shit works good. And smiling like threw it back in her face like, oh my God, what are you, Eminem at 8 Mile? It was pretty fucking legit. And then just walks off smiling and cunt's like, oh, you bitch. So that happens and everybody kind of walks off like, oh shit, got her on that one. Like, what are we about to do for today? And Vi's like, I gotta go to the library. Sorry, this part's hard to get through now. Ugh. So as she goes to the freaking library, everybody's like, cool, we're going to come with, because especially now, we don't trust these bitches, but whatever. So they all go to the library, and unfortunately, Chode's there. So, listen, I hate to admit it. It sucks. I'm glad it's happening, but it sucks. Chode, Baby Chode, Mini Chode? I don't know. Dane? Atos? Chotos? I don't like the guy right now still, but he's fucking apologized. And it seems like Violet has started to accept his apologies. he's apologized for the shit he's done. She's asked him like, how many times did you steal? He's like, just the once on accident, and it was truly an accident. I just was used to touching you and stuff. And she's like, yeah. And then he's like, hey, I just got to ask you a question about Xaden. She's like, choose your words carefully. And he's like, no, seriously. He's like, just do you love him? And she's like, yeah, very much so. And he's like, all right, well, if you love him and you trust him, then that's enough for me. And God damn it, Dane, why do I, fuck, you took responsibility like a goddamn, okay. Listen, I respect it. I respect it, but I still hate the man at this, and hate's a strong word. So I don't want to say hate. I severely dislike this character, okay? But I like character building an arc, so I have to get it credit. Like I said, he's this series' Chael. And the problem, we discussed it in the live last night. Until Chode finds him a woman or somebody that he has to fight for, I don't think I'll like him because he's still in his mind fighting for fucking Vi, even though he understands. And I get it, they're friends, but he's got to focus his energy elsewhere. And I don't think he's doing that yet. I still think he's trying to think maybe there's a chance. I don't know. So until he focuses his energy elsewhere, he'll be a baby Chode. But anyway, so they're sitting there, and now they've been trying to translate the Warwick journals and everything else, and they're arguing. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, Sawyer. Yes, Sawyer's trying to get with Jesse, and he's learning sign language, and they're teaching him slowly. So that's coming along swell. Sorry, I didn't want to forget Sawyer. But anyway, back to Dane and Violet. They're going through the Warwick journals, and they're arguing over what is this word, flame or rain or whatever, okay? And then they had their conversations. They're working through their shit. And he's like, I got a little bit of time every day. And then they're just going to move forward from there. So we're starting a new dawn. It's a new day. All right, here we go. Join us next time. Special guest, Toe. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame Chapter 50. I can't do an intro with her. Anyway, so we start out, Felix has got Vi, and they're doing some training again, right? He's trying to help her out. What are you gonna do? You're just gonna sit there? Ladies and gentlemen, Toe. Okay, so that's how Felix is kind of looking at Vi right now, okay? They're still trying to get her lightning under control. She's going, pew, 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 trying to shoot the lightning. The snow's coming down, kind of keep her cool, and she's missing. And Felix is like, listen, I need you to calm down, okay? You just can't ram it in there. You got to think. You gotta think about it. And he's, what do you mean? So he's like, all right, here. He's like, take the orb, right? And then just kind of hit the metal. You got to tap it in. Just a little tap. You got to reset it, right? He's like, think about this. You're a battle axe, okay? When you did the lightning in the clouds, that was like a battle axe. You went, brah! We don't need that. You have daggers, Vi. Of all people, you should understand, sometimes you need to be like a doctor, a scalpel. He doesn't say doctor and a scalpel. That's what I mean. You got to be meticulous. You need a dagger. Okay, do that. So she goes, oh, okay. So she's holding her orb, right? I got orb right here. So she's holding her little orb in her hand, right? So she's got her orb, and then she starts thinking. She closes her archives, right? And she just opens a little tiny crack, just a little crack in the door. And the power starts coming in, and it's building, and it goes. And then Felix, he starts slowly, all right, a little bit more power, a little bit more power, a little bit more power. She starts juicing it up, right? The fucking door to the archive's getting bigger. Now she's pulling Taryn's power, not Adarna's power, right? And they're talking about how the power's a little bit different and how it's beautiful, and she doesn't need to be afraid of it. She's got to like control the power, Violet. And then it starts going. And then Felix, you like that? Ooh. What's she seeing? Haha. Anyway, then Felix starts taking the orb and starts pulling it away. And then he gets a few inches away, and then all of a sudden, once it gets too far away, she fucking loses it. She just fucking door slams open and shit goes crazy. And calm down. So they finally get her calmed down, right? I think it's like lightning shot up in the sky and like split the clouds and shit, right? So that happened. He's like, all right, good. That's good. That's good for today. Now, listen, we'll come back in a week and I should be able to pull the orb 10 feet from her. She's like, motherfucker, what did you say? What do you mean? 10 feet? He's like, yeah, you're right. Let's make it 15. And then she's like, what the fuck? And then Felix turns and he starts talking to his dragon. And he's like, oh yeah. And then you and Rorison need to be at assembly at motherfucking 5 o'clock. And she's like, but he's out on the front. And then she lowers her mind talkie shields. And all of a sudden, dun 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 dun, Xaden's right behind her. He's like, oh shit. She looks at him. She's like, shit, are you okay? He's like, I'm all right. And then what about Sigale? And Taryn's like, yeah. She lives, like she's unharmed and stuff. And then we get pissed. So They're like, what's happening? What's happening? Like, we'll talk about it later. She goes down, gets her some food, and then she's walking up and she sees everybody kind of chit-chatting, like Bodie and Garrick and Heaton. And they're talking. And we lost another rider. Was it Nessa? Yeah, Nessa or whatever. She was like the oldest wing leader next to Xaden. Like she was they thought she was invincible. A town was attacked about an hour away. Like it's about to fucking go down. This is the Pebble where the shit. Yeah, that's how much we got left. So you know, this is the snowflake. They're like, oh shit, it's about to begin. Seven wyverns took out this town in less than an hour. So holy shit, buckle up, folks. It's about to begin. Chocolate cake and a decision to make. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 51. Okay, so after everything's going on, right, with the people coming back and she just got done with the training, she's like walking up the stairs and shit, and she sees Riri and everybody, and she's like, you know what, I'm just gonna let them we're gonna let them know I'm gonna let them, what's it called? Ignorantly blissful. I guess that's what we're gonna go with. So anyway, she goes up and she goes by the kitchen and she grabs a piece of chocolate cake and stuff, right? And then she goes upstairs because of the notes that Xaden has been writing her. She knows where to find them, right? So she goes up to the 5th floor and he is just like sitting out on the balcony, right? But it's a real skinny walkway, and she's like, this is how this motherfucker got so good at parapet. And she walks out there with the cake in the wind and sits down and he looks up and he's like, girl, what did I tell you about risking your life for me? And she's like, I hardly call this a risk, bitch. And here, I brought you chocolate cake. But I thought I was bringing it to you, though, when it was just a bad day, not when we realized what had happened. So I kind of apologize. It's kind of like when I brought out the green eggs and ham book before I realized what was about to happen. Like, I had good intentions, but I know it doesn't quite fit. I'm sorry. So anyway, they have the conversation, and then we find out what happens in the town. So in the town where they just lost, they compared it to Ressin, but 10 times worse. Okay? Now, the thing is, that got Xaden super mad about it, is we almost lost Xaden. Did you know that? We was that motherfucking... If Segale would have been that motherfucking much longer, Xaden would have been on that poop. So that's why Mira said we done. And Xaden's kind of hated because now he kind of gets how Vi feels, how everybody like, because they're tethered and shit. So they're going through that and they're like, listen, it is what it is. We're going to be tethered together forever, bitch. So we fucking, yeah. They're like, all right, cool. So they kind of work on that, right? Now, as they're doing that, Xaden, they're talking about, they got to re-merge the groups. They got to reform the groups because what they got's not working. They're getting picked off. And in this conversation too, Xaden also did say that, listen, no matter what happens, no matter what we do, we're 50 years too late. Like, so please, Violet, this is not your fault, right? We're just not ready. We're 50 years behind the power curve and shit. So that happens. All right. Then they're redoing some stuff. Xaden goes out on patrol. It's like 2 weeks go by and we've been sitting here with fucking, oh, God damn it, Chode. Okay, we've been sitting here with Chode. And we've been in the library studying twice during lunch and at night, right? So they've been studying, and then they finally have come to the conclusion that it's not Iron Rain, it is Iron Flame. And like, I was like half right on this prediction. I said they needed the blood and then the dragon power. No, they mistranslate. It's flame. They need dragons to activate it. So they're having a conversation and then they're getting late and finally she's like, hey, Mini Chode, I got this. Go ahead and go leave. And then Mini Chode is like, okay, listen, don't tell Xaden this, but I really like what he's doing and I think it's going to work. Good idea. And she's like, all right, cool. I definitely won't tell him. Thanks. And then he bounces and then she starts studying and then she notices that she had another translation wrong. And it was a line about blood and breath. And she realizes, oh shit, it's not about the humans and blood. No. It's about the breath. The dragons are the key. Just like I said, oh, the dragons! It's always been about the dragons! Anyway, so she fucking takes her shits off and goes fucking running. And she wants to go talk to baby Chode, right? But she's like, no, I can't tell Chode because he'll do the fucking rules and shit, and I'm not sure. So hang on. So she runs upstairs like, knock, 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 who's there? And fucking Riri opens the door. And she's like, Riri, we gotta talk. And Riri's like, open the door. So she gets in the door and she's like, oh shit, it's an empty bed. And she's like, you know that bed's yours, just in case you ever need time away from Roarington. She's like, yeah, that shit ain't gonna happen. But anyway, she's like, Riri, I know how to lift the wards, but I don't think we should. Dun, dun, dun! Why not, Vi? Why shouldn't we lift the wards? The only thing I would suggest to not lift the wards, I would verify that that's the way to do it. And then I'd find out, see if you could talk to the dragons and see how far they go. And then try to draw the Vinny in as much as you can. Get him inside, pull everything in, get the Vinny in, and then launch the wards over them, trapping them inside the wards with the ward magic destroying them. That would be my plan. Anyway, join us 52 coming up next. Oh, so many choices to make. Holy shitballs, Batman. Let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame chapter, that was 52. Yeah, 52. Sorry, I had to double check on that one. All right, so we start out at Riri's house. So, Violet told Riri she figured out how to do the wars, but she don't know if it's the right thing. So now they've been going to Riri's house for a few days, and what they're trying to do is build the camaraderie and esprit de corps between them and the Flyers, you know, Cats group, right? So they're there, and they're all sitting at Riri's house, and everybody's kind of talking and mingling, and finally, Violet fucking hears from fucking Taryn and fucking Adarna like, yeah, you're doing the right thing. So it's like, all right, it's go time. So Riri's like, attention, attention, welcome to our TED Talk. Violet has some shit she got to say, okay? So Violet's like, listen, what I'm about to tell y'all is possibly, it's like borderline treason and stuff. So I'm going to give you decisions. So listen, this is the deal. I think I can raise the wards, but if I do that, you're going to lose your power. So I'm going to give y'all a choice. Y'all, like, I guess it's, you can stay or go or whatever, but like, this was the plan before you were hearing shit, and they're all fucking pissed. She's like, hey, I'm giving you the option. Fucking figure it the fuck out, right? So everybody's got to figure that out. They're like, shit. So everybody's trying to figure out now. Kat and all them, they got to make their decision on what's going to happen. And then we go from that. She has another dream, Violet with the sage, and the sage is all fucking in her mind and shit like, release the good, release the power, be your full strength, and all this shit, and fucking turns like, wake up, Silver One. Fucking don't deal with the stupid human dreams. Don't be a part of stupid bullshit. It is stupid bullshit. Just wake the fuck up. Okay? So that's what Taryn, she's like, bitch, human dreams don't work that way. If I could, I would. Just do it, Nike, or some shit. Like, I don't know. So then we go from there. Now, we go from there. It's been like a couple of weeks, another week or so, like 6 days, I think. And they're all about to do some training missions. And they want to fly like an eagle. Or fly like a dragon. So Adarna, she's like, I won't go on the mission. And they're like, no, we might be going too far. You only fly for an hour. She's like, bitch, I won't fucking fly. I'm gonna fly. And we get her sassiness attitude, right? And then we finally, the mission is this. So they're gonna have a little competition, right? Because remember, now we've reformed the squads and everything. And the mission is they gotta go find a bunch of runes and unlock them and stuff. And the winning team gets a weekend pass to do whatever you want. Got a whole fucking furlough. You got like a 4-day pass and it's mileage unlimited. Like the Flyers can go all the way back to fucking Cordon Bleu and shit to Discount Tire and see him if they want to like fly there, stay there for an hour, turn around, fly back. But remember, they got to fly and not climb up the path. So that's an option. And they're like, oh shit, we got to do this. And as they're talking about the rules and shit, all of a sudden, Xaden flies in. Xaden comes in with his fucking riot at 10 and they're all landing and he does his whole fucking super schmooper Xaden dismount. And Vi looks at him and is like, ah, moist. Runs over to him, gives him a big old hug and he's like, hey, we need to talk. She's like, yeah. And all of a sudden he's like, wait, you got this look on your face. She's like, oh, no, we got to go. And they're having a brain talk and he's like, motherfucker, did you figure out how to raise the wards? And she's like, how did you figure that out from my face? He's like, bitch, I know you, girl. Like, I know you. And she's like, okay, well, we got to talk. He's like, well, fuck yeah, we got to talk. Like, what are we talking about? So anyway, that's where we're at now. Yeah, Fitz about to get fucking crazy as shit. So they're going on a mission and then her and Xaden need to have a talkie about the wards. All right, join us, 53, coming up. Supposed to be the Cave of Wonders, not the Cave of Bullshit. God damn it, let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Story, Iron Flame, chapter 53. Okay, so they're out doing their little competition to find the motherfucking runes, right? Danon, Crown Prince of the Valbar and Face. Sorry, I needed that after the way this fucking bullshit ass chapter ended. Sorry. All right, digressing. Back to fucking this story. All right, so anyway, so they get dropped off, and Taryn's like gonna look for him, and they gotta go in this fucking cave, and Taryn's like, these caves used to be a dragon networking den system. Like, oh shit, this doesn't sound good. So they're walking in a motherfucking, Adarna's fucking being a little sassy teenager. I won't fucking do this, I won't fucking do that. Like, shut up, we gotta get into the cave. But I get it. She'd want to protect. Taryn's like, you can't breathe fire and all this bullshit, right? So Taryn's like, I'm gonna go look at this mountain and y'all go in the fucking cave. So they all go down and they're walking. Now we got Vi, we got Sloan, we got, I believe, Imogen, we got Kat, and we got a couple people, right? And they're all walking down to this motherfucker. I think it's all those people. Anyway, for sure I know it's Sloan, Kat, Vissa, and Vi. I know those four for sure. But anyway, so they're in there walking, and listen, they're having a conversation, and Violet is trying. She's like, hey, you're pretty good at the ward and the runes things and stuff. And she's like, yeah. And then they're like, trying to talk and almost started avalanche. Oh, sorry. And they're fucking working, right? So they get into the cave and it's super dark, super icy, and like, so can anybody light? And she's like, no. So motherfucking cunt, a cat, she pulls her backpack off, pulls out a little motherfucker, like, you got, like, where you got this? Or like, listen, we share our power. I'll give them that much. She's like, I'm really good at this. So once I figured out a rune, I make that rune and I give it to everybody else. And when she makes a rune, she figured, and then, oh, yeah, teamwork makes the dream work, baby. As long as people don't get fucking jealous and hoard all this shit. But anyway, digressing. So that fucking happens. And then she's like, shit, well, I got the thing, but nobody can make a fire. Nobody fires. She's like, I got an idea. So she's like, here. So she takes a little conduit thing that nobody wants to fucking touch because everybody's scared of lightning. I would too. Lightning is scary. I've been electrocuted once or twice. It's not motherfucking fun. But anyway, so she gives Sloan a little ball, and then she holds it across, and she's making like an arc lighter, like, and she's like, here, put the, and she brought me out fire. So they got fire, and they start walking, and they're in the cave, and then they see the rune, and then they're like, yes, let's grab it, and we'll get out of here. And then all of a sudden, as they're getting closer, Adarna's like, I smell some shit. It smells nasty. It smells like stolen power. What the fuck? That's not good. Was it wyverns? No, it's dragons! And all of a sudden, it's fucking soulless. That's Varys' fucking dragon. I swear, Varys and motherfucking fucking born again Barlow and Varys show up. I swear to God, some shit's about. Fuck, I don't want to know what's gonna happen. Anyway, one more chapter today. 54 coming up. I thought Varys was. Fuck! Battle in the Cave. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 54. Okay, so one good thing I'll say about this is I don't have to fucking deal with Born Again Barlow or Varys' ass. So I guess Varys is actually kaputi. At least he didn't show up in this motherfucking chapter. And, well, we all know how it ends. So Barlow didn't show up, so we were good about that. I'm fucking still happy. But anyway, so we're in the cave, fucking Soulless comes out and is like, rah, and fucking attack him and shit. And they're like, oh God. And fucking, of course, Violet's like, stand behind me, I'll protect you. I'm the small, fragile one. I mean, I get it, she's the strongest person, but until like you actually know how to wield your power, can we just be a little bit more careful? I see what Xaden's going through. He going through some shit with her right now, but we'll get into that later. So anyway, so Soulless is coming to attack him. They're like, oh shit. So they're fucking fighting and dodging and diving. And all of a sudden, Adarna manages to get in there. And she's like, ah! And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh shit, we got to do something. And they start smelling the sulfur. And all of a sudden, like, wait, it's getting so dark. And like, but what's happening? And all of a sudden, you hear Adarna say, hold your breath. And Adarna, she covers them up and she protects all the people. It's like, ah! Why are you doing fireproof Adarna? And Soulless is all, bah! Trying to melt them, and then they counted like 10 seconds to come out, and then one of the little Dino Nuggy chicken flyers, Cat's chicken, Dino Nuggy flyer thingy, Griffin, is got a little bit, so they put the fire out, and they're like, we gotta get out of here, and Sloan is trying to pull them back, and Sloan's signet decides to manifest at the wrong motherfucking time, let me tell you. So she's trying to pull out, Cat's like, you're taking my power, so that's fucking going on. And then they're trying to fucking fight. And then all of a sudden, she's like, I got an idea. And they break the conduit as some battling is going on, like her little bally conduit, right? And she's like, I got an idea. fucking Adarna distracted her. So Adarna comes in all big and badass and fucking yelps and fucking bites her fucking the dragon's neck, right? And then fucking Violet takes her the little fucking orb of Asavok's little conduit thing and bam and stabs it in. What are you guys eating down there? Oh, did y'all kill something? I don't know. Anyway, so bam, puts it in the dragon, and then she's back to and she's frying taser. And she's frying the fucking dragon, and then it goes in the dragon, and then fucking the dragon's gone. Okay, so Solus is dead. Solus is gone. We know that. As this happens too, like she falls down, knocks her head down. The dragon's gone, so that means Varys for sure is gone. But born again Barlow, we didn't see him, so he could still be alive. Now they managed to get out. Taryn fucking comes out and is roaring, and they get her out and like, oh shit, we made it, cool. And then they fly back, and they get back to the place, and then she's getting healed. And Xaden comes barging in like, what the fuck happened? What the fuck happened? And they're telling the story, and Kat's there. Kat, what are you doing? What are you doing here? And he's all, it's kind of like the jacket again, like, you went AWOL to see me. Whose fucking jacket are you wearing? Like, what do you mean you fought a dragon? Kat, why are you here? Like, motherfucker, Kat, I'm on Kat's side. Like, I can't believe right now I'm on the cunt side of this one. Like, she's like, the motherfucker saved me, stepped in front of a dragon. The least I can do is make sure she's getting some fucking healing. You did what? So Xaden loses his shit. So fucking he kicks Kat out. They start, doctors checking her out. You're fine, not concussion, little noggin. Zaden's like, good. We gotta have a motherfucking talk. Xaden is pissed off. Why did you do that? Why did you save fucking cunt of all people? Like, listen, she's fucking third in line. If I didn't save her, then the fucking discount tire manager, he's gonna pull the contract. He gonna come chase you down, pull all our tires back and shit. Like, it's bad business. And he's like, motherfucker, that's the deal I made to Peel. And she's like, oh, you wanna talk about motherfucking deals and shit? And Xaden's like, oh, he backs up, does the whole arm cross. Is like, oh, you wanna talk about deals? Are you finally ready to talk about the deal I made with your mother? Like, oh, are we finally about to find out what's up? I like it. All right, but that's the end of 54. So, shit, we almost done. Join us tomorrow. You fucking knew. And you would know too, Violet, if you would just ask the questions. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Wing, chapter 55. Okay, let's get into it. So basically, Violet just realized that Xaden knew, that she knew, that he knew, that she knew, that they could lift the fucking wards. It's one of them kind of little Spider-Man things going on, right? And she's all mad, so they go back to his room to have this conversation, right? So they're having a conversation, and she's trying to get blah, 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 and he's all blah, 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 she's all blah, 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 blah. And basically what it's coming down to is he's like, if you would just fucking stop trying to ask questions about what you see and just ask what you would want to know, I would tell you the motherfucking answers. But you're not focused on that shit. You're just trying to focus on certain things, and I don't know what to fucking do. That's what I took from it. And then she tries to bring the armoire analogy into it, and he's like, battle axe in the armoire, what the fuck are you talking about? She's like, never mind, it was an analogy. And he's like, oh, hang on. And he takes that analogy, right? And he opens it up and he's like, so there's no battle axes, but you know, there's boots and you know it's in here, but did you know about this? And he pulls out the little clock. She's like, no. And he's like, why? Because you trusted me. And he's like, yeah. And then all of a sudden the shadow pulls out a dagger. And what about this? Oh, I didn't know. And she's like, because you trusted me. You see what I'm saying, my girl? And she's like, oh, blah, blah. And then they start going and then they start talking about how she's kind of upset now because once she found out about the deal with fucking mom and fucking Xaden, like, she's like, did you fall in love with me because of the deal? Because she don't want her mom to be involved in that, right? She wanted it a natural, like, and he's like, no, fucking even despite of the deal, I almost schmilled you at one point, okay? You see what I'm saying? So, like, this is real. And she's like, oh. So he just kind of sits back again, and he's like, so if you want to know something, just ask a motherfucking question. And they get a knock on the motherfucking door, but they motherfucking ignore it, right? They got soundproof. He's like, go the fuck away. Soundproof fucking spells, Xaden. And they start going. He's like, so once again, if you want to know the deal or want to know whatever, just ask the motherfucking questions. And then Violet, woo, okay, we're playing water polo. And she's like, hey, Australian rules football coming from this motherfucking question. She's like, we thought we were going to get, why did mom put the scars and makes the deal, right? Nah, she came out of nowhere like, what's your second signet? What did you say? Okay. Bam, even Xaden. Oh, shit. Okay. She put you to the test, my boy. Are you going to tell her? And so now the second signet is, remember, because Sigale is a direct descendant and bond. Sorry, not Sigale, but Xaden's grandfather bonded with Sigale. What are you doing over? Kitty cat girl. Anyway, digressing. We'll get with her later. So since Xaden's grandfather bonded with Sigale, if that happens, which is crazy that like they're surprised to let them happen, you either get a second signet or you go fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and shit, right? And since Xaden is apparently very well sane after this motherfucking conversation, what's the motherfucking second signet? And all of a sudden he's like, banging on a motherfucking door again. God dang it, it's Friday. We got wyverns coming. There's wyverns. We gotta go. And he's like, you ready to motherfucking raise the wards, I guess? And like, literally, that's how it ends. It says, Xaden says something else to Brennan and turns to me again. You ready to raise these wards? Or would you like to wait until they're actually at the gates? Fuck! Join us for the next one. Xaden's got a dirty little secret today. Oh my God. Wow. That was crazy. Let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Story, Iron Flame chapter 56. Okay, so we're under attack, right? So they go out and we got to get the wards up. So they fucking run out there and they got the dragons. Now, they had to get like one of each dragon line, right? So they go out there and they're like, let's get the one dragon fire! And fly them up and the wards are up. They think, they're pretty sure. They're 99.98% sure, but they don't know. But we gotta get the fuck out of here and find out. So they feel like they're up, but Violet is not very secure in her thought process, I guess. I don't know. And we'll digress on that one. So they get up on the dragons and they fly far away. Now they end up flying like pretty far out, like to the end of the wards, like 20 minutes away from the edge of the wards. And then they get there, and then Taryn's like, everyone, you have 15 minutes to get your shit together before your man and Sigale get here, right? So then she gets off, and she's kind of getting her fucking thoughts together, and they're talking, and then Xaden comes down, and like, we got 15 minutes, they're keeping an eye out. And he's like, good, we can fucking talk here. So they start having the hard talk, and she's like, wait, we can talk here? You couldn't say... And that makes her start thinking. She's like, okay, what the fuck is the second signet? Now, I don't know all the possible signets, so I never tried to make a guess because I don't know what powers they have and don't have. But I should have motherfucking guessed it when we had the scene in the first book when Professor carved old boy's neck. I should have known. He's a mind reader, kind of. He can't read the mind, but he can read intentions, right? So that's how he knew that Violet was a good person at the tree. He can't read the mind, but he knows the intent of the act and stuff. That he also fucking, goddamn, all right. Fuck, this is gonna hurt so bad. That's how he knew he could trust Dane to come and in the interrogation room. It's because he knew Dane's intentions because of his second signet. That's how he also knew he could trust Dane to go to Arisha and he wouldn't fucking turn because of the signet. Fuck, I have to call him Dane now. God damn it, he's a good person. Fuck! All right, anyway, digressing. So, but at the same time, as Xaden is telling this, before he starts that, he did say, you know, how fast does a person fall out of love with somebody? And as she's processing this and she's going through the, oh, fuck, did he just say what he needed to say to get me to love him? And questioning everything he's ever done, which is why he didn't want to tell her this. I get it. It's that fucking rough. It's that rough one. That's that rock, hard place rock. Nice to meet you. What the fuck? Anyway. So he's like, yeah, less than a minute. And she's like, nah, motherfucker, my love ain't fickle and shit. We gonna talk about this shit, bitch. And all of a sudden, Taryn's like, we've got them coming. And they see motherfucking 17 Vinnies have fucking come. 17 Vinnies and like 100 motherfucking wyvern out there. And the sage from Ressin is out in that bitch. And he's all like, And the wards are up. And then a wyvern comes flying and then fucking leaves and comes flying back. And it goes right through the motherfucking ward. Like, oh shit, they're not working. And the wyverns come when it hits the ground. We need to check it out. No, it's dead. I know it's dead. I know it's deceased. So they're like, all right, cool. And then another one's and then the fucking sees that and then Violet's like, oh, okay, cool. And the Vinny's like, oh, okay, shit. We feel the wards are here. We can't get through. So they fucking turn around and leave, right? And they wait like 3 hours and shit. And they're like, all right, cool. We got to get back. So they get back to motherfucking Arisha. And when they get back to Arisha, they get a briefing like this. It was a coordinated attack at 3 different locations. And like, shit, we pulled it off. And they're like, okay, we got an issue though. Because General Milgren's little bitch ass, he wants to have a meeting. And all the leaders got to be there. Along with fucking Violet and Mira. And they're like, why? And well, because he knows. And there can't be more than 2 marked ones because he can see the outcome and shit. And then Xaden's like, yeah, so that means if he's meeting with us, he already knows the outcome because that's the only reason he would meet with us. So, fuck. It's about to get sketchy. So we got to worry about this meeting. And then, right before that happens, I don't remember which one, but one of the flyers, I don't know if it was Kat or another one, she's like, hey, we got to worry about something. And she's using her lesser magic. It's fucking still working. And like, wait, you got magic? That's so fucking cool. And she's like, yeah, it's cool. But that means there's an issue with your motherfucking wards. Ah, shit, son. We got issues. Houston, we have a problem. Let's see what happens. Meeting with Mom today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flames, chapter 57. Okay, so they're flying out to have the meeting with General Milgren and their little bitch ass people in the motherfucking forest, right? So now they're all kind of sitting out there and they're cat butt. Oh, stretch move. So anyway, they're all sitting out there and fucking Vi and Xaden, they're working through their shit some more. And the dragons are mad. Like, even Segal's not standing next to Terrence because Terrence pissed at everybody. I was like, why you even tell me? So they're working on their shit, right? So finally, General fucking Milgren and Mama fucking Sorengale shows up and a couple other bitches show up too. And they're all sitting there and then they start talking. And General Milgren's like, blah, 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 blah. And fucking Violet's like bored, like, hey, Xaden, do your stupid mind talky fucking intuition bullshit and tell me what's happening. And he's like, okay, sure. Listen, he's scared shitless. He knows whatever gonna happen, but you need to watch yourself and put your fucking shields up. And she's like, fuck, this motherfucker is scary. Damn. Okay, but don't worry, I'm not gonna tell on you or nothing, right? So then they start going. And basically, General Milgren has come and said, they about to get attacked at Samara, and if they don't help them, they're gonna lose the battle. That's what's up. And like, they basically said, like, I don't know if we gonna fucking, if you know we're not gonna help. And it's like, listen, like, why should we help you? You help me help you, but you don't want to help us. So like, what the fuck? And then they start going and the mama starts running her mouth. And all of a sudden, out of the middle of nowhere, Brennan's like, shut the fuck up. Y'all didn't help nobody. Y'all don't give a shit. And Mom's like, oh, what the fuck? Like pale ass white, like, oh shit, where the fuck is, like, oh shit. And then basically it comes down to, listen, you don't want to help nobody. You had allies and over the centuries, you said fuck them. So you know what? We politely decline the, hang on, how did he say it? We politely decline your acceptance to peace and alliance and we agree to war. That's what's up. And then they turn around, fucking walk off like, we out this bitch, deuces. And okay. So they start walking out. General Milgren's like, I'm fucking bullshit and fucking pouts off, right? And then fucking, you got a few minutes, talk to your children and shit. So fucking Xaden is there. And then fucking Brennan, he just bounced. He said, fuck off, Mom. I ain't even looking at you. He's pissed. I mean, I get it. I see why. But anyway, digressing. So fucking Mama Sorengale's like, Xaden, can I please talk to my daughter, children, whatever the fuck, And he's like, he kind of looks and he's like, yeah, we got it. So he kind of steps back and then walks away. And then Mama starts pulling off her jacket and she hands him a book and it's the other fucking war journal. And she's like, listen, basically your wards are fucked. The shit's not right. The shit's not the truth. You need to check out and you need to fucking look at the wyverns all over the motherfucking, go check the wyverns that crossed your valley. Go check them out. Cut their bodies open. You're going to see some shit. You need to rethink your strategies and shit. And they're like, what the fuck? And the mama's like, I love you. See you later. And then she fucking leaves. So then they fly back. And then her and Xaden are like, we're here to talk. And he's like, yes, we'll talk some more. Whatever you want to talk, we're going to talk about. So they're going to work their shit out. And then she grabs Mir like, hey, let's go check out these motherfucking wyvern carcasses and shit. So they go and they find a wyvern carcass and Mira's all like, whoosh! And she cuts it all up, all spectacular. And they find a stone and the stone has runes. Fucking Vinnies have runes. How do the Vinnies have runes now? This is fucking wild as shit. But then as something's happening, I don't know, my brain can't quite picture it, but I think what happens is as they're fucking with the rune, the wyvern starts to reanimate and shit, and all of a sudden she's like, and she shocks it, and then it freaking smokes and dies. And Mira's like, are you sure lightning gonna kill it? And she says, yeah. And then the problem is, they have to translate the second book, but the second book, what's the language? I'm gonna fuck it up. Okay, but it ends with this way, right? Slowly turns her head and look at me. Slowly turns her head, keep an eye on the body, no pressure. But if we don't figure it out that Warwick lied, we're all fucked, right? Because I did such a great job the first time. You did a good job. You only had one of the books. You needed the second book. You needed the 2 parts of the book. And then she didn't. So now I don't know Moranian or Morani, whatever the fuck that language is. And she gonna have to, Jesse's coming through. Jesse, I'm gonna need you to see Sawyer get some post-nut clarity and really fucking lock in on that book, right? No pressure at all. All right, join us next time. Gravity and the battle brief that started it all. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 58. Okay, so Violet and Xaden, they're all up in the gym, right? They're gonna have a little conversation. They gotta figure this shit out. It's time. We gotta stop the bullshit. We gonna figure it out. We gonna have a conversation we've been trying to have for the last 2 motherfucking books, right? So Xaden comes, he pulls a couple knives out, right? He got a little gift for it later on. We'll talk about that. Anyway, so they're sitting there having a conversation. Now listen, it goes back and forth. Some things are fucking said. And basically Xaden comes out and says, listen, I'm tired of the bullshit. I'm tired of you being afraid to ask the questions. So whatever the fuck you want to know, just ask. I don't motherfucking care, right? Listen, I care about you. I love you. You are my gravity. Do you understand? You are what make everything fucking possible to me. And that basically makes you say, oh shit, okay, yeah, you're right. And they start going and he says, listen, I got one motherfucking rule. She's like, you just changing the rules now? Yeah, why are you doing that? Bitch, because we can. It's our relationship. We do what the fuck we want. I'm making a rule. We don't fight in the bedroom. The bedroom is only for Olympics. Okay? We don't do all that nonsense in there. That's only for the Olympics. We fight, we come out here. You got it? Get it? Got it? Good. Cut it, wrap it, post it, read the fine print, moving on. Okay, so they deal with that, and she's like, all right, cool. My rule is you can't use the brain talky shit on me. And he's like, bet, no problem. I never tried to. You understand what I'm saying? So they work their shit out, right? And he's like, so do you want to come and get your old presents? And he's like, disarm me. He'd given her 2 knives after she killed Solus, right? So she gets her knives and then we're cool. Now, we go from there and we're in the battle brief class, right? All right, so now we go into this battle brief class where Major Devora, her and Brennan, they're having a brief, right? Now, I tell you what, this is where I wish I had a whiteboard and I could see the stuff, because when I read that, man, I wish I could see where they actually put all the bad Venny troop movements, because I bet I might have figured it out before she did if I could have seen the actual movements. But anyway, digressing. So as they're doing this, a whiteboard is in the works. We're trying to figure it out. But anyway, digressing. So she's sitting there and they're going through battle brief and they're talking through it and asking questions and they're looking at her. And finally, she's like thinking, she's like, oh shit, we're wrong. General Milgren, if he already know, you see what I'm saying? They know that General Milgren is lying about all motherfucking Samara. They kind of worked that shit out, you know what I'm saying? Because they were looking at where the troop movements are, and General Milgren, he can see the shit. So they're like, wait a second, he's fucking lying to us. And then she's like, shit, I gotta motherfucking go. So she takes off fucking running, and she's like, Xaden, I fucking need you, I need to talk to you now. And he's like, what's up? And they're like, we gotta motherfucking go. Why? And then she fucking explains it to him, and he's like, well, what do you want to do? And then she says, we gotta motherfucking go. So guess where they gotta go? To Basgayeth! We gotta go deal with fucking mom now. Fuck me running. Anyway, join us 59 coming up. Born again Barlow, this is why you're a bitch tits and the biggest insult I've ever come up with in my reading thus far. Let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 59. Okay, let's talk about it. So, Barlow. Anyway, Vi, she kind of figured out what's going on, told Xaden, we gotta fucking go to Basgayeth. That's where the attack is imminent. What are you talking about? So she fucking worked them through it. They're like, all right. So they went and talked to the motherfucking assembly, right? So the assembly's discussing it. Now they're back here figuring out like, look, who's going? I'm going. You can't go. You can go. The first years can't go. You don't have signets, but Sloan, I got a signet. Yeah, but you ain't motherfucking trained on it. All right, we're going to break it down, break everybody up this, right, and the other, right? And then they come back and fucking Brennan's like, nah, we voted no, we ain't going. They're like, fuck you, Brennan, we love you, but we're going, bitch tits. So they're lining up and Riri's like, hey, listen, we're not breaking up our squad, all right? We respect you, Xaden, and everything else, but this is our motherfucking squad. Our squad, you know what I'm saying? We're fucking team together. Let's fucking do it and shit. So they're like, all right, cool. So they all get up together, and then there's a little bit of argument about Adarna. She's being Adarna, being sassy as fuck. She's like, I'm gonna fly. It's an 18-hour flight, motherfucker. Or 12 hours. You ain't gonna make it, girl. You tired. So put the harness on. You can fly with us. When you get tired, hook up. We can motherfucking do it. All right, cool, bet. So they go and they fly there. Now, when they're flying in, they drop Adarna off. Be safe, Adarna. And she always, I'll be where I need to be, bitch. That's why I say it. Listen, Adarna gonna do what the fuck she want. I don't know why she like a 16-year-old kid. I'm just saying. Oh, wait, she is. Anyway, digressing. So we get back into it, right? So they drop her off, and then she goes in the motherfucking veil, and then they start noticing that not a lot of guards and shit are out, okay? So they start coming in and doing a little dismount in the motherfucking courtyard, right? Vi goes first, bam, 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 gets down, up against the wall. In comes Xaden, bam, 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 in comes against the wall. And then they start going through, and people coming down, and fucking Mama's Sorengale, what are we fucking doing? What are you bitches doing here? And she's like, we're here to fucking help you. She's like, we don't need motherfucking help. We need to be up there. And Violet's like, you're fucking wrong. You're fucking wrong, Mom. Let me explain this shit to you. And Mom's like, fine, whatever. Anyway, use the front fucking gate instead of fucking up my goddamn wall over here, right? So they open up the gate and she's like, we need to go check the ward stone. The ward stone's fine. We need to check the motherfucking ward stone. There's somebody. The fucking call is coming from inside the house. Do you understand what I'm saying, Mom? Fucking bad guy here. We all know who it fucking is. Piece of shit. Fucking. Anyway, digressing. So she's like, fine, let's go fucking look at it. So they start walking down the fucking hallway. Like, oh shit. She's having flashbacks of the interrogation chamber. Drip, drip, drip. And fucking talking to Xaden. Xaden's like, don't worry, before we leave here, we're gonna burn this motherfucker down. Our house is burning down. Burning down the house. Oh. Anyway, so they're walking down, and then she's like, look, see, there's guards. The guards are schmeckled. Oh, my Lord. Oh, shit. Everybody's going crazy. So the motherfucking walk in the door, right? And they walk down in here, and we see this fucking ward stone. It has a black flame around it. They're like, see, everything's fine. I don't know why the guards are dead and everything. And then who comes out of the backside of this bitch? It's born again fucking Barlow and his bitch ass dragon fucking Beatty. Well, just for a little bit, because Barlow's like, I'm gonna fucking break the goddamn ward stone and shit. And they start to do their moves, and there's a little bit of fight, and then all of a sudden fucking, they're like, go around this side and that side, right? And they start to fucking go around, and all of a sudden they see Beatty rearing up like, roar, and they're like, fuck, where's bitch ass Barlow? I don't fucking see him. And all of a sudden Barlow comes up flying off one of the top horns, takes his motherfucking dagger and stabs it in Beatty's neck and slides down and schmeckling his own fucking dragon. The blood spewing over the stone of fire, putting out the flames. The wards are down! The wards are down! Fucking Barlow. Join us for the next one. We all saw that bitch-ass Barlow part coming, right? And now we got to fucking deal with Nolan. Fucking chapter 60. Today on Wise Beyond the Story, Iron Flame, chapter 60. Let's get into it. All right, so bitch-ass Barlow, he's fucking schmeckled his dragon, blood splurted on the fucking flaming ward stone. Wards are motherfucking down. They've managed to fucking beat Xaden's shadows, brought him down. Barlow's a fucking Vinny. I still haven't figured it out. I haven't figured that out yet. I don't know if he was a Vinny before he went in and he was able to motherfucking hide it, but basically the Vinny can be inside the wards because they can still suck up the power. You know what I'm saying? I guess the wards, there's a fault in the coding, okay? There's a fucking, I don't know exactly how it happens. But anyway, digressing. So we figured that shit out. Now they're like, wait a second. Barlow don't need Beatty. That's how it can happen. But we gotta keep him contained. Nolan, hey, Omega Chode, get your bitch ass over here with some of that serum, right? Put him out, control this bitch, right? All right, so they give him the serum. I guess you're good for something, Nolan. You're still an Omega level Cho. That's all I'm gonna say. Little bitch ass mother. Digressing for TikTok says I say too many negative words and stuff. Anyway, digressing. So they've kind of got him all locked up, and then they're figuring out, and they're like, Mom, Mira, not Mira, fucking Lilith, Mama Sorga, do you understand the shit that's coming out of my mouth? Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? You understand what I'm saying? And now she's like, all right, shit. So they're in the battle brief, and then they come up with this cool plan. They've put grids all over the place. All right, everybody, we're playing a zone defense, okay? Zone defense. This is your grid. Know where you're fucking doing. We got interlocking sectors of fire, okay? Don't go when you're a fucking teammate grid. You're gonna get jacked up, all right? You can draw them over there, set up the booty traps, do whatever you gotta do. We got a plan? Yes. Team, ready, set, go, break. All right, cool. So now we motherfucking leave, right? Now we go back to the bedroom. And I thought we was going to play some Olympics, right? Because remember, there's no fighting in the bedroom. And I thought we were going to play some Olympics, and the fingers was getting warmed up, and we was starting to do some adventuring up to the north and the southlands, right? But then all of a sudden, what we hit? Knock, knock, knock. Who the fuck is always knocking on these doors with these people? I swear, it's like they got kids or something. You can't get a little no special time because the kids are always knocking on the door. Anyway, digressing. But it's okay, because who's at the door? Ba-ba-da-da! Fucking Brennan! With the rest of the fucking second and first years. Even Sloan's there with the SIGINT and the motherfucking Flyers. Fuck decorum. That shit's out the window. She'll come up hugging motherfucking Brennan like, what's up, dog? He's like, fuck it. We're here to fucking fight. We're in it to win it, bitches. Teamwork makes the motherfucking dream work. And this is how cool the fucking chapter ends, right? Let's just because it's pretty fucking cool. So they're talking about all the plans and the Flyers, right? And then Brennan is going to try to heal the Ward Stone is what it takes about it, right? Mama fucking Sorengale sees fucking Brennan. Now they're still fucking locked eyes right at this point, right? After they've come up with the motherfucking plan. And like, there are locked eyes. And Riri is fucking comes in and she's like, maybe I can, like, whatever. But it goes, Riri nods and turns to my mother, who's still staring at Brennan like he's a hallucination. Y'all know. Anyway, digressing. General Sorengale's second squad, flame section, 4th wing, officially requests permission to guard the airspace above the Ward Stone chamber. Mom doesn't take her eyes off of Brennan. Granted. Why? Mama's been like, you've been dead for 6 years, you bitch. Where you been? And he's just like, what's up? You sent me off to my death, Mom. This is gonna get good. We got like 6 chapters left till we're done. Join us next time. Riders to your dragons! Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 61. Okay, let's get this shit going. Right, all right. So we've got our motherfucking plan. We're playing a zone defense. Nobody's gonna fly out their quadrant, right? We've sat there. We're talking to fucking little sassy ass Adarna, right? She's like, I'm gonna go hide, but I will be close. I'll be where I need to be when I need to be there. You got that shit, little chameleon ass? Okay, so everybody sits there, right? Now, she talked to the dragons. Now she's talking to all the peoples, and the peoples are like, hey, you good? I'm good. You good? You good. We good? We all good. Hey, we in this together. Teamwork makes a dream work. Ready? Hey, listen, nobody's getting schmeckled today, okay? None of that's gonna happen. No schmeckling. We're all gonna get through this and survive. All right, so anyway, so that goes to freaking happen. Oh, Hobie, why are you up there again? Anyway, I'll get the cat later. So anyway, that happens, and they start flying up. And here it comes, the wyverns in a big gray cloud. As that's happening, we notice it's been rather warm in December. And what happens but Mama Lilith Sorengale? We'll talk about her later. She's changed the weather, and she's put clouds in the sky. The clouds are forming. She says, Taryn, tell fucking Amser to move the cloud up. The mama moves the cloud up. She pulls the box. Lightning crash. The lightning hits. Wyverns start falling out of the sky. And then she fucks up and says the famous last words. Maybe this is easier than I thought. Why would you say that? That's like being in an ER and saying it's rather quiet tonight. That's the dumbest shit you could ever say. What did you say? So anyway, the battle begins. There's dragons flying, wyverns flying. Daggers are being flip-flopped with Riri and Riddick. Sawyer's flippity-flopping. Shit's going crazy! Okay, so the dragons are going and the wyverns are fighting. And she's striking the land and the things are falling. And then all of a sudden, shit's about to get real. We see a group of wyverns in front. Taryn, he goes fucking, he comes flying in. Bam! He grabs the motherfucking wyvern by the neck. It jolts her in the back. As that happens, that wyvern had a Vinny on its motherfucking back, and it jumps on the fucking Wise Dragon, and she's like, oh shit, here we go again. Oh my lord. But instead, Riri comes out of the middle of nowhere. Wah! Superhero pose. Riri gonna come save the motherfucking day. Now, one thing I do have to say that's very important besides all this badass dragon and wyvern fighting and flipping and flazzle doozing, right? Is there's a part in here where the dragons are all talking and we're hearing that Cat is wanting to come up and they're mad because they're just playing a little escort duty and stuff. And Vi is like, hey, listen, it's too, the dino chicken nuggies, the griffins, they won't be able to fly up here with the rain. They'll be more of a detriment than an asset. Now, when that happens, Taryn comes in and is like, now you're thinking. And Vi's like, what do you mean, like Brennan? And then fucking Segale comes in and goes, nah, bitch, now you thinking like motherfucking Taryn. Now you thinking like a strategist, somebody that's very old and very wise, okay? So, but anyway, so that part was very cool because you see Violet develop her strategy and understanding that as much as people want to help, sometimes they're not as good as they can be at certain times. All right, you see what I'm saying? So anyway, so that happens. So we had the dragon fight, boom, bam, 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 bam. We got a Vinny on the back, and fucking Riri just jumped from her dragon, fucking Fergie, well, bam, superhero pose on the back of fucking Taryn. Vi is trying to get out of her saddle, but the rain has swollen the straps. Join us for 62. Hey, Sawyer, you want to kick a few ideas around later? I got an idea. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 62. Too soon? Maybe too soon? I don't know. I think it was funny. Let's talk about it. So anyway, we're in the fucking battle, and we got Riri. She just jumped on the motherfucking back of Terrence's back because a fucking Vinny jumped on the back of fucking Terrence's back too, and we're about to have a motherfucking, oh shit, here we go again. We're gonna lose another friend. Oh my God, I thought we were gonna have another Liam incident here, but we managed to fucking use our brain here. Look, even my helmet's damaged. I'm telling you, it was a vicious battle last night, folks. Anyway, so we're sitting there. Fucking Riri gets up to motherfucking Vi. They do a quick hug and she's like, hey, hold on, I need you to trust me. The Vinny's coming. She's got the little crossbow strapped to her leg, right? They got explosive darts like Hawkeye. She puts a motherfucking crossbow in. She's like, I need you to trust me. Hang the motherfucker on, yo. So she goes and she's like, Taryn, I need you to swing this bitch into a barrel roll. Ready, 3, 2. She holds on. Boom. Doesn't hesitate right when the Vinny goes. The fucking arrow, bam, strikes true. Taryn rolls. As soon as he's up, boom, the timing is perfect. Poof, the Vinny goes flying down. And as that Vinny leaves, boom, all his creations leave. But it's not over, folks. Right at that point, we hear, oh, sorry, hang on. Before that happens, fucking Fergie comes up, Riri jumps back on. Now as that happens, we look over, oh shit, fucking Riddick. He's trying to strap a wyvern that's eating his fucking atrium. I can't get it off. Vi runs over there. She straps. She comes. Dragon tail comes over. It's not fucking working. Their dragons aren't strong enough to do. Finally, she gets over there. They release the dragon. It's coming down. But now another wyvern has come over and it's grabbed fucking Sawyer. It's going to bite Sawyer's dragon. Oh no, Sawyer's like, that shit ain't gonna happen. Oh wait, yeah, that ain't gonna happen. Another wyvern comes over, fireball. He barely ducks out of the fucking way. I'm like, whoo, we made it. Oh shit, the other wyvern comes. It's about to bite his dragon's head. No, I can't do that. He goes to kick the wyvern. He does manage to kick the wyvern's head, but that was only the first bite. The second bite was Sawyer's leg. No! Vi loses her shit. This isn't happening. Now, remember in the first book, fucking Fourth Wing, how when they was doing flight maneuver training, she was falling her ass off? I told you that shit was gonna come in handy because she fucking gets over there, grabs motherfucking Sawyer and says, turn, catch, bitch, and fucking jumps. Yahoo! No parachute, like she just took a Red Bull and is on fucking X Games or some shit. So she's falling, tears, boom! Taryn catches the claw, puts her down on the ground. What? I'm gonna fuck you up later. He's pissed, Grandpa. Puts him down. Cat comes over. Yes, she's no longer a cunt. She's Cat, but British word TikTok. But she's cool. But anyway, she comes over with fucking Marin. They come over with their dino chickies. They see Sawyer. They put the tourniquet on him. They're like, get him back, get him back. All right, they start going back. Her and Cat exchange. They look, I appreciate you fucking respect my guy. Teamwork. That's what's happening. And then all of a sudden she hears this sound, she turns around and it's a fucking Vinny. What? The Vinny starts running his mouth, and I'm just gonna read it from the book right here at the end of 62. Hang on, I was wrong page. So here it goes. Whew. He's almost here, so let us move along, shall we? They want to capture her, okay? They're talking about capturing her. The Dark Welder says in less than a dozen feet away, now hordes tire of hovering, waiting for permission to attack. The shape in the cliff behind the Dark Welder, not a shape, but part of the cliff itself, a giant boulder? A boulder with a sliver of golden eyes. It springs forward from the cliff like a projectile, expanding, changing colors, sprouting wings and claws and black scales for its Adarna. Join us for 63 to find out what happens. You know what, Adarna, you can be as sassy as you want, girl. Let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 63. Shit, sorry, I forgot where I was at. Drop my damn pad. We'll leave it there. Okay, anyway, the Vinny was there. It was about to fucking attack everybody. Well, not everybody. Violet and Cat. Adarna stepped out after being like a motherfucking chameleon. She's camouflage. Y'all know what that means, right? We'll talk about that in a second. She steps out, and before the Vinny can have a chance, fire! She can breathe fucking fire! Oh my God. She roasted and toasted that Vinny so quick and then spit out his head like it was a fucking sunflower seed. It was great. Cat's sitting there like, did you just eat that motherfucker? And Adarna's like, you do not talk to dragons if you're not bonded. My bad, y'all. I was just happy you saved me. Shit. Chill, Adarna, chill. Well, anyway, digressing. Somebody gave her a piece of chocolate or something after that guy. Maybe he was a little bitter. I don't know. Digressing. So, that motherfucking happens. We find out General Milgren and his fucking assistant aide bitches are on the fucking way. They've ordered everybody to the Vale, right? Fucking Xaden shows up. Everybody's kind of motherfucking talking. And as everybody's talking, people are like, can we close the gate? They're like, it ain't gonna fucking matter if that's an egress or anything. Just shut the fuck up and go fight. So they're trying to get there, and Jesse's smart little scribe ass shows up, and she's got her little book in tow, and she has this conversation with Vi. And the books are different, just like the maps were different, okay? The books are different. Warwick's and fucking Lyra's books are different. One book says 6 dragons, one book says 6 plus the 1, which is 7. What the fuck does that mean? I've been saying that it's always about the dragons, and fucking we find out a little bit later. But anyway, so we start to find out about that whole shit, and she's like, fuck, I gotta figure it out. So she's trying to work her head through that. Milgren comes in. He's trying to swing his big dick general ass fucking coat is there. Dragons or whatever, dragoning and shit. And Milgren's like, listen, this is fucking my army and yada, yada, yada. And Xaden's like, nah, bitch, this ain't your army, but all right, cool, whatever, peace. And then they're sitting there talking, and she's like, fuck, I got a plan. Mom comes in, and then basically it's sitting down, and then Xaden's like, listen, I'm gonna buy you some time to figure this shit out. Why? Because the leader, the Vinny leader, the big scary motherfucker, this is where it happened. Oh, this is... Now it makes sense. I was like, when did he have time to It was okay. Anyway, that whole thought process, you'll understand that if you continue watching the videos when we get to the last chapter, okay? That'll make perfectly good sense. Anyway, so that happens. The chapter ends like this, okay? Chapter 63 ends. They're all having a conversation. Milgren stares at Xaden, the color slowly draining from his face. That's what I thought. Xaden sticks out his hands. You want to talk with me, Violet? Something in his tone. Maybe it's resignation. Maybe it's the twine of my fingers with his following him as he walks through the archway, past Milgren, towards the dragons. What are you going to do? They're about to attack, Milgren states. I'm buying the time she needs. She's got to get the wards up, okay? She's trying to get the fucking wards up. Xaden answers and my stomach sinks. And they won't attack? Not yet. They're still waiting. What the fuck for? Milgren snaps. Xaden's hands tightens around mine. Me. Fuck! I didn't see it in the live last night. I see it now. Shit! So that's where we are. The plan is Xaden's gonna buy some times and she's gonna try to get the fucking wards up. Job. Fuck! Join us for the next one. Sacrifices and decisions. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame with a side of cat butt, chapter 64. And another take of cat stretch. Cat butt coming, told you. Anyway, digressing. Okay, so we get there. Xaden just said he's gonna go talk to the motherfucking Super J Sage guy, right? He's like, that's the dude fucking wrestling. I need to go fucking, what did you say? Like, how do you know what's happening? You don't fucking know that. Vi's like, what is happening? Taryn, yes, Silver One. Go with him, protect him. I've got you. So they fucking, all right, they not gonna fucking get schmeckled there, all right? There, Xaden. All right, so that happens. She takes off, motherfucking run. Like she doing in the morning. I'm glad she's been doing the morning exercises and shit. So she goes running. She slides into the motherfucking ward chamber. Right as she gets up in there, she's like, Adarna, get your ass over here, motherfucker. So Adarna comes showing up. And then her and Adarna have this conversation like, what's up? Adarna's like, what? She's like, listen, I'm gonna need you. And she's like, so you know. So they have the conversation. She's like, why didn't you tell me? Adarna's like, listen, I waited 650 years, okay? So if you don't understand what we're talking about, one book says 6 dragons. One book says 6 plus the 1. Adarna's the plus 1. She's her own breed. She's a one of a kind. She's a chameleon. You understand what's happening? That's why they need that, I guess that one there. So she's like, why didn't you tell me? Adarna's like, bitch, if you ain't smart enough to figure it out, you ain't deserve to know. You was a scribe. You was a writer. How would you know I'd be here? You didn't know. We here now, bitch. I guess I'm smarter than you ain't realize, motherfucker. So like, oh shit. Okay, so that happens. She's like, bet. We gotta power the stone though. This is gonna take weeks. We ain't got weeks. Vi's like, I can do it. And she starts trying to charge her. Power's weakening. It's fading. Mama Sorengale. Lilith. Goddamn Lilith. Lilith comes in. She sees fucking Eric. Hey, what's up, Cam? You know, because fucking Cam's his real name. Eric is his fake name. You know, his daddy, King Torin the Wise. I'm the Wise, bitch. You're dumb. You don't even know where your son's is. It's like that commercial. It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? The king does not. But anyway, he even makes a comment, Dad can't do shit. I'm bonded, motherfucker. Fuck Dad. Anyway, so that happens. And then Mama's like, hey, you can't do this. I need to know who got powers around here. We got to do some shit. Oh, Lilith, what are you? Damn Lilith, I respect it. Anyway, she finds out that fucking Sloan is a siphon, right? Eric comes over, he fucking, Violet is trying, Taryn's even like, you're gonna burn out, stop, Silver One. Fucking Eric grabs her, takes her off, she's fucking holding her down. Fucking Mama Sorengale is like, Sloan, come here. Your fucking family is known as siphons. This is what's gonna happen. You gonna put me and fucking Amster's power into this motherfucking stone. Do you understand? No, I can't do that. Sloan's like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Help me. What should I do about it? And fucking Mama Sorengale is fucking gaslighting the shit. I schmeckled your family, your brother, your sister, your mother. I brought them all over and I schmeckled them. And she's getting mad, but still she understands that it's not right. And she looks at motherfucking Vi, and Violet's like, I don't know what to do. I can't. No, Mom. Mira's there. No. Brennan's like, no. And she looks at him and she's like, Liv, this is all I ever wanted for you. And she interlocks her hands with Sloan and she touches the stone. and her power and her and Amser is siphoned into the stone. And our chapter ends with this. Adarna is in the doorway, her wings flared to stop the flames that circled the chamber. The fire blows inside, okay? Flowing from the six above and the one who makes all the difference. So we got all the dragons firing in the top, Adarna's in the bottom, the flames go, right? A pulse of energy runs through me in a wave. The wards, when Adarna moves, my gaze wanders up the mended ward stone to the iron flame that burns black on top. And that's all that's left of my mother. Ladies and gentlemen, Lilith Sorengale. General Lilith Sorengale. May her soul rest in peace as she gave her life for her children. Join us for the next one, folks. The battle is over, but was the cost worth it? Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 65. Cat butt with a little bit of toe. All right, let's get into this. So, 65. Wow. Mama Sorengale, Lilith, General Sorengale. She had unwritten correspondence that you will read in the beginning of the chapter that says most generals want to die on the battlefield. But you know what? Let's just treat it. Most generals dream of dying in the service to their kingdom. But you will know me better than that, my love. When I fall, it will be for one reason only, to protect our children. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't care what anybody says about Lilith. I understand you might not like her because, yeah, she sent her children off. She was in the military. I understand. I get it. In the end, she, I think, gave the ultimate sacrifice, which is, as a parent, listen, I get it. I think that's her way of telling her children she is sorry. And she was a good character and she will truly be missed. All right. So we have to got that. Now we got it out of the way. Everybody's coming out. Riri lands. Everybody's like, oh, yeah, you're all bleeding. No, it's not my blood. It's not my blood. Okay, cool. So we're sitting there talking. Everybody's like, okay, we did it. Vi's like, where's Xaden? And Taryn's like, oh, he's out in the ravine. So she starts to walk out there, right? And she walks out there and Xaden's got his back to her as he's looking over the ring. And she approaches carefully and she's like, hey, what's up? And he's like, oh, you know, we did it. You saved us. And she's like, no, I didn't save us. Mom saved us. She took Lilith and sacrificed herself. And he's like, I'm sorry. And she's like, well, why would you be sorry? She schmeckled your family. And he's like, listen, anytime anybody you love is schmeckled, I'm going to be sorry. And she's like, wow. And then we go through this and then we start talking and he's like, yeah, it's crazy. You know, and as they're talking, she's like, I love you, this, that, and the other. And he's like, listen, this may not be over. And he's like, it's not. You should be scared. And she's like, what do you mean I should be scared? I lost my mom. I fought off wyverns and all this stuff. And then I'm just going to read it to you. Milgren wants us to come back. I'm looking for some reason. Then we'll come back. Arisha's words are weakening. I promise, gods, it's safer for you here than you should be here. You won't scatter under the fall of the wards. I just fought an entire wyvern army. Dark welders raised the wards, losing my mother in the process. Please tell me what could possibly be scarier. You love me, he whispers. I know you do. There's a little bit more talking. Slowly, he drags his gaze at my body, and I feel like it takes years just to look at me. When he finally does, I grasp my hand tightly in his reflex. No, the single word is all I can think, feel, scream eternally as I stare up at a man I'm hopelessly in love with. Me, he whispers, a faint, almost indistinguishable red ring emanating from his gold-flecked onyx irises. You should be scared of me. Xaden's been turned into a Vinny! Get the fuck out of here. That's some bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. One more chapter coming up, folks. That's some bullshit. Guys, this is the perfect example of when she says almost there, you do everything in your powers to hold out that last little bit. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Iron Flame, chapter 66. The conclusion, Xaden's POV. All right, We're at Xaden's POV. He's out talking to what he thought was the sage from Resin, but we find out it was the motherfucking general. I'm just going to take this off because it's so depressing. So yeah, he's talked to the general. He's talking to the general, okay? And the general's basically telling him, hey, motherfucker, you fucked. You're done. Because after this happens, listen, you're going to fight. You're going to go. I'm going to blog. It's not going to happen. Shit, chat, bam, I'm going to fucking win. And when you're schmeckled on the ground, I'm going to step over you and then I'm going to go take your precious violet. What do you say about that? And he's like, what do you mean? He's like, hey, there's only one way to do it. Become one of us. What the fuck? Xaden's like, hell no. I tell you what. Xaden comes in. He takes his fist. He smashes it to the motherfucking ground. Power starts to surge up. He's holding Vinny there. He's trying. But as he does that, he's opening the bond back to Violet. And he feels her being drained into the stone because Mama hasn't taken over yet. Okay? So he's feeling her dying. Sigale's even like, no, you can't. I chose you. And he's like, I can't fucking hold on anymore. But as she says that, he's like, but Violet also chose me. He's picking fucking Violet over Sigale. That's going to cause some issues later. But anyway, as that happens, he can't hold out. He comes to, he's basically being escorted into a makeshift jail cell now at this point. He walks in the cell and we hear a familiar fucking voice. Yes, it's that bitch tits born again Barlow. And that, I can't even say his words, but basically, let's just get into this. They're asking about a cure. He asked him, is there a cure for it? No, there's no cure. What about the serum or the antidote? You know what I fucking mean. Shadow scurry from the edge of the walls. Tell me what the cure is, and I won't send you to fucking Discount Tires place to be put in a fucking box until he's mummified. And he said, I'd rather die than become one of you. Fear flavors the words, feel the power of the college, and just like that, Jack laughs. Welcome to the fucked up family. I guess we're brothers now. Are you God damn it. We end Iron Flame with Xaden turning into a fucking Vinny like Jack bitch tits Barlow. I love this book, but fuck this ending. God damn it. I'm glad I don't have to wait. Anyway, keep a lookout. Onyx Storm, we're starting soon. Fucking Christ, this ending.